Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ecchi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening, as if they had played together for years rather than just this one fleeting moment. Linyuan, too, smiled back, a soft, contented smile. It was a pleasure playing with you, he said, his voice filled with sincerity. It felt like we've been playing together for decades. Kaikion chuckled, her eyes bright. It really did. It was so comfortable. I've never played with anyone like that before. Linyuan's eyes sparkled with amusement. Well, would you like to play another piece? He asked, his tone light and teasing, but with a genuine desire to continue. Kaikion hesitated for only a moment, then smiled. Yes, let's play another one, she said. Can you play with me again? She had never played so comfortably before, and she was eager to experience that connection once more. The joy and ease they found in each other's company was something rare, something she didn't want to let go of. The audience, too, seemed to be caught up in the magic of the moment, holding their breath as they waited to see what the two would do next. It was clear to everyone that this was not just a performance, it was the beginning of something extraordinary. Chapter 54, I wrote down all the scores. Okay, what do you want to play this time? Linyuan asked with a warm smile, his curiosity piqued. Sad or happy, Kaikion responded, her smile light yet enigmatic. Huh? Linyuan blinked in surprise, caught off guard by her sudden request. Is it too late for me to quickly write you a score? Kaikion's grin widened. No need, she replied casually. Once you finish playing, I'll have already written down every single note. Linyuan was momentarily stunned. Her claim was unbelievable. She could just listen to a piece once and transcribe the music as if it were second nature. He was familiar with her skill set, yet it never ceased to amaze him. He'd heard of absolute pitch before, but hearing it from Kaikion, who could discern any sound and immediately identify its exact pitch without any reference tone, made it feel like a superpower. Kaikion's talent went beyond her external beauty. Her mind, like her sound sensitivity, was sharp and refined. Let's begin then, Kaikion said, giving a subtle nod. At her cue, the music began. Linyuan began playing, his fingers moving fluidly across the keys. Kaikion mirrored his pace with ease, keeping in perfect harmony. There was no hesitation, no slowing down, only the delicate rise and fall of their music filling the room. The performance that followed was nothing short of extraordinary, a melody that swung between sorrow and joy. The audience in the venue was swept up in the emotional roller coaster of the piece. Some found themselves with tears in their eyes, while others couldn't help but laugh, as if the music itself dictated the fluctuations of their emotions. In the midst of the performance, Yanryu, who had been sitting quietly, found her emotions in turmoil. The music's emotional depth reached her in ways she hadn't expected. Miss, tissue, came the soft voice of her female bodyguard, handing her a small tissue. Yanryu blinked in confusion. Huh? she responded absent-mindedly, turning her head. But as soon as she did, her eyes softened. Moisture gathered, and before she knew it, tears began to fall. She hadn't realized until that moment that the music had affected her so deeply, stirring emotions that were beyond her control. The sad or happy performance by the duo concluded to a roaring round of applause, leaving the audience in awe of their remarkable coordination. Lin Yuan and Kai Qian exchanged a brief glance, their smile saying more than words ever could, before they made their way back to their seats. As they sat down, Yu Shanshan bounced over, clearly curious. Okay, tell me the truth. Have you two known each other for a long time? Because today, you two are just too well coordinated. When you told me it was the first time you saw my cousin, were you lying? Yu Shanshan gave them a sideways glance, her hands perched on her hips in mock suspicion. Lin Yuan and Kai Qian exchanged confused glances before responding in unison, huh? Seriously, how could you two be so perfectly in sync today? My harem and I have never complimented each other that well, Yu Shanshan continued, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. You both were practically like a couple up there. Kai Qian's face immediately shifted, her calm demeanor replaced with an amused yet slightly annoyed glint. Without a second's hesitation, she raised her hand and swiftly slashed it down toward Yu Shanshan's head in a playful yet threatening motion. Qian, I was just joking. I'm sorry. Please don't hit me. Yu Shanshan yelped, dodging and wincing under Kai Qian's playful yet sharp slap. Cousin, come on. Aren't you going to protect me from the cute cousin who's just teasing me? Yu Shanshan quickly surrendered to Kai Qian's playful attack, pleading for mercy as she ducked and weaved under the blows. Eventually, Kai Qian relented, withdrawing her hand. As soon as she released her, Yu Shanshan straightened up and rubbed the top of her head in exaggerated drama. Kai Qian then turned toward Lin Yuan, her expression softening as she smiled. That was honestly the most enjoyable performance I've had in a long time. Her smile held an unusual warmth, and Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel touched by her words. Though Kai Qian came from an elite family and had trained with many accomplished musicians, none had ever been able to match the comfort and ease she felt when playing with Lin Yuan. Their chemistry was natural, something beyond rehearsals and practice. Lin Yuan returned her smile, his voice sincere. I agree. It felt effortless. Kai Qian's eyes sparkled with a touch of admiration. Whether you're playing solo or in an ensemble, young Master Lin, your skills are remarkable. When I played Love's Greeting with you, my heart couldn't help but race at every note. Her praise was accompanied by a smile so radiant that it made Lin Yuan's heart skip a beat. For a moment, he was taken aback, his mind a whirl of thoughts. The praise coming from someone as beautiful and talented as Kai Qian wasn't something to be taken lightly. Her words struck deep, and he felt the unmistakable warmth of admiration building between them. But as Lin Yuan looked into Kai Qian's eyes, he noticed the playful glint in them, as if she were enjoying his reaction more than her own praise. That realization calmed him, helping him regain his composure. It wasn't that Kai Qian wasn't sincere, he knew she was. But there was a layer of playfulness in her, a teasing nature that couldn't be ignored. It was clear that her words carried more weight than just a compliment. Kai Qian's personality was a mix of warmth on the surface with an underlying reserve. She was approachable, yet emotionally distant, a defense mechanism forged from years of being surrounded by people who only saw her for her talent and beauty. This was why she had to tease Lin Yuan. She wasn't used to letting people get too close, and yet, there was something about him that made her heart flutter. Despite herself, she was starting to feel something for him, a warmth that made her both uncomfortable and excited. Kai Qian's personality is a bit warm on the outside but cold on the inside. She looks gentle and approachable, but she is distant from others, so she feels uncomfortable being teased. This is a psychological defense mechanism. Therefore, she also had to tease Lin Yuan. After all, she had never been touched by anyone. Lin Yuan, understanding the depth behind her words and gestures, smiled slightly to himself. Chapter 55, The Shadow Next to the Pagani. Kai Qian's habit of teasing was something typical of a Libra, and Lin Yuan, also a Libra, understood it all too well. His calmness in the face of her playful antics didn't stem from a lack of response but rather an understanding of her deeper nature. He wasn't annoyed because Kai Qian's teasing wasn't about provoking anger but about inching closer to breaking out of her ethereal shell. Lin Yuan knew that every time she teased him, she was inching further away from the fairy-like persona she wore so well, stepping tentatively into the world of the ordinary. How far she would step out entirely depended on how attractive the world outside seemed to her. For a moment, Lin Yuan was taken by surprise. He had assumed he would see Kai Qian play the game longer, yet she caught him off guard with her poise. Still, his gaze remained composed as he responded. Miss Kai Qian's violin playing was also impeccable. His voice was calm, but his eyes held a quiet depth as he observed her, looking for any sign of vulnerability. Lin Yuan didn't view his understanding of Kai Qian's Libra traits as a tool to give in to her whims. It wasn't about playing along, it was about understanding and holding steady. He wouldn't let her teasing throw him off course. When Kai Qian saw Lin Yuan's eyes unwavering and clear, she felt a spark of surprise. At first, she had expected to see a flicker of emotion, some response that hinted at her success. She was slightly taken aback when Lin Yuan's gaze remained unwavering, his calm like an unmoving lake reflecting the sky. Yet, within her, there was a growing sense of dissatisfaction. She had anticipated that her playful jabs would unsettle him, but instead, he was as composed as ever. Her heart, so often a battleground for fleeting emotions, felt stirred. But it wasn't the kind of stirring she had hoped for. She couldn't put her finger on it, but something within her felt like it had missed its mark. For once, her typical tactics had failed, and that left her more frustrated than she cared to admit. The music exhibition was drawing to a close. The host announced the end of the event, signaling the dispersal of the crowd. As the people filtered out, Yan Ryuayu looked at Lin Yuan, who was still engaged in conversation with some of the audience members. Without a word, she turned and left, her thoughts hidden behind a veil of uncertainty. After the exhibition, the trio Lin Yuan, Kai Qian, and Yu Shanshan prepared to part ways. Lin Yuan, ever the gentleman, offered, "It's getting late. Should I accompany you both back to school?" His offer was thoughtful, as always. Kai Qian, with her characteristic smile, remarked, "Your car only has 2 seats, right?" Lin Yuan was quick to recall the sports car he had brought, the Pagani, a sleek and powerful machine, indeed, but it could only accommodate 2 people. Yu Shanshan, ever the schemer, seized the moment, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Well, I think I'll go out with some friends for a while, brother. You can take Qian back to the dorm." Kai Qian raised an eyebrow, her smile playful yet sharp. "Which friends, Yu Shanshan? I didn't know you had plans after the exhibition. Come on, just go back with me to the dorm." Her tone was both teasing and commanding. Lin Yuan added his voice to the matter, offering a more practical reason: "It would be best for you to return with Kai Qian. Otherwise, your mother might be upset about you staying out so late." Yu Shanshan, unable to argue with logic, relented. However, she shot Lin Yuan a playful glance that seemed to suggest she was offering them a chance for some private time together. Lin Yuan, unbothered, pretended not to notice. As they were about to part, Kai Qian's voice called out, "Young Master Lin, would you mind leaving your contact information?" Yu Shanshan, ever the observer, squealed, "Wow. This is the first time I've seen Qian ask anyone for their contact info." Kai Qian, with a swift movement, knocked Yu Shanshan on the head, but then explained, "It's not what you think. I simply want to thank you for coming today. I'd like to invite you to dinner sometime to show my appreciation." Lin Yuan, with a genuine smile, replied, "Of course, I'd be happy to." They exchanged contact details, and after a final wave of goodbyes, they went their separate ways. Just as Lin Yuan was about to leave, a young girl appeared out of nowhere, running toward him. She was breathless, her cheeks flushed from the exertion. "You. Hello. My name is King Tong, and I just wanted to say I like you. I've written a letter for you," she said in a rush, tucking the letter into Lin Yuan's hands before quickly retreating. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. He couldn't help but smile as he looked at the girl. Her courage was admirable, and despite the brief encounter, he found himself impressed by the sweetness and sincerity in her actions. Even though only part of her face was visible, her eyes held an undeniable warmth. In that moment, Lin Yuan couldn't help but appreciate the girl's bravery. After all, with his charm now enhanced by the gifts of fate, most women would shy away from approaching him directly. They admired him from afar, believing themselves unworthy of his attention. But this girl was different. She had the courage to step forward and offer him her heart in the form of a letter. Lin Yuan tucked the letter into his pocket with a sense of quiet gratitude. He could tell she was shy, but there was something incredibly pure about her gesture. With that, he turned and walked out of the exhibition hall. As he neared his Pagani, the cool night air brushing against his skin, he noticed a shadow lurking near his car. His steps faltered for just a moment, curiosity piquing his interest. Chapter 56, A punch will make you cry for a long time, right? Thief? Lin Yuan's first thought was that someone might be eyeing his Pagani, intrigued by its sleek, expensive design and likely assuming its owner was loaded. Squinting into the shadow, Lin Yuan assessed the figure silently. His sharp instincts kicked in as he tried to determine whether this potential thief was alone and whether they were armed. With his physique enhanced to a formidable 150 points, Lin Yuan was confident he could easily deal with any common thug who dared cross him. He prepared himself, muscles tensing subtly as he walked closer. But as he neared, his wariness dissolved into surprise. The shadowy figure wasn't a thief after all, it was a slim woman. And not just any woman. Yan Ryu. Lin Yuan muttered, a mix of confusion and exasperation flickering across his face. His battle-ready demeanor melted away, replaced by a helpless sigh. The stunning woman standing before him had a face that could charm the most stoic of hearts. Her cold, aloof temperament only added to her allure. Miss Yan, Lin Yuan began, his tone carrying a trace of playful exasperation, you're a beautiful, dignified young lady. A cold and elegant president. But standing here in the shadows like this? Were you trying to scare someone? One punch might make you cry for days. Ah. Yan Ryu was stunned, her cheeks flushing at his unexpected remark. Lin Yuan chuckled, raising a hand as if to calm her. Relax, I'm just kidding. So, what's this all about? Did we run into each other by coincidence again? Or is this your way of secretly tailing me? At his teasing, Yan Ryu's already flushed face deepened in color. His words felt like gentle ridicule, reminding her of their past encounters. No, it's not a coincidence. Yan Ryu replied softly, her voice tinged with hesitation. She wanted to explain, but the words seemed to stick in her throat. Her mind raced with questions she had been too hesitant to ask earlier. Why did Lin Yuan play the piano so well? Who was the girl who performed with him? What was their relationship? She had lingered outside the stadium, debating with herself for ages. Ultimately, she dismissed her bodyguards, telling them to head home first, and decided to wait by Lin Yuan's pagani. But now, standing before him, all the thoughts she had rehearsed melted away, leaving her at a loss for words. Just now, I sent my bodyguards home first, she stammered finally, fumbling for an explanation. I don't have a car, so I was wondering if you could take me home? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, his disbelief evident as he rolled his eyes slightly. In what world do bodyguards just leave their employer behind? He thought to himself. It's obvious she told them to go. He didn't voice his thoughts, though. Instead, he simply opened the car door, tapped the steering wheel, and said, Miss Yan, get in. Yan Ryu immediately moved to enter the car, but just as her hand touched the door, Lin Yuan added, hold on. I can take you home, but Miss Yan, you'll need to pay the fare. Yan Ryu paused, clearly startled. Pay? How much? Lin Yuan pretended to think for a moment before smirking. No money needed. Just give me your hair tie. My hair tie? Yan Ryu echoed, confused. Her hands instinctively reached up to touch her neatly tied hair. She hesitated briefly, unsure what he wanted with it, but then obediently removed the tie. Her silky black hair cascaded down in a mesmerizing wave. She handed him the hair tie, her expression curious but calm. Lin Yuan took it with a small nod, placing it in the car before gesturing for her to get in. As he started the engine and the car roared to life, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. He wasn't interested in the hair tie itself, of course. For him, this was about principle. Lin Yuan believed in the idea of fairness and reciprocation. One shouldn't receive something without giving something in return. By asking for the hair tie, he subtly established that principle, even in this small interaction. Meanwhile, Yan Ryu didn't seem to mind. She didn't need the hair tie now that she was heading home, and the exchange felt oddly meaningful. As they drove, silence settled in the car like a dense fog. Lin Yuan kept his eyes on the road, his expression indifferent. Yan Ryu, on the other hand, sat quietly, her thoughts swirling. The stillness was eventually broken when Yan Ryu took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry about what happened today. I was too direct, and I apologize if I was rude. I really didn't mean to offend you. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke, her voice soft and sincere. Her mind replayed the events of the evening, particularly her overly frank remarks. She couldn't shake the feeling of guilt. Lin Yuan glanced at her briefly before returning his focus to the road. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he said nothing. Yan Ryu's apology hung in the air, her blush deepening as the silence stretched. She didn't know whether Lin Yuan had accepted her words or if he was simply ignoring her. Chapter 57. Fasten your seatbelt and hold on to your seat. It's okay. After all, my past incomprehensible actions left you with a lot of bad impressions. In your heart, my image is likely awful, and I believe that's inevitable, Lin Yuan said, waving his hand. His tone was flat, indifferent, as if he was speaking of something unimportant. After all, the licking dog he used to be no longer existed. That person wasn't truly him. Yan Ryu, still thinking she had offended Lin Yuan, quickly explained, her voice trembling slightly, No. I've realized you've changed. You're really different now. Well, that's good, Lin Yuan replied, his tone cold and distant. His nonchalant reply left Yan Ryu momentarily at a loss. It was as if his words were a wall, blocking her from getting closer. She wanted to say more but felt stuck, unsure how to continue the conversation. An awkward silence settled in the car. But in her heart, Yanryu was far from silent. A storm of questions raged within her, questions she desperately wanted to ask but didn't dare to voice. How does Lenyuan know so much about stocks? How does he have medical skills? And why does he play the piano so well? What was that last piece he performed? Was it his own composition? Who was that girl playing the violin with him? And what is their relationship? She gritted her teeth, frustrated with herself. Despite the countless questions flooding her mind, she couldn't summon the courage to ask even one. The realization stung after their engagement was cancelled. She felt she had no right to inquire about Lenyuan's life anymore. Whatever he did or whoever he was with had nothing to do with her now. But as she debated with herself, Lenyuan suddenly spoke, interrupting her inner turmoil. "Miss Yan, just a friendly reminder, fasten your seatbelt and hold on to your seat," he said casually, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Huh? Yanryu, who had been lost in thought, was caught off guard. Her brows furrowed in confusion. Before she could process his words, the roof of Lenyuan's sports car began to open, lifting upward in a sleek, mechanical motion. At the same time, the car's speed increased rapidly, the engine roaring to life with an unmistakable power that sent vibrations through the seats. The violent wind rushed in, hitting Yanryu's face with an almost feral intensity. Her long, silky black hair, now untied, flew wildly behind her, flailing like untamed waves in a storm. Lenyuan stepped on the accelerator with force, and the Pagani shot forward like a beast unleashed from its cage, tearing through the night at breakneck speed. The sudden surge of speed overwhelmed Yanryu. She could feel the world around her becoming a blur, the wind howling in her ears. Her heart pounded as adrenaline coursed through her veins. She screamed, her voice carried away by the wind. The usually cold and reserved Yanryu had completely abandoned her composure. Lenyuan couldn't help but glance at her out of the corner of his eye, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Yanryu, whose beauty was often untouchable and unapproachable, now looked almost comically flustered. Her smooth, delicate face was being ruthlessly ravaged by the wind, making her appear both strange and charming. Her hair, no longer tied up, whipped around her like the tendrils of a storm, giving her an almost devilish allure. The usually cold, unflappable Yanryu, screaming and panicking like this, was a rare sight indeed. Lenyuan found it amusing. Watching her lose control and seeing her frantic expression felt oddly satisfying. Finally, after what felt like an eternity to Yanryu, they arrived at the gates of her villa. Lenyuan eased off the accelerator, and the car slowed to a stop, its powerful engine purring softly as it idled. Yanryu gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling as she tried to calm herself. The intense motion had left her nauseous, and she fought the urge to vomit. She glared at Lenyuan, her usually cold eyes now filled with a mixture of frustration and lingering fear. "You," she began, her voice shaky, but as she felt the nausea rise again, she quickly shut her mouth. Lenyuan, still smiling, gestured toward the door. "Miss Yan, you should get off now. Fresh air will help you feel better. Go inside and get some rest." Chapter 58. Yanryu couldn't sleep. Feeling uncomfortable, Yanryu opened the car door with difficulty. Outside the villa, several maids had already been waiting to assist her, their expressions filled with curiosity and concern as they saw Yanryu return late. But as they drew closer and caught sight of her disheveled appearance, they froze in shock, their mouths slightly agape. Yanryu, sensing their odd reactions, frowned and quickly took out her phone to check her reflection in its screen. The image staring back at her made her gasp. Her usually neat and perfectly styled hair now resembled a bird's nest, strands sticking out in every possible direction. Her cheeks, red from being battered by the wild gusts of wind, gave her a windswept look, while a few stray wisps of clear liquid lingered under her nose. Her eyes, once bright and sharp, looked hollow and dazed, as if she had just stepped off the world's most terrifying roller coaster ride. "Lenyuan," she muttered through gritted teeth, biting her red lips to suppress her growing frustration. Without sparing the maids another glance, she stormed inside the villa. She hurriedly washed herself up, scrubbing away the remnants of her chaotic journey home. It was only after a long shower and a careful session in front of her vanity mirror that Yanryu finally recovered her usual beautiful and composed self. Now lying on her soft bed, she couldn't stop her mind from replaying the terrifying yet exhilarating moments when Lenyuan sped down the road like a madman. The thought of how dangerously fast he had driven made her heart race all over again. Her adrenaline spiked as she recalled the furious wind whipping against her face and the sheer thrill of the ride. It was frightening, yes, but also strangely exciting. Fortunately, it had been late at night, and there weren't many cars on the road, otherwise, things could have gone terribly wrong. She sighed, conflicted. Anger flared up briefly as she thought about Lin Yuan's recklessness, but it was soon replaced by an odd sense of longing. Why did she feel this way? Why did the memory of the experience make her chest tighten in an unexplainable manner? In the past, her life had always been calm and predictable, following the strict rules and plans set by her mother. While this made her a model daughter and a source of pride for her family, it also left her feeling trapped and bored. But today, the wild car ride had broken through her usual cold and reserved demeanor. The unrestrained scream she let out in the car made her feel unexpectedly free, almost happy. A small, involuntary smile crept onto her face, but she quickly shook her head vigorously to dispel her strange thoughts. No, no. I must be out of my mind, she whispered to herself. Trying to distract her restless mind, Yan Ryuayu picked up her phone and opened WeChat. Her fingers hesitated as they hovered over Lin Yuan's contact image. After a long pause, she finally mustered the courage to type a message. Yan Ryuayu, why do you play the piano so well? She hit send and waited. Minutes ticked by, and her eyelids grew heavier as sleep began to overtake her. Just as she was about to drift off, her phone vibrated. Lin Yuan's reply was brief and straightforward. Lin Yuan, self-taught. The two simple words instantly jolted her awake. She sat upright, her mind racing as she read and reread his reply. While the response satisfied one of her curiosities, it still left her craving more information. Her frown deepened as she realized Lin Yuan was as concise as she used to be when speaking to him. Biting her lip, she decided to ask another question. Yan Ryuayu, what was the last piece you played? Could you tell me the title? This time, the wait felt even longer. 30 minutes passed, and she was beginning to lose hope when her phone vibrated again. Lin Yuan, sad or happy? Yan Ryuayu softly repeated the title to herself, her voice tinged with emotion. Sad or happy? The title resonated deeply within her. It perfectly described how she felt every time she interacted with Lin Yuan, caught between sadness and happiness, her emotions constantly in turmoil. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to ask the one question that had been nagging at her since the night at the piano recital. Yan Ryuayu, what relationship do you have with the girl who played alongside you? This time, however, her question went unanswered. Minutes turned into half an hour, and there was still no reply from Lin Yuan. The lack of response made her chest ache slightly. On the other side of the city, Lin Yuan was lounging comfortably at home, his legs crossed lazily. He was eating snacks and leisurely surfing the internet. Occasionally, he exchanged light-hearted messages with Caillou Wangxi, Kai Qian, and Yu Shanshan, all of whom seemed eager to chat with him. As for Yan Ryuayu's messages, Lin Yuan didn't bother replying to them anymore. He simply glanced at her question about the girl who played alongside him, smirked, and put his phone aside. Chapter 59. Is this man blind? Shen Lan couldn't help but say, Master, Yan Ryuayu took the initiative to chat with you. Why did you ignore her after just a few replies? She's the novel's main heroine. Aren't you afraid her favorability towards you will decrease? Lin Yuan finished replying to a message from Caillou Wangxi before leisurely addressing Shen Lan's concern. Yan Ryuayu. I don't care about her now. Let her stew in her own thoughts. As for the favorability dropping, there's no need to worry. In the book, Lin Yuan's reputation was already as low as it could get due to being a pathetic licking dog for Yan Ryuayu. It can't go any lower. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Lin Yuan brushed the topic aside. Shen Lan reluctantly responded, okay. After indulging in a satisfying meal, Lin Yuan leaned back on his bed and quickly drifted off to sleep, his mind at ease. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Yan Ryuayu lay restless in her room. She glanced at her phone repeatedly, waiting for a reply that never came. She tossed and turned for hours, her thoughts consumed by Lin Yuan's indifference. She stayed awake late into the night, staring at her phone until her tired hands gave up and she placed it on the nightstand. With a resigned sigh, she turned off the lights. Even then, buried under her blanket, her mind refused to quiet down. For reasons she couldn't fully understand, Lin Yuan's face kept appearing in her thoughts. It was maddening. His expression while playing the piano, the confidence he radiated when dragging the car without warning, his casual disregard for her. It all left her conflicted. She should be furious, shouldn't she? After all, he had deliberately frightened her during the car ride and then ignored her messages. Yet, instead of anger, what lingered was the image of his handsome face, his calm demeanor, and the strange fluttering in her chest when she thought of him. This night, Yan Ryuayu did not sleep at all. No matter how she positioned herself, her mind remained restless, replaying moments with Lin Yuan. Her emotions swung like a pendulum, from irritation to intrigue. She was frustrated with herself for even caring. The next day, Lin Yuan arrived at Yan Ryuayu's house as usual. Standing at the door to greet him was the ever-composed female president herself, but Lin Yuan immediately noticed something was off. The radiant energy she usually exuded was absent. Instead, her eyes were slightly red, and dark circles had formed beneath them. She looked tired and worn, a stark contrast to her usual self. Lin Yuan, of course, knew exactly why she looked this way. Yan Ryu had spent the night sleepless, consumed by her thoughts about him. Shen Lan chimed in, eager to offer advice. Master, Yan Ryu looks like this. You could take advantage of the situation and show concern for her, Lin Yuan scoffed internally. What are you suggesting? Shen Lan explained, ask her if she didn't sleep well. Tell her to use some eye drops or to rest more, Lin Yuan shook his head, unimpressed. She's in her 20s, manages billions in listed companies, and handles complex business deals with ease. Do you really think she doesn't already know about eye drops and rest? Shen Lan hesitated. When you put it like that, though Yan Ryu's favorability toward him had improved significantly compared to their first meeting, Lin Yuan wasn't satisfied. What he wanted was for Yan Ryu to become entirely submissive to him, a loyal licking dog in his eyes. For that to happen, she needed to be taught her place gradually. While Lin Yuan easily discerned the reason behind Yan Ryu's tired appearance, he chose not to acknowledge it. In truth, Yan Ryu had deliberately avoided covering up her dark circles, even amplifying their visibility by skipping her usual skincare routine. If she had wanted to, she could have easily concealed her fatigue with high-end makeup products. But no, Yan Ryu wanted Lin Yuan to notice. She wanted him to see her tired face and understand that she had been restless all night because of him. It was a subconscious cry for his attention, a subtle way of saying, look at me. Notice me. But Lin Yuan? He didn't give her even a sliver of acknowledgement. Yan Ryu felt a twinge of frustration. She had stood there, deliberately appearing vulnerable, yet Lin Yuan treated her as if nothing were amiss. His indifference was infuriating. She thought to herself, is this man blind? Can't he see how tired I look? I look like a panda, for heaven's sake. Adding to her frustration, Yan Ryu had even gone out of her way to address something else. The day before, Lin Yuan had asked for a hair tie. Afterward, she had instructed her staff to purchase dozens of them, all identical to the one he borrowed. Today, she tied her hair using one of the new hair ties, hoping Lin Yuan would notice the gesture. Though she would never admit it, she wanted Lin Yuan to see that she had bought more of them, perhaps as an unspoken acknowledgement of his opinion. And yet, here he was, completely oblivious to the effort she had made. The truth? Lin Yuan hadn't even noticed the hair tie. To him, it was nothing more than a convenient object, not something he took because he liked it. Yan Ryu's frustration continued to grow, but Lin Yuan remained unaffected, his demeanor cool and indifferent. This only deepened her complicated feelings toward him, leaving her both irritated and intrigued. Chapter 60 Caillou Wangxi's Gift. Until Lin Yuan finished treating Song Juan and bid farewell, he didn't say a single word to Yan Ryu. Without hesitation, he turned and left. Yan Ryu didn't want Lin Yuan to know that she wasn't angry about the drag racing incident the previous day. In fact, she felt a strange sense of relief. However, every time their eyes met, she maintained her cold composure, carefully masking her emotions and suppressing the urge to speak to him. She stared at Lin Yuan's retreating figure, her gaze lingering longer than she intended. Her breathing quickened, and her chest rose and fell as she tried to suppress her inner turmoil. The Yan family maids and security guards, who were watching discreetly from a distance, exchanged puzzled glances. They couldn't understand why their usually composed eldest lady had paced back and forth at the door several times before finally retreating inside. Once back in the house, Yan Ryu wandered aimlessly for a while, feeling an unfamiliar boredom creep over her. Her thoughts drifted to the girl she had seen with Lin Yu on the day before, a girl who seemed almost too perfect to be real. That girl was the epitome of beauty and grace. Her flawless face exuded elegance, and her gentle smile carried a warmth that could easily draw anyone in. Her demeanor held an air of mystery, as if she belonged to a realm far above ordinary people. Yan Ryu prided herself on maintaining her skin meticulously, but the girl's complexion fair to the point of translucence made her feel a pang of jealousy she rarely experienced. To make matters worse, the girl's violin skills were exceptional, effortlessly matching Lin Yuan's level of mastery. Fortunately, Yan Ryu muttered to herself, that dead straight man didn't give my things to her. The phrase dead straight man was one she had coined for Lin Yuan due to his complete lack of reaction to her subtle acts of affection. To her, it perfectly encapsulated his infuriatingly oblivious behavior. Her gaze fell on a delicate necklace she had gifted to Lin Yuan some time ago. She had never seen him wear it, which only fueled her frustration. That necklace would look stunning on a girl with fair skin like hers, Yan Ryu murmured, biting her lip. What if Lin Yuan gives it to her as a gift? But then a new thought struck her, easing her worry. I didn't see her wearing it yesterday. Maybe Lin Yuan kept it at home. Perhaps he cherishes it too much to give it away. A blush crept up her cheeks as an even bolder idea entered her mind. After all, I wore that necklace before I gave it to him. Could it be that he's secretly sniffing it because it carries my scent? The idea was so absurd yet so embarrassing that Yan Ryuayu buried her face in a pillow to hide her growing blush. Her mind wandered further, recalling the hair tie she had worn, which Lin Yuan had asked for previously. The sound of her phone ringing abruptly pulled her out of her thoughts. Realizing it was a call from the company, she quickly composed herself. Within moments, her usual cold-faced female president persona returned, and she left for the office, efficiently tackling a mountain of documents as though nothing had happened. On the other side of town, Lin Yuan was heading toward Hope Cake Shop when a familiar system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Yan Ryuayu's favorability +5. Reward, 200 counterattack points. Lin Yuan wasn't surprised in the slightest. He had a clear understanding of Yan Ryuayu's personality and could see right through her feigned anger earlier. However, even he hadn't expected her to behave in such a peculiar way. The reason for Yan Ryuayu's increased favorability was simple. Her mind had conjured up a vivid, self-indulgent fantasy about Lin Yuan having a peculiar attachment to her belongings. If Lin Yuan had known about this, he would have been utterly astonished. As he walked, Lin Yuan pulled out his phone to check his messages. A soft smile tugged at his lips as he read the latest one from Caillou Wangxi. Master, Wangxi has prepared a gift for you. Would you come here at 1 o'clock in the afternoon? But if the master has other plans, please don't mind me and just take care of the more important things. Chapter 61, From 1 o'clock, I began to feel happy. This morning, Lin Yuan received a message from Caillou Wangxi. Curious, he replied. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of gift Caillou Wangxi had prepared for him. When he tried to ask her about the gift, however, Caillou Wangxi remained tight-lipped, offering no hint at all. This little girl. Lin Yuan chuckled softly to himself, shaking his head. He then refocused on driving, his mind lingering briefly on the mystery of her surprise. Meanwhile, inside Hope Cake Shop, Zhao and Zhao exchanged looks of admiration as they watched Caillou Wangxi. Store manager, you're truly devoted to the young master. Zhao said, her voice filled with admiration. Zhao nodded enthusiastically. I can see why the manager and young master Lin are so close. If I could be even half as dedicated as you, I'd say it wouldn't be impossible for me and the young master to get closer too. Caillou Wangxi felt the warmth of their words but also a sudden rush of embarrassment. She blushed deeply and scratched her head awkwardly. No. It's not like that. However, in her heart, the truth was undeniable. She had indeed developed deep feelings for Lin Yuan. Before Lin Yuan entered her life, Caillou Wangxi was just trying to get by, focusing on surviving the harshness of the world around her. She lived day by day, finding only fleeting moments of solace. But now, things had changed. Since Lin Yuan came into her life, everything had become more meaningful. He was like a beacon of light in the darkness, a warmth that reached deep into her soul. Lin Yuan had told her they could be friends, and that simple gesture made her world seem brighter. The stars in the night sky had become more dazzling every time she thought of him. Caillou Wangxi quickly realized that she now wanted to live for Lin Yuan, to do whatever she could to make him happy. Her heart, once burdened by doubt and despair, was now filled with hope. She didn't know how she could be of help to him, but she was determined to surprise him, to show him her best side, and to bring him joy whenever she could. As she thought about him, an excerpt from a book she had read in her youth came to mind. It was from The Little Prince by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. You come at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, then from 1 o'clock, I begin to feel happy. The closer the time, the happier I feel. But when it's almost 2 o'clock, I will fidget, and then I will show you my happiness. The words resonated with her. She could feel her excitement rising, and the thought of seeing Lin Yuan filled her with so much anticipation that she almost couldn't sit still. As the hour grew closer, her nervousness also grew. She had never been this eager before. Her heart raced as she counted down the minutes, and the joy she felt was almost overwhelming. Then, after what felt like an eternity, a loud knock on the door echoed through the cake shop. Caillou Wangxi's heart skipped a beat. She straightened up in an instant, the nerves from before mixing with a sense of excitement. Zhao and Zhao exchanged knowing glances and smiled at her, sensing her nervousness. With a quick glance at them, Caillou Wangxi hurried to the door. Her face broke into a bright smile as she reached for the doorknob. But as soon as she opened the door, her smile faltered. Standing there in front of her was a figure that caused her heart to freeze. The joy and anticipation that had filled her moments ago instantly evaporated, replaced by a rush of unease. Her rosy cheeks paled in an instant, and her breath caught in her throat. It wasn't Lin Yuan. Chapter 62 Two bugs that appeared early. Standing at the door of the cake shop was a middle-aged couple. The man had a thin face with a sharply pointed mouth and a prominent nose. The woman appeared sinister, with small, sharp eyes and a round, heavy face. As soon as Caillou Wangxi opened the door, the couple forced their way in, and their eyes immediately lit up. Wow! The store is so spacious. And look at all the cakes. Wangxi, you're really doing well now. Your life has definitely improved. The middle-aged man remarked, his eyes scanning the place in surprise. Yes, Wangxi, you're truly rich now, the middle-aged woman exclaimed as she touched various items around the shop. Looking at the couple, Caillou Wangxi bit her lower lip lightly and frowned. And, uncle, what brings you here? Upon hearing Caillou Wangxi's words, the middle-aged woman sneered. What's wrong? Are aunt and uncle not welcome? Once you become successful, you shouldn't forget where you came from. The middle-aged man grabbed a piece of cake and shoved it into his mouth, then mocked, that's right. The most important thing is to never forget your roots. You didn't even tell us about opening a cake shop. We haven't eaten much cake in our lives. The middle-aged woman also snatched a piece of cake, gulping it down as she added, how can you treat your only relatives like this? We took care of you for so long. But now that you're doing well, you've forgotten all about us. Caillou Wangxi's brows furrowed, her expression tightening in frustration. The couple in question were her Aunt Lisi and Uncle Zhongshan. Indeed, as they mentioned, they were her only remaining family. However, her relationship with them had never been good. After her parents' tragic death, she had gone to live with her aunt and uncle. They were supposed to act as her guardians, taking the money left behind by her parents. But the moment they received the money, they spent it all within days, leaving her with only steamed buns to eat. Meat and vegetables were rare luxuries for her. When they discovered she was ill, they callously kicked her out, forcing her to fend for herself. Had it not been for Caillou Wangxi's own resilience and the help of some kind-hearted people, she wouldn't have survived that harsh winter. Now, though, she had no desire to deal with these selfish people. Yet, somehow, they had managed to track her down. The cakes here aren't free. You've eaten 2 pieces, which cost 120 yuan. And don't think you can just come in without a reason, Caillou Wangxi said, though her voice wavered as she faced the two. Recalling how Lin Yuan had helped her open the cake shop, Caillou Wangxi's anger started to rise. She couldn't help but reprimand Lisi and Zhongshan directly. Uncle Zhongshan sneered. Oh. Wangxi has really grown up and is doing well now. How dare you ask your uncle for money? Aunt Lisi added with a mocking tone, we haven't seen you in so long. What's wrong with eating your cake? Are we not worthy of it? As she spoke, Lisi grabbed another piece of cake. Zhao He stepped forward and immediately stopped her. Stop. You need to pay before you can eat anything. Lisi shoved her aside and scoffed, your cake shop owner is my niece. What do you think of this cake? Although angered, Caillou Wangxi tried to remain calm. She thought of Lin Yuan, always so composed, and she longed to be as calm as he was. She knew if she wanted to be of any help to him, she needed to maintain her composure. In a cold tone, she said, you didn't come here just for cake, did you? What do you want? Lisi and Zhongshan exchanged a quick, surprised glance. Then, they stopped pretending. Lisi abruptly dropped the piece of cake to the floor and threw several bundles of cash on the counter. Here's 20,000 yuan. I want to buy this cake shop. Hand over all the documents right now, she demanded. We're doing this for your own good. Your disease must not be fully treated, right? How exhausting it must be to run this business. With this 20,000 yuan, you can go straight to the hospital for treatment, Lisi and Zhongshan added in unison. Upon hearing these words, Caillou Wangxi's lips curved into a smile, though it was one of scorn. This cake shop was located in China's World Trade Center, worth millions of dollars. And here they were, offering just 20,000 yuan? Were they seriously treating her like a fool? Not to mention 20,000 yuan, even 20 million no, even 200 million yuan couldn't buy this shop. This was a gift from Lin Yuan. She wasn't about to sell it for a measly sum. I'm not selling this shop. You can leave now, Caillou Wangxi said without even sparing a glance at the 20,000 yuan. Lisi and Zhongshan exchanged a look, then realized that Caillou Wangxi wasn't the same naive girl she once was. Their unplanned visit, however, wasn't without purpose. They had stumbled upon some scraps at the China World Trade Center earlier that day. While standing by a trash can near the entrance of Hope Cake Shop, they overheard someone, a boss surnamed Zhang, saying he wanted to buy the cake shop for 2 million. When they heard that figure, they curiously looked at the shop, then noticed the owner was strangely familiar. It was Caillou Wangxi, her long-lost niece. The boss had mentioned he was struggling to buy the shop, So Li Si and Zhang Shan immediately jumped at the opportunity, claiming to know Caillou Wangxi personally and offering to help the boss purchase it. A deal was made, a gambling contract of sorts. Boss Zhang handed them 2 million yuan and promised that if they succeeded in buying the cake shop, the difference would be theirs to keep. But Li Si and Zhang Shan still saw Caillou Wangxi as the weak, vulnerable girl from before. They thought they could make a quick 1.98 million yuan. What they didn't expect was that Caillou Wangxi had grown stronger and smarter, and now, she dared to stand up to them. Currently, Boss Zhang was in the store, watching Li Si and Zhang Shan's every move. When he subtly gestured, Li Si and Zhang Shan dropped all pretense and began pushing to buy the shop. But no matter the pressure, Caillou Wangxi wasn't going to let go of what Lin Yuan had given her. After parking the Lamborghini outside, Lin Yuan felt the vibration of his phone. He glanced at Zhao Yan, who stood by the door, urgently calling him. His curiosity was piqued. "What's the matter, Zhao Yan?" Lin Yuan asked, walking over with concern in his voice. Upon seeing him, Zhao Yan exhaled in relief, grabbing Lin Yuan's hand and quickly explaining what had happened. Standing at the door now, Lin Yuan could also hear the commotion inside. Chapter 63 Don't think about us leaving. He quickly pieced together the situation after listening to her account. Li Si and Zhang Shan were characters that had appeared in the original novel. These two people were despicable, selfish, and entirely lacking in empathy. When Caillou Wangxi was a child, they had extorted her parents' money and then abandoned her when she fell ill. According to the original plot, it would have taken months for these two to find her, as her life was starting to improve. But with Lin Yuan's involvement, Caillou Wangxi had managed to open a prosperous cake shop earlier than anyone expected. And now, these two had appeared much earlier than they should have. "Master, please go inside and help the manager," Zhao Yan said urgently, her voice laced with concern as she stood by the door. Lin Yuan, however, wasn't in a hurry. He took his time, standing at the entrance and listening to the heated argument inside for nearly half a minute. He could clearly hear Li Si and Zhang Shan as they continued their relentless pressure and threats toward Caillou Wangxi. Inside, the tension was palpable. Li Si and Zhang Shan, like vultures circling their prey, were trying to force Caillou Wangxi to sell the cake shop, each word they spoke dripping with disdain. But to their surprise, Caillou Wangxi remained unyielding, her resolve unwavering. She refused to sell, no matter what they said. Lin Yuan stood with his arms folded, his face an inscrutable mask. His eyes were narrowed, but his expression betrayed nothing of his thoughts. After what felt like an eternity, he gave a small nod of approval. He wasn't worried about Caillou Wangxi agreeing to sell the shop. Such an outcome was impossible. What concerned him, however, was her character. For a long time, she had carried a deep sense of inferiority, something that made her susceptible to manipulation. But today, something was different. As he listened from outside, Lin Yuan noticed the subtle change in her demeanor. Caillou Wangxi had changed. She was braver than when they had first met. Back then, she had been hesitant and uncertain, like a fragile flower in a storm. But now, she stood firm, facing down her aunt and uncle with a determination that was new, even to Lin Yuan. She no longer cowered in their presence, as she once might have. But still, the two persistent relatives seemed too much for her to handle alone. Their words, sharp and accusing, echoed in the room. That was when Lin Yuan decided to intervene. As he entered the shop, his presence was immediately felt. Caillou Wangxi's eyes brightened with relief when she saw him. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed toward him, a wide smile spreading across her face. "Master, you're here!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise and gratitude. Lin Yuan gently patted her on the head, a small, reassuring smile playing on his lips. "Yes, I'm here," he said, his voice calm and steady, as though nothing could unsettle him. Meanwhile, Li Si and Zhang Shan, who had been hoping to pressure Caillou Wangxi into giving up, immediately shifted their focus to Lin Yuan. They were quick to point their fingers at him, their voices loud and accusatory. "Who are you?" Li Si sneered. "Are you here to help Caillou Wangxi who refuses to sell? I'm telling you, if she doesn't sell to us today, we won't leave." Zhang Shan, not to be outdone, added with equal venom, "That's right. Don't even think about us leaving without the shop." Their words were dripping with the arrogance of people who thought they could bully others into submission. They seemed oblivious to the fact that their tactics were no longer effective against Caillou Wangxi, or that their presence had just become irrelevant in the face of someone far more powerful. However, the couple's ignorance didn't go unnoticed by everyone in the room. The moment Boss Zhang laid eyes on Lin Yuan, his face drained of color. A cold sweat broke out across his forehead as he took in Lin Yuan's impeccable appearance. The man was dressed in an exquisite suit and wore a limited edition Patek Philippe watch. His outfit alone was worth tens of millions. But it wasn't just Lin Yuan's wealth that caused the shift in the atmosphere, it was his aura. The calm, self-assured demeanor he exuded made it clear that he was someone of great importance. While Li Si and Zhang Shen were still too dense to recognize the gravity of the situation, Boss Zhang couldn't help but recall the man he had seen in the newspapers, the stock prodigy, young Master Lin Yuan. The realization hit him like a cold slap to the face. But Li Si and Zhang Shen, still convinced of their own superiority, continued their attempts to intimidate Lin Yuan. They were too ignorant to grasp the truth of their situation, and too arrogant to realize they were in over their heads. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, wasn't bothered in the slightest. He didn't even acknowledge their petty threats, instead choosing to ignore them completely. To him, they were nothing more than insects crawling around beneath his notice. There was no need to waste time or energy on such insignificant pests. With a simple motion, Lin Yuan clapped his hands once, a sound that echoed through the space. At his signal, 4 security guards, who had been waiting outside, immediately stepped inside. These guards worked for the China World Trade Center, which was owned by the Lin Group. They recognized Lin Yuan instantly, and their demeanor shifted from neutral to obedient the moment they saw him. Li Si and Zhang Shen, who had been bold and threatening moments before, now began to panic as the security guards entered the room. Their earlier bravado evaporated, and they started to backtrack, fear creeping into their voices. "What are you doing?" Li Si shouted, her voice laced with panic. "What do you think you're going to do?" "I want to go. I want to leave. Don't touch me," Zhang Shen added, his voice trembling with fear. They scrambled to get up, but before they could make any further movements, the security guards swiftly moved in and pressed them back to the ground. The couple's protests were met with cold indifference, their actions now useless in the face of Lin Yuan's authority. The security guards made no attempt to be gentle as they restrained them, their firm grips ensuring that Li Si and Zhang Shen were unable to escape. It was clear now that they were no longer in control of the situation. Lin Yuan had arrived, and their days of harassing Caillou Wangxi were over. Despite their struggles, there was no chance for the couple to escape. The cake shop, the scene of their scheming and threats, had now become their prison. Chapter 64 Dig holes for a lifetime. "Master, what should we do?" the security guards asked with utmost respect, their voices filled with a quiet reverence that made their previous arrogance seem a distant memory. Li Si and Zhang Shen, now fully aware of their grievous mistake, exchanged frantic glances. Even they, despite their bluster, could see the looming consequences of crossing the wrong person. They had gravely misjudged Lin Yuan's importance and the situation had taken a dangerous turn for them. "Master, we're sorry. We made a terrible mistake." Li Si quickly began, his voice trembling with the fear of what was to come. Yes. We were wrong, Master. Please show us mercy." Zhang Shan joined in, his voice almost pleading as he lowered his head in frantic submission. The two of them were now on their knees, their fear palpable as they kowtowed before Lin Yuan. Their desperate cries filled the air, but Lin Yuan remained unfazed, his demeanor cold and unyielding. He didn't even glance at them, and the sheer indifference in his silence was enough to send chills down their spines. Lin Yuan turned his attention back to Caillou Wangxi, his expression softening as he smiled at her. "Wangxi, what would you like to do with them?" he asked, his tone casual but carrying an undercurrent of authority that commanded respect. Caillou Wangxi hesitated, her thoughts tangled in a whirlwind of confusion. Despite knowing the cruelty of her aunt and uncle, she still struggled with the thought of punishing them. She was a kind-hearted person, and even though she understood they were far from well-intentioned, her moral compass prevented her from deciding their fate without hesitation. Li Si and Zhang Shan, sensing an opportunity, immediately turned their pleading eyes toward her, begging in unison. "Wangxi, please. We're your family. You can't let this young master take action against us." Li Si cried desperately, his voice quivering. Yes. We're family, Wangxi. Have some mercy." Zhang Shan echoed, his eyes wide with fear. But Caillou Wangxi, though troubled, steeled herself. She looked at Lin Yuan with a resolute gaze, her voice firm. "Master, I trust you to decide. They have no hold over me. You are the only one who matters." Her face flushed a soft shade of red as she spoke, the vulnerability of the moment mixing with her growing strength. She didn't expect Lin Yuan to notice, but her declaration was sincere, even if it embarrassed her. Lin Yuan's expression softened with a satisfied smile. Without a word, he reached out and gave her a gentle pat on the head, his hand lingering for a moment longer than necessary. Turning back to Li Si and Zhang Shan, Lin Yuan's voice took on a chilling edge. "Send the two of them to the plane," he ordered, his eyes cold and steady. The security guards, who had been waiting for their instructions, looked to Lin Yuan in complete obedience. They moved quickly, the weight of the situation settling heavily upon them. "Master, where should we send them?" one of the guards asked, his voice low and respectful. "Shaanxi coal mine," Lin Yuan replied with icy detachment. Let them spend a lifetime digging coal. The words left his mouth with a finality that left no room for argument. The fate of Li Si and Zhang Shan was sealed in an instant. Li Si and Zhang Shan, realizing the gravity of their situation, began to panic. They screamed, begged, and even attempted to flee, but the security guards were merciless. They were dragged from the shop, their cries for mercy ignored as the guards obeyed their master's command without hesitation. Lin Yuan's gaze remained steady, his attention now shifting to the rest of the room. His hand fell away from Caillou Wangxi's head as he looked around, his mind already moving on to the next matter at hand. "Mr. Zhang," he said, his voice calm but carrying an edge of command. "Where do you think you're going?" Boss Zhang, who had tried to sneak away in a desperate bid for escape, froze in his tracks. His face drained of color, and he crumpled to the floor, kneeling before Lin Yuan, his entire body shaking. "Master Lin, please. It's all a misunderstanding." Boss Zhang cried out, his voice trembling as he prostrated himself. "I didn't know this was your shop. I swear, I had no idea they would resort to force and threats." Boss Zhang had finally recognized Lin Yuan for who he truly was, young Master Lin Yuan, the prodigy in the stock market. The realization hit him like a cold wave. He knew that offending Lin Yuan would spell disaster for him, and he needed to beg for mercy before it was too late. "I'm really sorry. Please forgive me." Boss Zhang begged again, his words stumbling over each other as he desperately kowtowed, his forehead hitting the floor with a dull thud. Lin Yuan considered his words carefully, his gaze cold. He knew that Boss Zhang's apology was only half-hearted. Boss Zhang might not have known about Lin Yuan's involvement with the shop, but his actions were still far from acceptable. "Sorry isn't enough," Lin Yuan replied indifferently, his voice cold and authoritative. Boss Zhang, sensing the severity of the situation, gritted his teeth and continued his desperate plea. "I'll compensate. I'll pay 2 million for the store manager's psychological damages. Please, just don't send me away like this." He then added, almost as an afterthought, "And my company will provide Hope Cake Shop with high-quality butter, flour, and eggs for free. I'll make sure they receive the best products. I hope Miss Caillou will allow me this opportunity." Caillou Wangxi looked startled, her thoughts racing as she processed Boss Zhang's offer. His words seemed to carry a hint of sincerity, but she remained uncertain. Lin Yuan, sensing her hesitation, waved his hand dismissively. "Go away," he said simply. At the sound of Lin Yuan's command, Boss Zhang, as though released from a great weight, scrambled to his feet and fled from the store in haste. He quickly transferred the promised 2 million to Hope Cake Shop's account, ensuring the funds were delivered without delay. Simultaneously, he ordered his employees to deliver the finest butter, flour, and eggs to the shop. Once the matter was settled, Lin Yuan turned to Caillou Wangxi, his eyes glinting with curiosity. "What about the surprise you mentioned?" Caillou Wangxi blinked, her face lighting up as she remembered. Chapter 65 Take you to buy clothes. "Ah. I completely forgot. My sincerest apologies, Master." Caillou Wangxi suddenly gasped in realization and hurriedly rushed to the back, her footsteps echoing in the quiet of the shop. Moments later, she returned, holding a cake that seemed to be both elegant and chaotic in its creation. The cake, while delicate in structure, carried a faint burnt aroma, the slight singe around the edges of the icing betraying its rushed creation. Lin Yuan looked at the cake for a moment before allowing a soft smile to tug at the corner of his lips. "Is this your surprise?" he asked, his voice light with amusement. The cake before him was an elaborate black forest cake, though it had an odd feature, a distorted face etched on its surface. It was oddly charming in its imperfection. "Young Master, I apologize." Caillou Wangxi's voice trembled with guilt. "I intended to make this cake with your likeness, but something went wrong. The cake got a little overcooked in the process, and, well, it ended up looking like this." She faltered, her eyes searching Lin Yuan's face for any sign of displeasure. "I'm so sorry." She fidgeted with the hem of her apron, anxiety evident in her movements. Lin Yuan, taking in the situation, gave the cake a careful inspection. The edges were a bit too dark, and the face, though clearly intended to be a likeness, was twisted in a way that could only be described as quirky. But despite all that, the elements of the cake were what he had mentioned liking on the first day they met: the rich chocolate, the blueberries scattered around, and the generous layers of cream. The heart of the cake was, without a doubt, an honest attempt at something sweet and meaningful. The young man gave a knowing chuckle and spoke in a light-hearted tone. "I have to admit, Wangxi, I must give you a little criticism here. This, well, it doesn't quite capture even 1% of my handsomeness." He pointed at the crooked mouth on the cake. "The mouth's a bit off, don't you think?" Caillou Wangxi winced, her nerves intensifying, and her fingers twisted further into her apron. Lin Yuan, however, was already forking a piece of the cake, breaking off the part where the face was most distorted. "But you know, he said between bites. It actually tastes pretty good. I like it very much, Wangxi. Thank you for making this, truly. As he spoke, Lin Yuan gently placed a hand on her head in a gesture of reassurance, his voice warm and sincere. You've done well. Caillou Wangxi, who had been holding her breath, visibly relaxed. She raised her head slowly, the tension melting away, and a bright smile spread across her face. Thank you, Master. I'm glad you like it. Come here, Lin Yuan said, his tone shifting slightly, concern edging his voice. Let me check something. Are you sure those two pests didn't hurt you when they tried to cause trouble earlier? Caillou Wangxi's heart fluttered as Lin Yuan moved closer, inspecting her closely. The proximity made her feel her pulse quicken, her cheeks flushed from the closeness. No. It's all right. They only made threats. They didn't dare to lay a hand on me, she whispered, trying to maintain composure, though the warmth spreading through her body made it harder to keep her thoughts straight. Lin Yuan, however, wasn't entirely convinced. His eyes scanned her from head to toe, making sure there were no signs of harm. His thoroughness caused Caillou Wangxi's heartbeat to race, and she lowered her gaze, suddenly feeling shy. From the corner of the room, Zhao Lian's teasing voice broke the silence. Master, if you're inspecting Wangxi so carefully, why not take a look at me too? Zhao He, ever the playful one, added, I wouldn't mind a check either. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a small grin. Oh? Well then, why don't both of you head upstairs and wait for me in the bedroom? I'll be up to check on you both in a bit. Master is really naughty. Zhao Lian exclaimed, her voice filled with mock indignation, but the blush on her face gave her away. She and Zhao He both giggled and scampered away in a flurry of laughter. With a soft laugh, Lin Yuan turned back to Caillou Wangxi. Alright, let's go. I'm taking you to buy some new clothes. Caillou Wangxi blinked in confusion. Huh? Why? I'm fine in my clothes. They're not that bad, are they? Lin Yuan shook his head gently. You see, most people tend to judge others based on appearances, especially the first impression they get from someone. Clothes play a big part in that. If you're dressed this way, people might get the wrong idea about the quality of the cakes you're selling. They might think it's unclean or unprofessional. We don't want that for the shop, do we? His words made sense, and Caillou Wangxi found herself nodding in understanding. While she didn't mind her appearance, she certainly cared about how the shop was perceived, especially since it was her heart's work, a place she poured her effort into for Lin Yuan. Seeing her thoughtful expression, Lin Yuan didn't wait any longer. He casually moved to untie the apron from around her waist, his fingers brushing against the fabric, and Caillou Wangxi's breath hitched. Her heart skipped a beat as she turned a shade darker in the face. The simple gesture felt intimate, and she could barely keep her composure under the intensity of his attention. She stammered, feeling the heat rise in her cheeks, but Lin Yuan was already leading her toward the door, as if unaware of her flustered state. Chapter 66, I just want to see you wearing this dress. Let's go. Lin Yuan said, his voice filled with authority as he gestured toward his Lamborghini. Caillou Wangxi didn't protest. She simply nodded and, though a little surprised by the sudden move, followed him without hesitation. She quietly slid into the sleek car, her movements almost a reflection of her unease. Didn't I tell you before? Lin Yuan asked with a playful smile, glancing at her as she remained perched on the edge of the car seat, her feet tiptoeing. You can put your feet down now. Her eyes widened slightly at his words. You are the owner of a cake shop now, he continued, a teasing undertone in his voice. How can you still be so timid? Caillou Wangxi blinked, realizing just how stiff and anxious she had been. Slowly, she allowed herself to relax, lowering her feet and sinking into the plush seat more comfortably. The tension in her body began to melt away, even though, from the start, she had been far too nervous around Lin Yuan. The drive was smooth, and before long, they arrived at the China World Trade Center, known for its luxurious shopping experiences. As they stepped out of the car, Caillou Wangxi could feel eyes on them. Lin Yuan's striking presence, with his refined features and confident stride, drew attention, and many passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at him. It wasn't just his looks that caught people's attention. His expensive attire, his elegance, and the way he carried himself made it clear he was someone important. But it wasn't just Lin Yuan who attracted attention. The fact that he was walking alongside a girl dressed plainly in contrast to his opulence piqued curiosity. Caillou Wangxi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she instinctively lowered her head to avoid the prying gazes. Noticing her discomfort, Lin Yuan smiled reassuringly and took her hand in his. Don't worry, just walk with me, he said warmly, leading her forward through the crowd. He didn't seem to mind the attention at all. Hey, I really don't get it, one woman muttered to her friend, eyeing the pair. How is someone like him interested in a girl like her? I mean, not only is he handsome, But I also heard his watch alone costs millions. She's just ordinary. Another woman chimed in, her voice tinged with jealousy. I'm much prettier than her. Why couldn't I get such an opportunity? Caillou Wangxi's heart sank at the whispers, her head sinking even lower. The words stung, but she didn't let it show. Lin Yuan glanced over, his eyes sharp, and the group of women fell silent. They couldn't bear the intensity of his gaze, and their chatter ceased instantly. They soon reached the high-end women's clothing store, where the entrance was grand, and the air inside was filled with an air of sophistication. The staff immediately greeted Lin Yuan with respect, their eyes flicking between him and Caillou Wangxi. Master, what kind of dress are you interested in? One of the attendants asked, her voice soft and polite. We'll look around ourselves, Lin Yuan said, waving his hand nonchalantly. You can leave us to it. Then, turning to Caillou Wangxi, he said, feel free to pick whatever you like. Try it on. Don't hesitate. Caillou Wangxi couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed as she walked through the racks of beautiful, elegant dresses. The cheapest ones cost tens of thousands, far beyond what she could ever imagine affording. A nervous flutter rose in her chest. Master, these are too expensive, she said, her voice trembling. I'm not worthy to wear something like this. Lin Yuan looked at her with a smile that held both warmth and an air of certainty. Don't worry about the price. Don't you want to wear these kinds of dresses when you're with me? He could see the hesitation in her eyes, and he knew she would feel this way. Pick one, and wear it, he encouraged, his tone gentle yet firm. Caillou Wangxi hesitated, looking at a dress that caught her eye. But this one costs more than 100,000 yuan, she said, still uncertain. Lin Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. That's not expensive at all. In fact, it's one of the more affordable ones in the store. But here's the deal, you'll owe me an IOU for the clothes. An IOU? Caillou Wangxi blinked, a little confused, but Lin Yuan was already heading toward a section of dresses that caught her eye. Go ahead and pick one, anything you want. You can decide, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Her eyes brightened, but she still felt a little nervous. But, I'd like that one, she said, pointing to a dress priced at 9,999 yuan, probably the least expensive in the store. Well then, it's settled. Since it's an IOU, you can buy whatever you want, Lin Yuan said. A wave of relief washed over Caillou Wangxi as she heard those words, but Lin Yuan wasn't finished. However, I'd like to see you in this dress, he added, pulling the long, white dress from the rack and handing it to her with a smile. Go ahead and try it on. Caillou Wangxi's face flushed, and she felt a nervous energy coursing through her veins. She had always been frugal, always thinking twice about money, but in this moment, she realized Lin Yuan had a different mindset. For him, it wasn't about the cost, it was about choosing what you loved, what made you happy. She hesitated for just a moment longer, then accepted the dress, her hand trembling slightly. After a few moments, Caillou Wangxi emerged from the changing room, wearing the long white dress. The transformation was striking. The dress, a perfect fit, accentuated her grace, and for the first time, Caillou Wangxi truly looked like someone deserving of attention. The staff members at the store stood frozen, their eyes wide in awe. Even Lin Yuan, usually composed and unflappable, couldn't hide his astonishment. His gaze softened as he took in the sight before him. Chapter 67. Let's go to the amusement park. Caillou Wangxi looked absolutely stunning in the long white dress. Her long, silky black hair cascaded down her back, blending effortlessly with the purity of the dress. Despite the dress being pristine white, her skin remained as pale and flawless as fresh snow, making it seem like she had been carved by the gods themselves. Her slender neck, paired with a small, narrow waist, was a perfect complement to her graceful and curvaceous figure. The soft, radiant hue of her skin enhanced the dress, making her resemble a delicate fairy that had just stepped out of a painting. As she stood before Lin Yuan, Caillou Wangxi's cheeks flushed a soft pink, and her eyes wide and shimmering could captivate anyone. In that moment, she was nothing less than breathtaking. The only thing that could have completed her perfect form was a little more fullness in certain areas, but perhaps that was a result of her having gone through some hardships. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on her for a moment too long, making her blush even harder. Realizing what he was looking at, Caillou Wangxi felt a wave of shyness wash over her, deepening her embarrassment. Young master, how do I look? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. You are stunning, Lin Yuan replied, his smile warm as he gently ruffled her hair. His praise came so naturally, as if he were admiring a priceless treasure. It was true, Caillou Wangxi had a natural beauty that no dress could overshadow. Even though the original outfit she wore was rather plain, it only served to highlight the extraordinary charm she carried effortlessly. In fact, her beauty was comparable to Yan Ruiyu, one of Jiangbai's four great beauties, though Caillou Wangxi was softer, more innocent, and exuded an irresistible charm that made her even more alluring than the cold elegance of Yanryu Ayu. After a bit of shopping, Lin Yuan, not wanting to miss the chance, bought dozens of outfits for Caillou Wangxi. He made sure the clothes were packed carefully for delivery before they prepared to leave the store. Just as they were about to head out, Caillou Wangxi hesitated for a moment, asking if she could change back into her old patchwork clothes. Lin Yuan, however, insisted she remain in the elegant white dress. "You can keep the dress as a souvenir. You can take it off later, but not now," Lin Yuan said, his voice firm yet kind. Caillou Wangxi felt a bit helpless but obeyed, continuing to wear the dress. As they exited the store, they once again found themselves face to face with the jealous girls from earlier. The moment they saw Lin Yuan and Caillou Wangxi together, they couldn't help but notice the striking beauty at his side. A few women who had been whispering behind their backs earlier now found themselves lowering their heads in embarrassment. "Isn't it just amazing? To see such a handsome man with such a beautiful girl. But, you know, he's probably a womanizer. He changed his female companion in less than an hour." "Wait, isn't that the same girl from before?" one girl remarked, recognizing Caillou Wangxi. "Wow. She looks so different now. She used to look so plain. I was about to say the same thing, that he changes women too fast. But, now that she's all dolled up, I think I missed my chance. Forget it, we don't have a shot. Let's go," another one muttered, all traces of their earlier confidence disappearing as they scurried off. The girls walked away in a rush, realizing just how much they had misjudged Caillou Wangxi. Their earlier mockery seemed even more foolish now that she had transformed into a beautiful swan. Caillou Wangxi couldn't help but smile at their reactions. Her cheeks remained flushed, but there was a twinkle in her eyes. For the first time, she felt a bit more confident, as if she might be somewhat worthy of standing beside Lin Yuan. "What are you smiling about?" Lin Yuan asked, glancing at her with a knowing grin. Caillou Wangxi froze, unsure of whether she should speak her mind. She nearly blurted out the words she had been holding in her heart for so long, how she felt about him. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she hesitated, unsure if she was worthy of such feelings. "It's nothing. I'm just really happy," she finally said, a little too quickly. Lin Yuan understood her inner turmoil. He knew what she was thinking. She felt unworthy of him, and that was exactly what he wanted to happen. But it was time for that to change. He didn't want her to feel insecure anymore. He wanted her to be happy, to feel special and cherished. "We'll head out now. I'll take you to the amusement park," Lin Yuan said, a soft yet confident tone in his voice. "The cake shop?" Caillou Wangxi asked, still concerned. "Don't worry. Zhao Yan and Zhao He will handle things just fine. We'll have a little fun today," Lin Yuan replied, pulling her into the car. Soon, the two arrived at the largest amusement park in Jiangbai. Chapter 68, Can I Sit Beside You? After purchasing the tickets to enter the amusement park, Caillou Wangxi couldn't help but feel a mix of nervousness and curiosity. This was her first time visiting such a place, and her eyes were wide with wonder as she looked around, taking in the sights she had never seen before. "That's a merry-go-round. Let's go and ride it together," Lin Yuan suggested, his voice filled with excitement. Before Caillou Wangxi could respond, he had already taken her by the hand and led her toward the carousel. As she gingerly took her seat on one of the wooden horses, Caillou Wangxi felt a wave of unease. She wasn't used to this sort of thing, but Lin Yuan, ever the gentleman, chose not to ride himself. Instead, he stood beside her, offering her a reassuring presence. With the carousel slowly beginning to spin, Caillou Wangxi's nerves kicked in. She gripped Lin Yuan's hand tightly, seeking comfort in his warm touch. Lin Yuan, ever the attentive companion, stood beside her like a prince charming, his smile reassuring as he made sure she was comfortable. Most of the other riders on the carousel were women, and as they observed Lin Yuan's gentle attentiveness to Caillou Wangxi, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. But upon seeing the striking beauty of Caillou Wangxi, their jealousy quickly turned to self-doubt. She was everything they were not: graceful, delicate, and radiant. Once the merry-go-round came to a gentle stop, Lin Yuan didn't waste any time. He took Caillou Wangxi on a whirlwind tour of the amusement park, guiding her from one thrilling ride to the next. From roller coasters to giant pendulums, and even the heart-stopping jumping machines, every ride was a test of nerves for Caillou Wangxi. Every time the ride began, she would instinctively clutch Lin Yuan's hand, her heart racing with fear. Yet, Lin Yuan remained calm and gentle, often placing a hand on her head, smoothing her hair to calm her down, offering the reassurance she desperately needed. His gestures of comfort made her feel safe and cherished. As they moved from ride to ride, Caillou Wangxi found herself overwhelmed with a strange excitement. She never could have imagined herself in this situation, enjoying such thrilling moments with the young master. It felt like something straight out of a teen drama, where the heroine finds herself in the arms of the man of her dreams. Her heart fluttered with the realization that she could rely on him at any time, that she felt cared for in a way she had never experienced before. She was quiet, too happy to speak, but every time she glanced at Lin Yuan, her heart would race. His smile was like a beacon, making everything around her seem brighter, more magical. Finally, as they stopped for a brief rest, Lin Yuan noticed Caillou Wangxi enjoying her strawberry-flavored ice cream, and a playful idea crossed his mind. "Your strawberry-flavored ice cream looks delicious," he said with a grin. "Can I exchange it for my vanilla one?" Before she could protest, Lin Yuan swiftly grabbed her ice cream, which she had been nibbling on, and exchanged it with his. His actions were light-hearted, but Caillou Wangxi's face flushed bright red at the thought. She had heard of indirect kisses before, but now, in this moment, she couldn't help but wonder if that's what this felt like. Her face grew warmer, and she felt a shy excitement bubble inside her. The thought that Lin Yuan had just eaten from the same ice cream cone made her cheeks turn an even deeper shade of pink. "Is this how it feels?" she thought to herself, her heart pounding as she shyly licked the ice cream in her hand, her tongue grazing the spot where Lin Yuan had just tasted it. This moment felt so sweet, so intimate. It was as if everything about the young master's world had become part of hers, even in the smallest of gestures. "After we finish these, let's go for some more rides," Lin Yuan suggested, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Okay. Okay." Caillou Wangxi replied in a daze, still processing the warmth of the moment. After a while, Lin Yuan led her to one of the most impressive rides in the park, the giant Ferris wheel. The towering structure, reaching a staggering 500 meters in height, was one of the tallest in the country. To put it into perspective, 500 meters was more than 150 stories tall. The Ferris wheel was so colossal that it could be seen from nearly every corner of Jiangbai. "Wow," Caillou Wangxi gasped as she stared up at the massive wheel. It was so large that it almost seemed like something out of a dream, a symbol of the vast world around her. Lin Yuan smiled as he pulled her toward the entrance. Together, they boarded one of the cabins, and the ride began. As the wheel slowly ascended, Caillou Wangxi remained seated, but her mind was elsewhere. The view below her was starting to shift, and she could feel the dizzying height, making her stomach churn. Across from her, Lin Yuan watched her intently, a smile tugging at his lips. Caillou Wangxi was clearly lost in thought, perhaps contemplating the world below or processing the strange new feelings that had arisen within her. Lin Yuan, of course, was fully aware that Caillou Wangxi had a slight fear of heights, a detail he had picked up on from previous encounters. The space inside the Ferris wheel cabin wasn't exactly spacious, but it wasn't cramped either. Sitting face to face, the distance between them was less than an arm's length, close enough that they could almost touch each other's toes. Suddenly, Caillou Wangxi snapped back to reality and realized that Lin Yuan was gazing at her with an amused smile. Her cheeks flushed instantly, her heart skipping a beat. But before she could fully process her shyness, she looked outside the window, only to realize that the Ferris wheel had risen higher than she had anticipated. The people below had shrunk to the size of ants, and the tall buildings appeared like mere toys, so distant and insignificant. The view was breathtaking, but the sensation of soaring so high made her feel lightheaded and uneasy. She clenched her hands, trying to steady herself, but her legs started to tremble. The higher they went, the more she could feel her palms sweating. Unable to keep her anxiety in check any longer, she shyly turned to Lin Yuan, her voice barely above a whisper. "Young master, can I sit beside you?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Chapter 69, The Peak of the Ferris Wheel. I'm a little scared," Caillou Wangxi said softly. "Come on." Lin Yuan smiled and moved to the right side of his seat. Caillou Wangxi stood up, trembling. Lin Yuan extended his hand, offering it to her left. The design of the cockpit featured 2 seats facing each other. Each seat was relatively spacious, but it was intended for one person. As Caillou Wangxi sat down, parts of her dress spilled into Lin Yuan's face. Their skins brushed against each other. Caillou Wangxi could already smell Lin Yuan's familiar scent. This made her blush once again and made her heart beat faster, which was already racing from fear. The Ferris wheel continued to rise and reached halfway up. Caillou Wangxi grew more frightened, clutching her white dress and her thighs tightly. At that moment, Caillou Wangxi noticed a hand extended in front of her. "Young master." Caillou Wangxi couldn't believe it. "Do you want to hold my hand?" Lin Yuan asked with a smile. Why yes." Caillou Wangxi's cheeks turned red as she slowly took Lin Yuan's hand. In her mind, she thought, "It's not that I haven't held someone's hand before. But this feels different." Caillou Wangxi was very nervous because her hands weren't exactly delicate. She had been independent and self-reliant before meeting Lin Yuan, which had left some calluses on her hands in certain spots. Feeling the softness of Lin Yuan's hands, she looked at them in awe. Caillou Wangxi lowered her head. "Well, Your hands are a bit rough, but they are still soft and comfortable to touch, Lin Yuan said. Hearing what Lin Yuan said, Caillou Wangxi raised her head in disbelief. Despite her young age, her hands had already become rough. Didn't the young master mind? Caillou Wangxi looked at Lin Yuan and found that he seemed sincere about what he'd said. Her heart felt like it had been hit by something. Then, Lin Yuan gently rubbed her small hand. Caillou Wangxi eventually leaned onto Lin Yuan's shoulder. It was early evening at that time. The sun was just beginning to set. The light from the sun illuminated the Ferris wheel. Master. This feels good. So comfortable. Caillou Wangxi murmured. Soon, half of Caillou Wangxi's body was nestled in Lin Yuan's arms. While Lin Yuan felt the softness of the girl next to him, Caillou Wangxi felt very warm. Caillou Wangxi feels comfortable too, Lin Yuan said, tightening his embrace around her softness. The Ferris wheel was about to reach its highest point. Couples riding the Ferris wheel were excited to reach the summit, eager to gaze at the sky and the distant setting sun. The sky seemed within their reach. We're almost at the highest point. Don't you want to look outside? Lin Yuan said with a smile. Caillou Wangxi was scared. She had been leaning against Lin Yuan's arms for quite some time, eyes closed, occasionally glancing around but too afraid to look outside. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's question, she nodded faintly. Although she was still a bit frightened, she didn't want to miss the view from the top. Caillou Wangxi bravely turned her head and looked out the window. At this point, the people on the ground had long disappeared. Even the large buildings had become tiny black specks. A sense of dizziness washed over her. Caillou Wangxi whispered in fear and quickly turned to sit back down. But as she turned around, she felt a softness on her lips. Caillou Wangxi felt a strong sense of suffocation. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? That had been her first kiss ever. Lin Yuan was incredibly skilled. Following Lin Yuan's lead, Caillou Wangxi reciprocated the kiss. She became greedy. She reveled in it all. This is the young master's taste, she thought. As the two kissed, the Ferris wheel reached its highest point. The rays of the setting sun poured freely on their backs like a painting. Ding. Caillou Wangxi's favorability +1. Reward 10 counterattack points, ding. Caillou Wangxi's favorability +1, ding. Caillou Wangxi's favorability +1, ding. Caillou Wangxi's favorability +1, in Lin Yuan's head, the prompts rang out incessantly. The reason Caillou Wangxi's favorability toward Lin Yuan had stayed at 60 before was not because she didn't like him. It had risen because of Lin Yuan's deliberate actions, pushing Caillou Wangxi to her limits. The favorability points skyrocketed. Lin Yuan would normally be thrilled by the prompts, but now, he was too preoccupied. The two of them clung to each other tightly. They grew greedy, carried away by their emotions. Just as the Ferris wheel was about to descend, Lin Yuan released Caillou Wangxi, who was already gasping for breath. Happiness is always fleeting. With her face flushed, Caillou Wangxi disembarked from the Ferris wheel. It felt like only a second had passed. Caillou Wangxi felt a confusing mix of emotions in her heart, but it was filled with joy. Holding Lin Yuan's hand, Caillou Wangxi wanted to ride the Ferris wheel again. Not just once. Twice. 3 times. 4 times. If only I could sit on the Ferris wheel for a lifetime with the young master. Caillou Wangxi thought. Lin Yuan looked at Caillou Wangxi, who was blinking with bright eyes and smiling foolishly. Lin Yuan waved his hand in front of her face. What's the matter? What are you thinking about? No. Nothing. Caillou Wangxi blushed and quickly shook her head. But she took the initiative to grasp Lin Yuan's hand tightly. Then, under the setting sun, the two of them left the amusement park side by side. Walking along the trail, holding hands, Lin Yuan said, Wangxi, sounds like regret. Doesn't it feel strange? Caillou Wangxi immediately responded, does the master think so? I'm sorry, but I think my name is quite nice. My mother gave it to me, Wangxi. If you read it backward, it means hope, and I like it very much. Sorry, I just said something silly. Actually, your name is very beautiful, and I'm very pleased, Lin Yuan smiled. Young master likes it? I'm very happy. Caillou Wangxi smiled and wanted to say more. But the next second, she found her mouth blocked. Lin Yuan ignored the people around them and leaned in, kissing her lips. Gasping, Caillou Wangxi pushed Lin Yuan away, her pretty face flushed. Young master. Why are you so sudden? Caillou Wangxi was shy. Along the way, she had been kissed by Lin Yuan many times. Though she didn't mind, she felt increasingly embarrassed. Don't you like it? Lin Yuan asked with a smile. I like it. Caillou Wangxi whispered like a mosquito. Once inside the car, Caillou Wangxi murmured so softly only she could hear, whatever master does, I will like. Lin Yuan sent Caillou Wangxi back to the cake shop. Her face was full of reluctance. On the second floor of the cake shop was the room where Caillou Wangxi lived. When Zhaolian and Zhao He saw Caillou Wangxi return in her white dress, they were both shocked. Chapter 70. I just want to wear them for you, master. Wow. Is she the store manager? She's absolutely stunning. My heart is racing. Now I understand why the young master treats the manager so much better than the rest of us. This is making me want to dream about the manager at night. I feel the same. Go on, go away, don't be a nuisance. Lin Yuan waved his hand, dismissing the playful teasing from Zhaolian and Zhao He. By the way, young master, someone just dropped off a huge pile of clothes. Did you purchase them? Zhaolian pointed to the collection of clothing bags piled neatly on the side. Yeah, Lin Yuan nodded. I got a few sets for both of you. Your names are written on them, so feel free to pick what you like, Lin Yuan explained. Wow. Zhaolian and Zhao He immediately rushed over to the pile, excited. Remember, you can't wear that sexy patched-up suit anymore, Lin Yuan directed his attention to Caillou Wangxi. Yeah. But can Wangxi not wear these beautiful dresses? Caillou Wangxi asked softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Huh? Why not? Are you not satisfied with the dresses? Lin Yuan inquired, his confusion evident. Caillou Wangxi shook her head. No, I want to wear them for you, master. Just like I did with that patched-up suit. Her cheeks flushed, and a shy, radiant smile spread across her face. Lin Yuan paused for a brief moment, his gaze softening as he took in her words and her smile. Of course, he smiled warmly, patting Caillou Wangxi's head affectionately. It dawned on Lin Yuan that the simple clothes Caillou Wangxi had bought before were likely a reflection of her desire to look beautiful especially for him. Silly girl, Lin Yuan whispered, his gaze filled with understanding. While Zhaolian and Zhao He were distracted by the clothes, Lin Yuan leaned in and kissed Caillou Wangxi's lips gently. Caillou Wangxi's face turned an even deeper shade of red as she waved goodbye to Lin Yuan with a bashful expression. Lin Yuan returned to his car, a quiet smile tugging at his lips as he settled into the driver's seat. He took a moment to check his attribute panel. Host, Lin Yuan, counterattack points, 3,000, wealth value, 7 billion, attributes, strength, 150, speed, 110, reaction, 110, charisma, 200, physique, 150, skills, medical skills, divine level, piano, divine level, stocks, advanced level, car skills, intermediate level, violin, intermediate level, calligraphy, intermediate level, English, elementary level, favorability panel, Yan Ruo, 30, still cautious, but thawing fast, Caillou Wangxi, 99, literally 1 point from full devotion, Kiao Sai Ing, apostrophe 10, that Sundeer arc is strong with this 1, Kai on, 3, just a spark for now, loyalty panel, Wang Ergu, 90, undisputed MVP of your squad, the counterattack points had climbed to 3,000. Almost all of them had come from Caillou Wangxi's actions today. Her favorability towards him surged from 60 to 99. It was as though the final point had become the tipping point. After everything that had transpired between them, it was clear Caillou Wangxi would now agree to anything Lin Yuan requested. Lin Yuan allowed himself a moment of reflection. He could essentially consider their relationship to have reached a new stage. First base, kissing, second base, touching above the waist, third base, below the waist, home base, everything after. But Lin Yuan hesitated. He knew that many would rush to take advantage of such opportunities without a second thought, but for him, the consequences were significant. Caillou Wangxi was already dealing with a severe illness, and indulging in his desires might worsen her condition. Lin Yuan had done so much for Caillou Wangxi already, and seeing her like a fragile candle in the wind made him hesitant to push too fast. Caillou Wangxi, who had been on the brink of death due to her liver condition, had been given a second chance at life thanks to Lin Yuan's help. Yet, the final stage of her treatment required a major surgery, one that was costly and out of her reach. Caillou Wangxi had, however, refused to accept more gifts from Lin Yuan, feeling like she had already received too much. Lin Yuan had respected her wishes, but now, he was determined to use the flourishing cake shop as an excuse to persuade her to undergo the surgery. Soon enough, the shop's success would bring in enough capital. In less than a week, everything would be in place for Caillou Wangxi to receive the life-saving operation. Chapter 71. The Chen family intervenes. Arrange again. The caller on the line was none other than Wang Ergu. Though Wang Ergu had been detained recently, his crime was considerably less severe than Yi Feng's, and so he had been released without much delay. Besides, Lin Yuan hadn't specifically ordered a harsh punishment for him, which made it easier for him to get out. Master, I have to inform you about something urgent. I just heard that Yi Feng will be released soon. Didn't you tell me that Gu Qingshan couldn't get Yifeng out? Well, I don't know how it happened, but I got news that a big family worked to secure his release. A big family, you say? That's strange. There's no mention of such a family around here. Yifeng didn't give me any hints either, Wang Ergu reported with a respectful tone, making sure he laid out the details clearly. He's going to be released. And it's thanks to the efforts of a big family? Who exactly helped him get out? Lin Yuan asked, his voice turning more serious as his eyes narrowed in contemplation. I overheard that it was someone named Rong Jinshan, Wang Ergu replied cautiously, but I've never heard of any family named Rong in all of Jiangbai. Lin Yuan chuckled when he heard the name. It wasn't a surprise to him, but he was more curious about what lay behind this development. Rong Jinshan, you say? Well, there's no Rong family in Jiangbai, that much is true. But that doesn't mean he's not backed by someone influential. The Chen family was involved too. Lin Yuan said, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place as he thought deeper about it. Lin Yuan's mind went back to the original plot of the novel. In the story, Yifeng had leaned heavily on his connections, and his first and most significant ally was Gu Qingshan, the underground kingpin of Xiling district. Gu Qingshan had been the one to help Yifeng, but even with his assistance, the underworld dealings of the gang were becoming increasingly difficult to cleanse of their ill-gotten gains. Being tied to such activities didn't align with the protagonist's image, so the narrative had to shift. In the novel, Yifeng eventually earned the trust of the Yan family, but Lin Yuan had already sabotaged that path. So, now Yifeng was leaning on his third support, the Chen family. Yifeng had once saved the life of the head of the Chen family, and their bond ran deep, closer than even the brotherhood with Gu Qingshan. The Chen family, an ancient and influential household in Jiangbai, was deeply entrenched in various industries and wielded significant power. In fact, even the Lin family had to admit that their influence was somewhat outmatched by the Chen family. Though the Chen family had been keeping a low profile lately, their real strength hidden behind layers of business dealings and political ties was still enormous. This family had been the key to helping Yifeng cleanse his criminal activities, strengthening his position in the city. It was through the Chen family's influence that Yifeng was able to get away with everything. Lin Yuan hadn't expected this sudden development. In just a few days, the Chen family had decided to intervene and support Yifeng. This was clearly a reaction to Lin Yuan's own rise to power. The appearance of this new force in the mix had thrown Lin Yuan off balance for a moment. Wang Ergu, who didn't know all the intricate details, was left confused by the mention of the Chen family. He had only heard of their name in passing. Chen family? Wang Ergu asked, uncertainty in his voice. Don't ask about things you don't need to know, Lin Yuan said coldly. Snap. 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 Hearing Lin Yuan's tone, Wang Ergu immediately began slapping himself, not holding back. The sound of his hand against his face echoed over the phone. Master, forgive me. I was wrong. I never meant to overstep, I just wanted to help you solve this issue. I didn't intend to make a mistake. Please let me punish myself. Wang Ergu's voice was laced with regret as he hit himself, showing just how dedicated he was to Lin Yuan's cause. Lin Yuan stayed silent on the other end as the slapping continued, letting Wang Ergu discipline himself. Only after the man had done enough damage to his own face did Lin Yuan decide to intervene. Alright, that's enough, Lin Yuan said calmly, ending the self-punishment. By the way, how are you coming along with the evidence I asked for on Gu Qingshan? Lin Yuan changed the subject, his voice returning to its usual measured tone. Wang Ergu, still catching his breath from the punishment, quickly replied, everything's going smoothly, master. The evidence you gave me is solid, and I've been very careful in my approach. I guarantee nothing has gone wrong. Lin Yuan felt a sense of reassurance. He had come to trust Wang Ergu's competence in these matters. Good. You're doing well. Soon, they may start calling you the Underground Emperor of Xiling District, Lin Yuan teased lightly. Wang Ergu, though humble in his response, couldn't suppress the grin that spread across his face at Lin Yuan's words. I don't dare, master. I'm just your loyal dog. I'll never be the emperor of anything. But even as he spoke, his heart swelled with pride. Lin Yuan believed in him. That was enough for him. The two ended their conversation, and Lin Yuan leaned back in his seat. His finger gently tapped the steering wheel as he lost himself in thought. His mind churned with plans and strategies. How long would it take to dismantle Gu Qingshan and his gang, the Qingshan gang? To fully neutralize Yifeng, Lin Yuan knew he would have to eliminate every ounce of protection surrounding him. There was no need to directly confront Yifeng at this stage. They were already enemies, and even if their paths hadn't crossed yet, fate had long set them on this collision course. Lin Yuan had initially planned to wipe out the Qingshan gang and kill Gu Qingshan within the next few days, so that when Yifeng was released, the ashes of Gu Qingshan would be waiting for him. But now, With the Chen family intervening, it seemed Lin Yuan's timeline would need to be adjusted. I'll have to think this through more carefully, Lin Yuan muttered to himself as he stared out the car window, his mind racing with calculations. Chapter 72 In 10 days, destroy the Qingshan gang. Lin Yuan was only slightly surprised by the Chen family's intervention. But he wasn't afraid. Because of this, he had to rearrange his plans. The first step was to consider the fact that the Chen family would continue to intervene. The second was to devise a way to sever the Chen family's influence entirely. Now that Yifeng had been released, if Lin Yuan took action against Gu Qingshan and his gang, Yifeng would undoubtedly assist them. The Chen family would also lend their support. Thus, taking down the Chen family became an essential consideration. Furthermore, the Chen family had clearly marked him as an enemy. Therefore, Lin Yuan decided he needed to take action that would cripple the Chen family significantly. In the original novel, the Chen family had certain ties with the Qingshan gang. Now that Yifeng had joined forces with them, the connection would be even stronger than before. Change of plans. I'll grant Gu Qingshan and his gang one final week. 10 days at most, no more, no less. Within those 10 days, I will annihilate the Qingshan gang. For the Lady of Loss herself awaits them in the shadows. With these thoughts, Lin Yuan quickly returned home. Even after returning, his mind was still occupied with thoughts of strategy and action. Suddenly, a WeChat message popped up. It was from his cousin, Yu Shanshan. Brother, do you have time tonight? Seeing Yu Shanshan's message, Lin Yuan replied, what's wrong? Yu Shanshan, Qian said she wants to invite you to dinner tonight. Lin Yuan, if Qian really wants to invite me to dinner, shouldn't she ask me herself? Doesn't she have my contact information? Yu Shanshan, I just wanted to help you. I don't know when she planned to tell you, so I thought I'd let you know in advance. Qian is so cute. I really want to cuddle her to sleep and play with her every day. But now, I don't get much of a chance to hug her, and after graduation, it will be even harder to stay in touch. But if she becomes my sister-in-law, it will be different. Little Yuan, you have to make an effort. When the time comes, if the girls are tipsy, remember to open the door for me at night. I want to be with her. Of course, my harem is also shared with you. Lin Yuan was momentarily speechless at his cousin's words. This cousin of his clearly had her own schemes. Lin Yuan, are you seriously asking me to pick up girls for you? And what's with calling me Little Yuan? There are 8 photos of the harem you've shown me. I'll pick 2 at random and send them to your mother to see if she's satisfied with her future daughters-in-law. Yu Shanshan quickly begged for mercy. No, cousin. I was wrong. You are my brother. Recently, my mother's eyes have been sharp and suspicious. If you do that, my legs will be broken. Lin Yuan, then from now on, only say things that are actually useful. Got it? Yu Shanshan, got it. By the way, are you free tonight? Lin Yuan replied. Sure enough, after half an hour, Qian sent him a message. Lin Yuan had expected this. Since she had his contact information, Qian would definitely invite him personally. After all, this was a thank you dinner, and Qian was a principled and polite person. What surprised Lin Yuan, however, was the content of Qian's message. Shanshan told you I want to invite you to dinner, right? Qian asked directly. As expected of the perfect goddess in the story setting, her thoughts were thorough. Lin Yuan replied, well, she just told me not long ago. Qian, then, do you have time tonight? Lin Yuan, of course, I have time. After all, how could I refuse an invitation from a beauty? Qian sent a string of smiley faces in reply. That expression seemed to mock him slightly. Lin Yuan noticed this and thought Qian was someone who excelled at everything but enjoyed subtle provocations. Sure enough, Qian replied, it's good that you have time. I'll send you the specific address after I've booked it. Huh? Can't you just send a normal smiley? Well then. Looking at the row of smiley faces, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel that Qian was teasing him again. After confirming the dinner with Qian, Lin Yuan received another message. Today was turning out to be unusually busy. This time, the message was from an acquaintance Yan Ryuayu. Do you have time tonight? Yan Ryuayu had hesitated for a long time before finally sending that message. But Lin Yuan replied directly, I'm sorry, I have an appointment. Seeing Lin Yuan's reply, Yan Ryuayu felt a pang of disappointment. Could it be that Lin Yuan still held a grudge against her for her earlier attitude? She noticed that Lin Yuan had been colder toward her recently. In her mind, this must have been his way of expressing dissatisfaction with her previous indifference. She believed Lin Yuan's statement about having an appointment was just an excuse. Yet, Yan Ryuayu didn't give up. She pressed on, asking, what about tomorrow afternoon? Or tomorrow night? Lin Yuan replied, What's the matter? Why do you ask? After some hesitation, Yan Ryuayu finally said, I want to thank you for treating my mother all this time. Could we have a meal together? There's something I want to tell you. Lin Yuan, alright, I'll let you know if I'm free tomorrow afternoon or evening. Yan Ryuayu, okay. After ending the conversation, Yan Ryuayu stared at the ceiling. The reason she wanted to invite Lin Yuan for dinner was indeed to thank him, but she couldn't deny the growing emotions inside her. There were things she wanted to say to Lin Yuan, and she couldn't quite explain the feelings bubbling within her. Lin Yuan had become so mysterious to her, and she felt an intense desire to understand him better. Chapter 73 Kai Kion refused to admit defeat. Lin Yuan freshened up a bit. Lin Yuan was going out again. Just 2 hours ago, he was on the Ferris wheel with Kaiyu Wangxi. Unexpectedly, he was going to dinner with another woman. Looking in the mirror, Lin Yuan shook his head and couldn't help but say with a grin, what a scumbag. After getting ready, Lin Yuan, who had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, walked out gracefully. He left with a single sentence, I was born to be a scumbag, whether in this life or the past life. The scumbag Lin Yuan soon arrived at the restaurant Kai Kion had given him the address for. It was a top restaurant in Jiangbai. A meal cost at least several $100,000. And even ordinary people with money could hardly make a reservation. Sure enough, Kai Kion had a very extraordinary background. As soon as he arrived at the restaurant, Lin Yuan saw Kai Kion and Yu Shanshan, who had just gotten out of a car. Knowing that the two had just arrived, he smiled and greeted them. Then, the three of them entered the restaurant together. Lin Yuan realized that Kai Kion was beautifully dressed tonight. She was dressed even better than during the music exhibition. Kai Kion didn't have much makeup that day, but today she had applied light makeup. She was wearing teardrop-shaped earrings and a necklace. Her light makeup and accessories made her even more breathtakingly beautiful. Tonight, Kai Kion wore a purple one-piece dress, revealing half of her white lotus root-like arms. The purple dress directly brightened Kai Kion's incomparably fair skin. She also had a perfectly shaped face combined with flawless facial features and a stunning figure. As soon as Kai Kion entered the restaurant, almost all the men inside couldn't help but secretly glance at her. She was so perfect. Truly a beautiful woman. Many men wanted to approach her, but whenever they noticed Lin Yuan, who was equally handsome and compelling, their desire and motivation died out. The women in the restaurant also admired Lin Yuan. If not for the fact that he came with such a beautiful woman like Kai Kion, they might have approached him and said, Hey handsome, can I add you on WeChat? Cousin, before Kion went out today, I specially did her makeup for half an hour. I've never seen Kion put on makeup like this before. Yu Shanshan immediately said with a smile after the three of them were seated. It's only polite. After all, today I came to express my gratitude and treat you to dinner. Regarding Yu Shanshan's words, Kai Kion simply smiled. Yeah, and I wouldn't say those things if only you noticed something different about Kai Kion today. This is the first time she's ever had a meal with the opposite sex. It's even more special because she is treating you. Yu Shanshan added. Yeah, Kai Kion nodded. For some reason, her pair of charming eyes kept lingering on Lin Yuan. Feeling Kai Kion's gaze, Lin Yuan felt a little uncomfortable. Although being paid attention to by an exceptional beauty like Kai Kion was a very refreshing feeling, Lin Yuan sensed something was off. Not one to shy away, Lin Yuan directly stared back at Kai Kion. Ordinary men would blush when looking at Kai Kion. However, Lin Yuan lived up to his identity as a scumbag. Staring at Kai Kion's reddened cheeks, he was embarrassed to look away. But he knew that Kai Kion was just pretending to be shy. Seeing the strange yet vivid color in Kai Kion's eyes, Lin Yuan understood what she was trying to hide. The conversation with Yu Shanshan earlier was also part of her plan. What special makeup and first meal with the opposite sex? Yu Shanshan hadn't fabricated anything, and Kai Kion hadn't lied either. However, everything Yu Shanshan said had been guided by Kai Kion. No man would dislike this scenario, a girl specially wearing makeup and inviting him to dinner for the first time. Although this was indeed Kai Kion's first time, based on Lin Yuan's understanding of her personality, he knew she wouldn't lead him on without purpose. If she hadn't guided Yu Shanshan to say such things, Lin Yuan wouldn't have stared at her directly. And even if he had, she wouldn't have pretended to be shy. What happened was very tempting and even gave the impression that this girl liked me, but that's definitely not something Kai Kion would easily feel or show. Lin Yuan didn't believe Kai Kion would fall in love with him after just a single encounter. The favorability panel on display also showed her favorability at only 3 points. Lin Yuan understood when he saw the strange glint in Kai Kion's eyes. She wasn't convinced and was dissatisfied. Lin Yuan recalled that Kai Kion was perfect not only in appearance and family background but also in character. But she had a shortcoming, which could also be considered an advantage. She refused to admit defeat. When she was a child, if someone's piano skills were better than hers, she would work hard to surpass them in a short time. For many skills, she refused to admit defeat and trained herself diligently. It could even be said that the original protagonist, Yi Feng, was only better than Kaikion in a few things. And while Kaikion refused to admit defeat, she wasn't unreasonable about it. For instance, Lin Yuan's piano skills were better than hers, and she recognized it. But it didn't matter much to her. What she couldn't accept was that during their ensemble, her heart wavered several times as though her emotions were being played with. This was the first time something like this had happened to her. It had never occurred before in her entire life. Chapter 74. Do you know the song Blue Danube? Lin Yuan remembered. Last time at the music exhibition, Kaikion wanted to tease him to see how he would react. Doing this should be very simple for Kaikion because she is truly a perfect girl. However, Lin Yuan surprised her very much. Lin Yuan's resistance was very high, and she was unsuccessful that day. So, today, she started to tease him again. Aside from thanking him and treating him to dinner, teasing him was also one of her goals. This signifies Kaikion's reluctance to admit defeat. This is what she cares about. She won't stop until she gets back at Lin Yuan for playing with her emotions. After figuring out Kaikion's intentions during that night, Lin Yuan could already understand Kaikion's behavior. No wonder she dressed up and always paid attention to him. Lin Yuan admits that Kaikion's plan is very good, especially with her beauty, which is full marks. But then, no matter how perfect she is, she's still a girl who has never fallen in love. She and this scumbag are not on the same level. If she knew this, she would not even want to provoke him. During the meal, Kaikion made a few minor acts of teasing Lin Yuan. Of course, it was not through flirtatious manners. She only occasionally looked at Lin Yuan and then looked away shyly. When Yu Shanshan gave a piece of food to Lin Yuan, Kaikion also gave him a piece of food. As a scumbag, Lin Yuan smiled at the little actions of Kaikion. Lin Yuan did not pay them much attention. It would be too embarrassing for a scumbag of his rank to be easily swayed by Kaikion's tricks. Kaikion wanted to tease him with simple things. Dream on. If Kaikion took the initiative and was a bit more aggressive, with a bonus of 100 points in appearance, it would not be impossible for her to tease him. However, Lin Yuan believes that it is absolutely impossible to get rid of the meat without eating it. On Kaikion's end, when she realized that Lin Yuan wasn't affected at all by her little acts of teasing, she felt a little tired. She is not too proud of her charm but knows very well how it affects others. For as long as she smiles, almost all the men would fall for it. But today, she felt that she had already tried all kinds of hints with Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan remained as stable as Mount Tai. So, Kaikion felt even more dissatisfied. She and Lin Yuan were fighting in secret. Yu Shanshan didn't notice this and was eating enjoyably. Why are you eating so slowly? Yu Shanshan said with her mouth full. Shut up, you little rice bucket, Lin Yuan and Kaikion said all together. Being told off as a good-for-nothing by the two, Yu Shanshan did not dare to speak and lowered her head to continue eating and drinking. The meal ended perfectly after Kaikion's non-stop teasing. They all walked out of the restaurant. Lin Yuan did not get the time to speak. Kaikion smiled and took out 3 tickets. Today, the popular singer Li Feifei is holding a concert in Jiangbai. I have 3 tickets. Are you interested in going to see the concert together? Kaikion asked with a smile. Wow! Li Feifei, the most popular singer. And you got 3 tickets. You are so amazing. I'm going. Hearing Kaikion's words, Yu Shanshan jumped with excitement. How about young Master Lin? Kaikion smiled. This is one of her plans. Kaikion and Lin Yuan are very similar. They are both people with perfect and thoughtful plans. They always find a way out for themselves. Going to the concert is like their way of retreat after all the teasing. Lin Yuan understood Kaikion's intentions. After dinner, it would be nice to go to a concert. Anyway, there are tickets already. He had no choice but to go. He didn't believe that Kaikion could beat him. I'll go too, Lin Yuan nodded. Today, Lin Yuan drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom, so he was able to take the 2 girls to the venue of the concert at Jiangbai Water Cube. Li Feifei is the first-line top star right now. Her popularity is tremendous. Lin Yuan and the 2 girls arrived at the gate of Jiangbai Water Cube, where the concert will be held. They saw a huge crowd of people. My God! There are so many people. I'm so excited to see a big star. I will buy some food first to eat and suppress my excitement and show my support for Li Feifei, Yu Shanshan said. After speaking, she ran to the food stall next to her to buy food. She left Lin Yuan and Kaikion to wait for her. The concert hadn't even started yet, so Lin Yuan and Kaikion were not in a hurry. Young Master Lin, can you help me get my bag? Kaikion asked as she took off the small bag on her side. Yes, Lin Yuan didn't mind. Kaikion leaned up immediately and handed the bag in her hand to Lin Yuan. The reason why Lin Yuan helped carry the bag was because Kaikion seemed to be tying her waist-long hair. After all, there were too many people here, and it was not comfortable to wear her hair down. After taking the bag, Kaikion, who stood very close to Lin Yuan, didn't move away but took the strap. Young Master Lin, do you know the song Blue Danube? Kaikion asked suddenly while preparing to tie her hair. Lin Yuan subconsciously replied, the Blue Danube is by a famous Austrian composer of light music and was named the King of Waltz by later generations. The style of Johann Strauss's music. While talking, Lin Yuan stared at Kaikion, who was close to him. After all, it would be impolite not to look at the person you are talking to. But with such a sight, Lin Yuan was suddenly stunned. Chapter 75 Girls flicking their hair are the sexiest. When people ask, what exactly is the sexiest thing a woman can do, the answers vary widely. Most commonly, people respond with mentions of physical features, her chest, legs, or curves. These are the standard tropes of allure. However, Lin Yuan once remembered hearing a unique answer from someone, one that had seemed unremarkable at the time. They said, a woman is sexiest when she flicks her hair. Lin Yuan hadn't agreed with it back then. It felt too mundane, too ordinary to be considered captivating. But now, standing where he was, witnessing the scene before him, he had to reevaluate his judgment entirely. Kaikion raised her delicate, fair hand with a natural grace, her slender fingers brushing against the strands of her silky hair. She gently swept her locks to the side, her movements fluid and deliberate. With her middle and ring fingers, she tucked her hair neatly behind her ear, exposing the creamy, unblemished skin of her neck and the elegant curve of her jawline. For just a moment, time seemed to pause. Her action was simple, almost casual, yet the effect was mesmerizing. Her soft pink lips held a hairband as she prepared to tie her waist-length hair, the slight tilt of her head revealing her delicate collarbone and a faint, natural fragrance that seemed to surround her. Her arms bent and rose effortlessly, her movements exuding poise as she tied her hair into place with practiced precision. It was the flick of her hair, though, that elevated the moment. The action seemed to encapsulate femininity itself, a mixture of grace and beauty so striking that it lingered in the air like an enchantment. Lin Yuan could do nothing but watch, momentarily captivated. Even he, someone who prided himself on being a high-level scumbag immune to tricks of charm, felt his heartbeat skip ever so slightly. For just one fleeting second, his usually unflappable demeanor faltered. The Blue Danube, the topic of their earlier conversation, was interrupted entirely. Young Master Lin, Kaikion's soft, teasing voice broke the silence, pulling Lin Yuan from his brief daze. Please continue. What exactly is the music style of the Blue Danube? Her tone was light, but the glimmer in her eyes spoke volumes. She quickened her pace in tying her hair, deliberately showcasing her earlier movements to perfection. Lin Yuan realized what had just happened. This wasn't some coincidental display of beauty, it was a carefully orchestrated move. Kaikion had planned this. She had set the stage to catch him off guard, to distract him while he earnestly answered her question. For a moment, she looked at him, her expression betraying a flicker of playful pride. She had succeeded, even if for just a second. Lin Yuan's expression quickly returned to his usual calm, collected state. He resumed speaking about the Blue Danube as if nothing had happened. Outwardly, he was composed, but inwardly, his teeth were gritted. How long had he been dazed? How long had he allowed himself to falter? He recalled the brief moment when Kaikion bit her hairband and made direct eye contact with him, her mischievous smile concealed behind her composed facade. For just that moment, Lin Yuan had felt something he was reluctant to admit. Although he had initially thought of Kaikion as a flawless fairy, he now realized she was far more cunning than she let on. She wasn't just a perfect, ethereal beauty, she was a mischievous succubus in disguise. A succubus could charm effortlessly, and Kaikion's ability to captivate people was undeniable. The best succubus in this world. Kaikion is a wicked succubus. When a woman easily charms people, that is a powerful succubus. And then, as if to confirm his thoughts, a familiar notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Kaikion's favorability +1. Reward, 100 counterattack points. The timing of the notification was almost laughable. It seemed that her success in flustering him had also caused her to regard him more highly. Although the favorability increase was a minor victory, Lin Yuan wasn't pleased. Being provoked by a girl, especially one inexperienced in relationships, bruised his pride as a self-proclaimed high-level scumbag. He clenched his fist subtly, his resolve hardening. Just wait, Kaikion. This scumbag won't let this slide. He now understood why Kaikion had been so persistent in teasing him. She was just like him, someone who couldn't easily accept defeat. At that moment, Yu Shanshan returned, her arms loaded with snacks. She looked between the two, noticing Kai Qion's radiant smile and Lin Yuan's peculiar smirk. Qion, why are you smiling so happily? She asked curiously. Then she turned to Lin Yuan, narrowing her eyes. And cousin, why are you smiling like that? What's going on between you two? Kai Qion's smile deepened, but she said nothing. Lin Yuan didn't bother answering either. Instead, he grabbed half of Yu Shanshan's snacks without hesitation. Hey! Cousin! What are you doing? Yu Shanshan exclaimed, looking at him indignantly. You'll turn into a fat pig if you eat so much. I'm doing you a favor, Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, ignoring her protests. Soon, the three of them entered the concert venue. The atmosphere inside was electric. The massive stadium, capable of holding nearly 100,000 people, was packed to capacity. The stadium itself was surrounded by water, adding an element of grandeur to the event. The sheer size of the crowd and the enthusiasm of the fans were a testament to Li Feifei's popularity. As the leading star of her generation, Li Feifei had rightfully earned her title as the queen of the new era. Looking around at the sea of excited fans, Yu Shanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She clutched her snacks tightly and muttered to herself, I can't believe we're here. This is going to be amazing. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and Kai Qion exchanged a brief glance. Both of them had their own thoughts lingering from earlier, but for now, they set those aside. The concert was about to begin, and the night had only just started. Chapter 76 I don't have any song request, can you give me the mic? Kai Qion's resourcefulness truly showed its value, as their 3 concert tickets turned out to be in the best possible seats in the venue. Their seats were positioned in the front row, mere feet away from the stage. From this distance, they could see every detail of the performers and hear the music with unmatched clarity. It was the type of position that could make even the least interested person feel a rush of excitement. It wasn't long before the star of the concert, Li Feifei, made her grand entrance. Li Feifei's presence immediately captivated the crowd. Li Feifei is a stunning woman in her mid-20s, with a radiant complexion that glows under the stage lights. Her face is elegantly symmetrical, featuring almond-shaped eyes with long, fluttering lashes, a delicate nose, and full lips painted a glossy red that enhances her captivating smile. Her dark, silky hair cascades in loose waves down her back, catching the light with every movement. She wears a stylish shoulder-cut gown in shimmering silver, adorned with intricate patterns of sequins that sparkle like a galaxy of stars. The gown hugs her slender figure, emphasizing her curves and highlighting her confident posture. The shoulder-cut design reveals her smooth shoulders and collarbones, while the floor-length skirt flares slightly, giving her an air of elegance and sophistication. Her accessories are minimal yet striking, a pair of dangling diamond earrings that catch the light with every turn of her head and a delicate bracelet that adds a touch of refinement. Her heels, silver and studded with small crystals, complete the look, giving her an ethereal, almost goddess-like appearance on stage. Her beauty, which was already outstanding, was further amplified by her exquisite makeup and carefully styled outfit. Lin Yuan estimated her looks to score a solid 93 out of 100, an impressive ranking by his standards. However, no matter how flawlessly Feifei appeared, she couldn't quite reach Kai Qion's level of beauty. Lin Yuan couldn't help but glance at Kai Qion beside him, mentally reaffirming that the person seated next to him outshone even the brightest of stars on stage. Still, as he admired Kai Qion's elegance, a sly thought crept into his mind. Lin Yuan was determined to find a way to stir her emotions and get back at her for teasing him earlier. Meanwhile, Yu Shanshan, entirely in her own world, was focused on devouring her snacks, her eyes lighting up as she stared at Li Feifei with excitement. Kai Qion, on the other hand, had a faint smile on her lips. It was hard to tell what exactly she was thinking about, but her calm demeanor seemed to hint at a quiet confidence. Soon, Li Feifei began to sing, and Lin Yuan couldn't help but be impressed. Her voice was something truly special. It had a soft, velvety texture, but at the same time, it carried an unexpected power. The unique combination made her singing mesmerizing. Each note she sang seemed to resonate deeply, not just with the audience but even with Lin Yuan, who wasn't particularly a fan of hers. The audience erupted in cheers, completely immersed in the music, as Li Feifei performed song after song with unwavering energy. As time passed, Lin Yuan observed that despite singing for nearly half an hour, Li Feifei showed no signs of exhaustion. Her voice remained steady, her breathing controlled, and her stage presence was as vibrant as when she started. But Li Feifei wasn't done yet. She aimed to elevate the energy in the room even further. Flashing a charming smile, she spoke into the microphone, "Now, it's time for you, my dear audience, to request a song. I will select 3 lucky winners, and I'll sing the songs they request." The announcement sent waves of excitement through the audience. "Wow! Pick me! Pick me! Fans shouted enthusiastically, eagerly waiting for the lucky winners to be drawn. The big screen behind Lee Fi began to light up, randomly cycling through audience members. Everyone's attention was glued to the screen as it flickered and jumped from face to face. The first lucky winner was a young woman who stood up with uncontainable excitement. "I want to request the song Ugly," she shouted with fervor. "This one's for my cheating ex-boyfriend and that two-faced dog." The crowd burst into laughter and applause, clearly entertained by her bold declaration. Lee Fi laughed along with them and graciously agreed. "All right," she said with a playful smile, "let's dedicate this next song to your ex." Lee Fi began to sing Ugly, and the audience cheered louder than ever, fully immersed in the performance. Next, the second lucky winner requested a song written by Lee Fi herself, a heartfelt ballad that showcased her talent as both a singer and a songwriter. Finally, it was time to select the third lucky winner. The big screen once again began its random selection, jumping from one face to another in rapid succession. Lin Yuan, who was deep in thought about how to outwit Kai Kion, wasn't paying attention to the screen. Suddenly, Yu Shanshan accidentally dropped her coke, the cup spilling onto the floor. She nudged Lin Yuan with her elbow, her voice trembling with excitement. "Brother." Lin Yuan frowned, annoyed at the interruption. "What?" "Just keep listening to the songs and don't bother me." "No, brother," Yu Shanshan exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. "You were chosen as the third lucky winner." "What?" Lin Yuan snapped out of his thoughts and looked up, startled. Sure enough, his face was displayed prominently on the big screen for all to see. Gasps and murmurs spread throughout the audience. "Wow! That guy is ridiculously handsome. He's like a model come to life. He's perfect. My ideal type." Lin Yuan's naturally high charm, amplified by his exceptional looks, had an immediate effect on the crowd. Girls in the audience were practically swooning at the sight of him, their cheers growing louder by the second. Even Lee Fi herself seemed momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected such a strikingly handsome man to be among her audience. Her professional composure, however, allowed her to quickly recover. Smiling warmly, she spoke into the microphone. "The lucky audience member this time turns out to be incredibly handsome. Sir, you're quite the visual treat for everyone here. What song would you like to request?" Lin Yuan, now the center of attention, felt all eyes on him. The spotlight was unexpected, and he hadn't planned for this. But as he processed the situation, a sly idea formed in his mind. Originally, he was bored, disinterested in the concert despite Lee Fi's impressive performance. His thoughts had been consumed by how to get his revenge on Kai Kion. Now, however, an opportunity presented itself. With a mischievous smile, Lin Yuan responded to Lee Fi's question. "I don't have a song request," he said, his voice steady but playful. "But can you hand me the mic instead?" The audience gasped, their curiosity piqued. Chapter 77 Others sing for money, he sings to get killed. After the camera focused on Lin Yuan, everyone was eager to see what song he would request. What kind of song could he possibly be interested in? But unexpectedly, Lin Yuan said, "I don't have any song requests. Can you give me the mic?" Hearing this, everyone in the concert venue was stunned. Give him the mic? What does that mean? Lee Fi was also confused, a huge question mark floating over her head. Lin Yuan said again, "Miss Lee, you sing very well. But I came with a friend today, and I want to use this platform to sing a song for my friend. So, if you don't mind, could you give me the mic? Let me sing." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's reason, the audience was shocked, and they went into a frenzy. Wow! Lin Yuan's words were so bold, asking a star like Lee Fi to step down so he could sing for the audience. No one had ever done something like this before. Yu Shanshan, who was sitting nearby, was also taken aback. "Co-cousin, what did you just say?" Seeing the eyes of almost everyone in the audience, Yu Shanshan felt embarrassed for the first time. Even Kai Kion, usually as calm as a still pond, was surprised. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Lin Yuan in astonishment. In a major star's concert, someone was asking the star to step down and let him sing? What kind of madness was this? In the 20 years Kai Kion had lived, she had never seen anything like this. Meanwhile, in the top office of the Yan group, a sound of something falling to the ground could be heard. Yan Ryuiu was stunned. Today, she had taken the initiative to invite Lin Yuan, but she was rejected. Afterward, she focused on her work in the office. When she finally had a moment to rest, she decided to check out the live broadcast of Lee Fi's concert in Jiangbai. She hadn't watched for long when, to her surprise, she saw Lin Yuan being highlighted by the camera. He had been chosen as the lucky audience member. The shock made her phone slip from her hand and fall onto the floor. That's when she realized why Lin Yuan had rejected her invitation. He had already planned to attend the concert with someone else. and she knew exactly who that someone was. She quickly picked up her phone and braced herself for what song Lin Yuan would request as the lucky audience member. She had many songs in mind that he could choose. But, to her shock, Lin Yuan asked for the mic to sing instead. Boom. The phone fell again, this time from the sheer shock. Li Fei was stunned, her mind racing as her audience member requested that she step down from the stage so he could sing by himself. This person was definitely not one of her fans. Could it be that her rival sent him to create trouble? Li Fei snapped back to reality quickly. If she refused to let him sing, the atmosphere at the concert would drop instantly, potentially affecting the entire event. She realized that agreeing to his request wasn't a big risk. If she let him sing, her concert might even become a viral sensation. Whether his singing was good or bad, it would certainly be talked about. Could Lin Yuan possibly outperform a national singer like her? In the end, her approval wouldn't bring her only attention. So, why not let him have his moment? With these thoughts in mind, Li Fei smiled and said, "Yes, handsome guy from the audience. Please come up on stage, and I'll give you my mic." Li Fei walked toward Lin Yuan, who was seated very close to the stage. Once she gave her approval, the audience erupted into a frenzy. She really let him go up and sing. Li Fei actually agreed? Is he trying to cause trouble? What the hell is this guy trying to do? Does he think he can sing better than Li Fei? Have you seen the girl with him? She's a real beauty. Usually, beauties like her have chubby, swollen-eyed guys as companions. Just wait for him to embarrass himself. Some in the crowd began mocking him, but suddenly, a girl expressed support for Lin Yuan. What's wrong with that? At least this guy has the courage to sing for his girl in front of so many people. What's your problem? At least he is brave enough to sing for his girlfriend. I dare you to try it if you're not afraid of embarrassing yourself. Why not? This guy is so handsome. Even if he can't sing, I'll still like him. From now on, I'll use 100 points of enthusiasm for Fei and 1000 points of love to chase this handsome guy. I think I recognize him. He was the one who played the piano incredibly well during the Jiangbai music exhibition. He was amazing. Another girl recognized Lin Yuan. But immediately, someone ridiculed, playing piano and singing are two different things. He can't be good at both. His singing might be terrible. His looks are deceiving. Inside and out, he's just another guy. The crowd's reactions were divided. One side thought he was being rude and that his singing would be bad. The other side admired his bravery and hoped his singing would live up to his skills. Most of the people didn't believe Lin Yuan could sing well. At least, they didn't think he could be better than Li Fei, the new queen of the music scene. At this moment, Lin Yuan began walking slowly toward the stage. Just watch, cousin. Come on. Hearing the angry voices of some Li Fei fans, Yu Shanshan trembled but cheered Lin Yuan on. Yu Shanshan knew how popular Li Fei was, and she feared that Lin Yuan's actions would make the fans turn on him. Fortunately, most of her solid fans were women who wouldn't dare touch Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan made his way to the stage, Kai Qian's eyes followed him. Kai Qian turned to Yu Shanshan and asked, "Shanshan, does your cousin sing well?" Yu Shanshan slapped her forehead and replied, "I really don't want to recall the time he sang. To put it simply, it was wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. He has a nickname? The original song killer. You can't even bear to listen when he starts singing. I once gave him a comment, others sing for money, he sings to get killed. Hey." Hearing Yu Shanshan's words, Kai Qian covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. "Is it really that bad? He plays the piano so well," Kai Qian asked with a smile. Yu Shanshan shook her head. "You know I usually have a silver tongue, but I have to be honest, his singing is so terrible. It's beyond imagination." After hearing Yu Shanshan's words, Kai Qian closely observed Lin Yuan as he took the stage. She couldn't help but wonder how bad Lin Yuan's singing would be. She now wanted to hear this wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. Yu Shanshan, on the other hand, was covering her face, preparing for the worst. She considered sneaking away as soon as Lin Yuan's disastrous singing started. Lin Yuan finally reached the center of the stage. Li Fei smiled at him and handed him the microphone. Before giving him the mic, she asked, "May I ask this handsome guy what song you'll be singing? Is it one of my songs, or another artist's?" Standing on the stage in front of nearly 100,000 spectators, Lin Yuan took the microphone with confidence, smiling. He didn't seem nervous at all as he said, "I want to sing an original song of my own." Wow! Hearing Lin Yuan's response, the crowd was instantly energized. So this handsome guy even writes songs? I love it. He can do it. It's time for your debut, handsome guy. I really like you. Haha. If he just makes up a few words and calls it a song, that's an insult to real musicians. The girls expressed their support out of admiration, while the boys believed he was just bragging. Yu Shanshan covered her face, only peeking through her fingers. It's starting, cousin. It's over. He's right. Every time he sings someone else's song, it becomes his original song. It's going to be terrible. After listening to it, I won't be able to tell what the original song even is. Upon hearing Yu Shanshan's words, Kai Qian smiled, recalling something. She remembered Lin Yuan's piano composition, Sad or Happy. The piece was so well written. Could he really write songs? Kai Qian thought briefly and then shook her head, dismissing her doubts. How is that possible? How could he excel in so many different things? As a son of an influential family, Lin Yuan was good at stocks, playing the piano, and now, could he also be good at songwriting and singing? It seemed impossible. Most likely, as Yu Shanshan said, his original song wouldn't resemble anything real. Even so, Kai Qian couldn't shake a strange feeling of anticipation deep within her. Chapter 78 Kai Qian's heart is moved. And I am waiting for you. Li Fei, standing next to Lin Yuan, was equally dumbfounded, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wait. You're really going to sing an original song? And you wrote it yourself? She asked, her voice tinged with surprise. Yeah, Lin Yuan nodded, his calm demeanor unfazed. Then. Go ahead. Take your time, don't rush, Li Fei encouraged, still somewhat unsure. She saw Lin Yuan more closely now, and his presence seemed far too composed and assured for someone likely to cause a scene at her concert. She sincerely hoped he wouldn't embarrass himself, and with her standing nearby, Lin Yuan's performance could be enhanced, no matter how bad his singing was. She secretly sighed, bracing herself for what she expected to be a painful experience. She hoped it would be over quickly, but if things went wrong, she would step in to save him from embarrassment. After all, she didn't want to ruin the mood of her event. Li Fei stayed on stage in a small corner, watching as Lin Yuan calmly sat at the piano, adjusting the microphone. Yan Ryu, glancing at the screen of her phone, felt an odd sense of unease. The memory of when Lin Yuan chased after her surfaced, a memory of him serenading her. He sang songs to her. That night, the Yan family hadn't slept soundly, tension hanging thick in the air. Now, that same moment was about to unfold for a live audience of 100,000 people, with millions more watching from their screens. What once felt like a personal memory was now on display for the world to see. It felt strange, almost surreal. In front of everyone, he will seem like crying ghosts and howling wolves. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, his confidence unwavering as he spoke into the microphone. Now, I will perform a song I personally wrote and composed, he said, his voice calm yet firm. This will be the first time I sing it. I hope you'll enjoy it. He paused for a moment, drawing out the anticipation before revealing the title. The song is called Blue and White Porcelain. With those words, he placed his hands gently on the piano keys. Despite the fact that Lin Yuan couldn't sing, both the current version of him and the original Lin Yuan in the novel were both tone deaf, he had taken a step that would change everything. Before coming on stage, he had upgraded his singing to a divine level. He had already chosen a song, one he truly loved and one that didn't exist in the novel's world. Lin Yuan started to play, and the delicate notes of the piano filled the air. The plain outlines from the porcelain, with its strong and weak strokes combined. The peony painted on it is as beautiful as you. As soon as Lin Yuan's voice rang out, the entire room fell into stunned silence. His voice, while not striking at first, carried a strange and captivating magnetism that seemed to enchant everyone in the room. It was clear that something extraordinary was happening. This was the power of his divine-level singing and divine-level piano skills. For just a moment, the audience was no longer spectators, they were part of something ancient and beautiful. The music transported them to a scene that felt both timeless and magical. In their minds, they saw a delicate silhouette of a woman, dressed in simple white robes, standing gracefully between swirling clouds and water, a mountain looming in the distance. Her presence seemed to fill the air, a reflection of the song itself. The audience had forgotten about everything else. All that mattered was Lin Yuan's mesmerizing performance. Yu Shanshan, who had been preparing herself for a disastrous display of howling, found her hands frozen in disbelief as the popcorn and skewer she had been holding slipped from her grasp. Kai Qian, normally composed, felt as though the ground beneath her had crumbled. Her eyes were wide, unable to look away from Lin Yuan, completely captivated by the unexpected beauty of his voice. Yan Ryu, who had been prepared to turn down the volume at any moment, now found herself slack-jawed. She couldn't tear her gaze away from her screen. Lin Yuan's voice was so unexpectedly mesmerizing that she dropped her phone for the third time. Li Fei, always cautious of her public image, stood with her mouth agape, utterly stunned by what she was hearing. For the first time, her composure slipped. She couldn't believe how exceptional Lin Yuan's voice was. It wasn't just good, it was ethereal, commanding attention with every note. Even she, a seasoned performer, found herself questioning her own abilities in comparison. Lin Yuan continued, his voice resonating through the venue as he reached the chorus. Your beauty dissipates like smoke. It entered a place I cannot follow. Within its blue misty drizzle, I am waiting for you. Through its spiral smoke and rivers, we are 1,000 miles apart. That little stroke at the bottom of that vase is a foreshadowing of our meeting to come. Within its blue misty drizzle, I am waiting for you. As the chorus echoed through the concert hall, the entire audience stood in rapt attention, some visibly moved to tears. The emotion was palpable, with many unable to hold back their feelings. The image that Lin Yuan's voice painted was one of longing and unrequited love. They imagined a man waiting patiently for the return of his lover, but the beautiful woman never arrived. A number of girls in the audience were so touched that their tears flowed freely, their hearts stirred by the deep emotion in Lin Yuan's voice. The crowd, captivated by his talent, couldn't look away. Even Kai Qian, known for her unshakable calm, was completely mesmerized. When Lin Yuan sang, within its blue misty drizzle I am waiting for you, his eyes briefly met Kai Qian's, and a small, knowing smile tugged at his lips. For a split second, Kai Qian's heart skipped a beat. She was caught off guard, her cheeks flushing ever so slightly. She thought, is this his plan? Even though she realized what had happened, her heart raced uncontrollably. No way, Kai Qian muttered to herself, her eyes locked on Lin Yuan, unable to look away. It wasn't an act. She was simply too shy to face him directly. The realization hit her hard. She has lost again. This time again, her heart was moved again. The other girls who were near Kai Qian thought that Lin Yuan looked at them and hoped he would look at them again. The girls around Kai Qian, eager to capture Lin Yuan's attention, cheered loudly, hoping to be noticed by him. Lin Yuan, ever aware of the atmosphere, smiled again, his charisma further enhancing his performance. With his noble bearing, handsome face, and enchanting voice, he sounded like the embodiment of an ancient love song. His allure was undeniable, captivating the hearts of every girl present. The guys, too, were too entranced to notice their girlfriends' reactions. Finally, Lin Yuan reached the last part of the song, standing with the microphone poised. As he sang, within its blue misty drizzle I am waiting for you, he pointed the microphone toward the audience. A collective roar erupted from the crowd, 100,000 strong. They responded in unison, their voices echoing through the venue, and I am waiting for you. Even Yu Shanshan couldn't hold back, screaming as the emotion surged through her. Her throat felt raw, but the exhilaration was worth it. Kai Qian then felt that her heart was beating faster. Ding! Kai Qian's favorability +2. Reward, 500 counterattack points. Li Fei, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, couldn't help but stare. How had Lin Yuan managed to sing like that? The atmosphere in the concert hall was unlike anything she'd ever experienced, even surpassing the energy when she had performed. Lin Yuan finished his song, and for a long moment, silence filled the space. The audience was still under the spell of his performance. Then, as if on cue, the venue erupted into thunderous applause. The crowd was united, their admiration for Lin Yuan undeniable, and they couldn't stop applauding for the unforgettable experience he had just given them. Chapter 79 Qian, why do you blush? The applause for Lin Yuan's performance was deafening. That was incredible. What song was that? My goodness. I know. It's called Blue and White Porcelain. Not only is he handsome, but his singing is amazing too. He plays the piano, he can sing, and he's excellent at both. When will this heartthrob debut? I'd buy tickets in a heartbeat. Handsome guy, I want to give you monkeys. Such a handsome guy, I want to give him all my love. Gay guy, fuck off. Didn't you just slander my husband's singing ability? Your husband? You're claiming he's married to you? Shut up, he's mine. The cheers from the 100,000 strong crowd were louder than anything Li Fei's fans could produce. Li Fei, who had been standing on stage, prepared to salvage the situation but found herself smiling bitterly. Her eyes, however, betrayed her, sparkling with surprise and admiration. Lin Yuan smiled lightly as the crowd's cheers and praise washed over him. He gave a polite nod and calmly returned to his seat. Even though he had returned to his seat, the crowd continued to watch him intently. Soon, people began to learn more about him. He was the young master of the prestigious Lin Group. A stock market genius. A piano virtuoso. And, not to mention, his extraordinary singing talent. On top of that, his striking good looks were undeniable. He seemed too perfect to be real. The girls in the crowd couldn't help but dream of dating someone like him. But when they caught sight of Kai Qian seated next to him, reality hit them hard, and their hopes were dashed. Although envy, jealousy, and frustration burned in their hearts, they knew they were no match for Kai Qian. Kaikion was, after all, perfect in her own right. Perhaps only someone as exceptional as Kaikion could be worthy of someone as flawless as Lin Yuan, whose beauty seemed impossible to surpass. As soon as Lin Yuan returned to his seat, his cousin, Yu Shanshan, eagerly grabbed his arm. "Cousin, since when have you been hiding such talent from me? When did you start singing like that? I thought we agreed to always stick together, ghosts and wolves. You will be the ghost and I will be the wolf, remember?" Yu Shanshan gave Lin Yuan a long, exaggerated look before adding, "Oh, and by the way, you owe me for the skewers and popcorn. I dropped them when you started singing." She extended her hand, clearly expecting some compensation. Lin Yuan swatted her hand away with a playful grin. "I'll let your mother know how much it costs to raise 13 harems," he teased. Hearing this, Yu Shanshan quickly switched gears, adopting a much more affectionate tone. "Hey, brother, you sing so well. I'm your biggest fan. From now on, I'll be your little sister. You're the one I admire the most." She then turned to Kaikion with a mischievous smile. "By the way, Kaikion, why are you blushing? Are you feeling unwell? Or did my brother's voice mesmerize you?" As Yu Shanshan continued her playful teasing, she swiftly changed the subject, nudging Kaikion into the spotlight. Kaikion took a deep breath, trying to compose herself, before explaining with a smile, "I think I just applied too much blush today." Yu Shanshan's comment lingered in the air. "I remember you saying that when young Master Lin sings, it's enough to rupture eardrums. Is that right?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled. "Huh?" Kaikion immediately panicked, shaking her head. No. I was just joking," she stammered. Seeing Lin Yuan's eyes looking at her again, she continued to be a licking dog. Yu Shanshan, seeing Lin Yuan's bemused look, kept the playful atmosphere alive, knowing she couldn't tease both of them at the same time. Meanwhile, Kaikion decided to focus back on the subject at hand. She smiled warmly and said, "Young Master Lin, your voice is truly remarkable. It's just as perfect as your piano skills. This is the best song I've ever heard. I admire it deeply. I truly enjoyed the song," she continued with admiration in her eyes. "Would you mind sharing it with me later? I'd want to learn how to sing like young Master Lin." Her words were sincere, her gaze filled with quiet reverence. To anyone who saw her, it was clear that Kaikion held Lin Yuan in high regard. This kind of peerless beauty used a pair of watery eyes to look at him with a trace of worship in her eyes. If any man saw her look, they would undoubtedly be struck by her beauty and the sincerity in her eyes. But Lin Yuan remained composed as ever, offering a polite smile. "Of course, Miss Kai." Kaikion was not one to give up easily. Earlier, during the performance, Lin Yuan had teased her by singing, within its blue misty drizzle, "I am waiting for you." It seemed Kaikion had her own plans for revenge, but Lin Yuan wasn't about to give her the satisfaction. Seeing his indifferent reaction, Kaikion gritted her teeth inwardly. Countless thoughts raced through her mind as she considered her next move. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan continued to converse with Yu Shanshan, unaffected by the drama unfolding around him. Elsewhere, in Yan Ryui's office, she sat staring blankly at her phone. The image of Lin Yuan singing replayed in her mind over and over again. To think that Lin Yuan could sing so beautifully. When did he start? Was it after that time when she had scolded him for singing poorly? Did he practice after she criticized him? Within its blue misty drizzle, "I am waiting for you." Who was he waiting for? Is it the perfect woman? A deep, inexplicable sadness began to well up inside her. For some reason, she couldn't bring herself to deal with the documents on her desk anymore. Instead, she stared at the phone screen in a trance. The concert wrapped up sooner than expected, lasting only about half an hour. Li Feifei's performance, though good, had fallen short compared to Lin Yuan's show-stopping number. Despite her best efforts, the audience's enthusiasm for her music waned in the face of Lin Yuan's talent. She made the decision to end the concert early while the energy was still high. It wasn't that Li Feifei lacked skill, it was just that Lin Yuan had set a new, insurmountable standard. With Lin Yuan, this piece of pearl in comparison, Li Feifei is a little inferior. Li Feifei couldn't help but smile bitterly at the turn of events. She originally thought that she is the pearl that brings pressure to Lin Yuan, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be the complete opposite. Lin Yuan, Kaikion, and Yu Shanshan made their way out of the concert venue through the VIP exit. Thankfully, the VIP exit allowed them to avoid the crowd, which would have swarmed Lin Yuan the moment he stepped into the main entrance. After his performance of Blue and White Porcelain, half of the 100,000 attendees had already become devoted fans. Among them, countless girls had fallen head over heels for him. But just as they were about to leave through the VIP exit, Lin Yuan frowned. He noticed a group of people standing in their way, blocking their exit. Chapter 80 Li Feifei's actions. Blind date? Wow. Brother, are they your fans? Because you sang so well earlier, they've blocked the way to ask for your autograph and take photos with you. Yu Shanshan said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Lin Yuan and Kai Qian, however, frowned slightly, both disliking being disturbed. Lin Yuan took a closer look at the faces of the people standing in front of them. They didn't look like the crazed fans from earlier. Upon closer inspection, it turned out they were the security personnel from the concert venue. What's the matter? Lin Yuan asked, his tone flat yet inquisitive, eager to know what was going on. Before the security personnel could reply, a voice rang out from behind. Don't get me wrong, handsome. I asked them to keep you from leaving the venue. The source of the voice came into view, a shadowy figure stepping closer. Lin Yuan turned his head and realized that the speaker was none other than the famous star, Li Fei. Wow. It's Li Fei. Yu Shanshan gasped, her eyes lighting up with admiration as a few metaphorical stars appeared in her gaze. As a student at the Jiangbai Conservatory of Music, Yu Shanshan couldn't help but admire her. Kai Qian, on the other hand, remained calm, her composure unshaken. She knew that in terms of talent, beauty, and skill, she could surpass Li Fei any time she wanted to. But she simply didn't care to. Li Fei's presence didn't faze Kai Qian, as only Lin Yuan had the ability to affect her mood lately. Lin Yuan, for his part, felt no admiration for the star either. He might have appreciated her beauty, were it not for the presence of a goddess beside him, thus he restrained himself. Is there anything I can do for Miss Li? Lin Yuan asked faintly, his tone polite yet detached. Li Fei smiled, stepping forward confidently. Your song, Blue and White Porcelain, has incredible potential. I'd like to sign a contract with you on behalf of our company if you're interested. Would you consider becoming an artist with our company? We'll help you build your career and make you famous. Not only will you gain shares in the company, but your signing fee alone could be $1 million. No. I'm not interested. But thank you for your kindness, Miss Li. Lin Yuan interrupted her, his tone calm and indifferent. Li Fei, caught off guard by his blunt rejection, looked momentarily embarrassed. She quickly tried to recover. You should think about it, she persisted. With your potential, you could easily demand an annual salary of hundreds of millions. Yu Shanshan couldn't help but chuckle at Li Fei's words. Miss Fei, my cousin, hasn't even shown interest in inheriting our family's business empire, which is worth hundreds of billions. I'm afraid an annual salary of a mere 100 million won't be enough to tempt him, she said with a grin. Huh? Li Fei was stunned. At that moment, one of the security guards beside Li Fei chimed in, unable to contain himself. Young Master Lin is the heir to the Lin Group. Its market value is in the hundreds of billions. And just a few days ago, this young master made 30 billion from stocks alone. Hearing this, Li Fei blushed with embarrassment. She finally realized Lin Yuan wasn't just any ordinary person, he was a bona fide wealthy heir. What she had said earlier now felt utterly ridiculous. Master Lin, I'm so sorry. You sang so well that I didn't even consider you might be a young master. Li Fei apologized sincerely, her expression tinged with regret. She hadn't expected Lin Yuan to be both a brilliant singer and a young master of a massive business empire. She had assumed he was just an unknown aspiring singer looking for a break. It's okay. Lin Yuan waved her apology away nonchalantly. After all, those who act with good intentions are not guilty. Li Fei's earnestness made Lin Yuan willing to overlook the misunderstanding. He turned to leave, but just as he did, Li Fei called out again. Master Lin, wait. Lin Yuan paused and turned back. We had a video recording of when you sang Blue and White Porcelain. Many people like it very much and I think it is a very good song. I just wanted to ask, would you consider releasing the song? We can help you release this song. We won't gain much income from it, or we can give you the recorded tape for you to handle. Li Fei asked cautiously, her voice filled with anticipation. Lin Yuan thought for a moment before replying, release it. Your company can handle it. I'm too lazy to bother with such things. Okay. Li Fei agreed enthusiastically. Although her company wouldn't earn much from releasing the song since it would likely cost more to produce than it would make, the chance to associate their brand with such a high-quality song was worth it. Li Fei hadn't approached Lin Yuan solely because of his identity as the young master of the Lin family. She genuinely appreciated the beauty of Blue and White Porcelain and wanted to share it with the world. Lin Yuan could see through her intentions but didn't bother explaining further. The reason why Lin Yuan didn't say anything with regards to the division of earnings is because the value that will bring to Li Fei's company is far more than their operational costs. If the income won't be that big, Lin Yuan won't bother spending time on such things. Also, the other party is also kind. Alright, I'll leave it to your company, Lin Yuan said with a polite smile before turning to leave. Li Feifei's cheeks flushed slightly as she watched him go. As a top celebrity, Li Feifei was used to being pursued by wealthy young masters and handsome stars. Yet none of them had ever caught her interest. But Lin Yuan was different. Not only was he the heir to a business empire worth hundreds of billions, but he also had a singing voice far superior to hers. Though she didn't want to admit it, her heart fluttered slightly. Even big stars are lining up for you, brother, Yu Shanshan teased as they left the venue. Why? Do you like her? Do you want her in your harem? He added mischievously. Kai Qian raised an eyebrow at her comment. Of course, I thought about it. I can hear her sing to me every day. That's so cool. Yu Shanshan began to think about it. In that case, I'll help you by eliminating your existing harem so you can start fresh, Lin Yuan retorted. Don't. Please, brother, I was just kidding. Yu Shanshan quickly backpedaled, her playful tone turning apologetic. But seriously, brother, are you really not interested in a big star like Li Feifei? She asked curiously. Not much interest, Lin Yuan replied. He didn't like the idea of his girlfriend living in the public eye. Yu Shanshan nodded thoughtfully. I guess that makes sense. After all, you already have amazing girls around you, like Kai Qian. And me, she added, praising herself shamelessly. By the way, Shanshan, Kai Qian suddenly interjected with a sly smile. That girl from your so-called harem, Zhao Lan, said she wants you to introduce her to your parents. I'll help her tomorrow. Yu Shanshan's face turned pale. Please don't, Kai Qian. She quickly turned to Lin Yuan, trying to change the subject. Qian has picked up bad habits from you, brother. She keeps teasing me about harems all the time. Lin Yuan and Kai Qian exchanged amused glances, the latter eventually covering Yu Shanshan's mouth to silence her protests. Before long, Lin Yuan drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom back to the dormitory. As they parted ways, Lin Yuan noticed Kai Qian giving him a meaningful look. This woman still isn't convinced, he thought to himself with a smile. On the drive home, Lin Yuan's phone suddenly rang. It was his mother. What? You've arranged a blind date for me tomorrow? Lin Yuan asked, shocked. Chapter 81 Yan Ryui's suffering and surprise. Hearing Meng Yulin's words, Lin Yuan stood frozen for a moment, genuinely taken aback. His parents had gone ahead and arranged a blind date for him, setting it for the very next afternoon. After quickly hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan made his way back home. It was not long until he arrived home. When he stepped inside, Meng Yulin immediately spoke up. Little Yuan, you have to dress extra sharp for your blind date tomorrow. You've been looking more handsome lately, but there's no harm in looking even better. It is always okay to look even more handsome. Lin Yuan glanced at her and asked, when did I say I was going on a blind date? At his words, Meng Yulin tried to persuade him, speaking from the heart. We're doing this because we care about you. Ever since you and Xiaoyu called off your engagement, you've been away from home all the time. We don't know what you're doing, but it looks like you're struggling to find someone. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel speechless as he heard Meng Yulin's concerns. Well, I'll bring someone when I have the time, Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. Why wouldn't I find someone? The engagement was called off because I chose to step away. I won't run out of women. I already have a few lined up. Meng Yulin waved her hand dismissively. Of course, we know you've found a few. It's just that we're worried, as parents should be. It's natural for us to be concerned about you not finding the right person. With your mother and father, you don't need to worry about anything. I really have found a few. Lin Yuan muttered. Yes. We believe you. Meng Yulin smiled widely. Lin Yuan, however, could only feel utterly exasperated. It seemed his mother, Meng Yulin, was unconvinced that he had indeed met other women. To her, he was still a bachelor. It baffled him, this recurring belief that Asian parents had that their children couldn't possibly find someone suitable to settle down with. Lin Yuan sighed and lazily waved it off. Fine, I'll see what I feel like tomorrow. But why suddenly the blind date, Mom? Meng Yulin seemed hesitant to answer. Before she could respond, Lin Jianjun, who had been quietly reading the newspaper, spoke up. Your mother found some tissue paper in the trash can of your room. It's from when I had a cold recently, Lin Yuan explained, feeling his face flush with embarrassment. You need to act your best tomorrow. This blind date is nothing compared to Xiaoyu. She has the looks, the height, and the body with an hourglass figure. She even studied abroad. Her family has money, so you better do your best. Meng Yulin continued, but was interrupted as Lin Yuan closed the door behind him. She sighed in frustration. This child. Lin Jianjun, glancing over his newspaper, added, let him be. After all, he's still young and full of energy. The following day, Lin Yuan returned to Yan's villa. Aunt Song Zhuan, your health is improving. You don't need to have acupuncture every day. I will come back to give acupuncture again depending on the situation. Just a few occasions. Lin Yuan advised. That's good to hear, little Yuan. I'm really getting better these days, little Yuan. Thank you very much. You gave your auntie a second life, Song Juan said, gratefully. It's no trouble at all, auntie, Lin Yuan replied, waving his hand modestly. By the way, there are a few small businesses under my name that aren't doing too well. I've transferred them to your account. I heard you're skilled with stocks, so the company could really use your help to recover some of its losses, Song Juan continued with a grin. Lin Yuan immediately understood her meaning. The not very profitable companies were, in fact, quite lucrative. Yesterday, the manager had informed him that several companies from the Yan Group were transferred to his account, worth over 1 billion yuan combined. Aunt Song, there's really no need, Lin Yuan said. However, he knew that Song Juan was only being kind. She had treated him with such care, and he had benefited greatly from their conversations. In fact, he has gained a lot from speaking to Song Juan these days. And Song Juan is a very talkative person and speaks comfortably with him. Please, just accept them so I can rest easy, she urged, smiling warmly. Lin Yuan couldn't refuse. After all, she had been so gracious in helping him with her health, and now she was offering him more. Realizing that he had a blind date to attend, Lin Yuan prepared to take his leave. Yan Ryu, without the needing any prompting from Song Juan, stood up and walked him out. As she watched them from afar, Song Juan sighed. Oh, that silly girl. These companies will be part of the dowry. I just hope little Yuan treats her well. Lin Yuan and Yan Ryu walked side by side for a few minutes. By now, Yan Ryu had grown accustomed to seeing Lin Yuan off daily. She had a strange feeling, though, a kind of nervousness creeping in. What if Lin Yuan didn't come by again? Her heart felt heavy, and an inexplicable sense of panic swept over her. As they reached the exit, Yan Ryu hesitated before speaking, trying to gather her courage. Finally, with her heart racing, she blurted out, "Can I treat you to a meal this afternoon?" Lin Yuan turned to her in surprise. Huh? Today, Yan Ryu wore a light chiffon blouse and a pair of shorts. With her long legs, the shorts that were meant for someone of average height looked almost too short. Normally, the cold and aloof president of Yin Group was all business, but today, she appeared nervous and shy as she extended an invitation. It was hard for any man to refuse a gesture like that. However, Lin Yuan responded calmly, "Sorry, Miss Yan. I have an appointment this afternoon." Ah. What's going on? Yan Ryu instinctively asked, only to immediately realize how impolite that sounded. She quickly held herself back. Whatever the reason of Lin Yuan's refusal is none of her business and she is not in the position to further ask. However, she couldn't help but think as to what is going on with Lin Yuan. Is it because of that woman? Lin Yuan wasn't shy about his answer. My parents set up a blind date for me this afternoon. A blind date? Yan Ryu's eyes widened in surprise. At the same time, she didn't know why her heart pounded unexplainably. It seemed like one or more hands were pulling her heartstrings mercilessly. Yes, a blind date, Lin Yuan confirmed with a smile. Well, I hope your blind date goes smoothly, Yan Ryu said with a forced smile, taking a few deep breaths to steady herself. She tried her best to appear cheerful. But Lin Yuan saw through her attempt to hide her true feelings. Her smile wasn't genuine, it was more painful to witness than if she were crying. Yet Lin Yuan, choosing to overlook her emotions, smiled back warmly. With your encouraging words, I truly hope everything goes as smoothly as you've wished. As those words sank in, Yan Ryu felt her heart racing faster than before. Yan Ryu's breathing became more and more rapid. Chapter 82 Yan Ryu is unable to control herself. A sharp sense of soreness began to climb within her, surging upwards with alarming intensity. It was as though her body were a fragile vessel, filled to the brim with water, pushing against its limits. Yan Ryu felt as if she were about to explode. She squeezed her hands into tight fists, her nails digging into her palms, only to release them moments later, flexing her fingers. With a forced smile, she made a fist pump gesture as if rallying herself. Good luck, she murmured, the words coming out like a prayer. With a soft bite on her red, tender lips, she quickly turned away, her back to Lin Yuan, and without a moment's hesitation, dashed back toward the house. From where he stood, Lin Yuan watched her retreating figure with a sharp eye. Shen Lan's voice echoed in his mind. Master, aren't you going a bit too far? Yan Ryu is on the verge of tears. Lin Yuan's response was calm, even amused. Is it too much? Shen Lan pressed on. You know she's barely holding it together. You've been speaking of things that will crush her heart. I fear her opinion of you may plummet. Lin Yuan's lips curved into a slow smile, his eyes narrowing with quiet satisfaction. Actually, this is exactly what I enjoy seeing. On the other side, Yan Ryu bolted home, her steps driven by an impulse she didn't fully understand. She didn't want to face her mother or anyone else, not now. She locked the door behind her. In the solitude of the bathroom, Yan Ryu sank to the floor, drawing her knees up to her chest. Her hands clasped her legs tightly, her nails digging so deeply into her flesh she barely noticed the pain. Her delicate, beautiful face contorted in distress. She didn't understand why she felt this way. All she knew was that there was something piercing her heart, a sharp agony that only deepened when Lin Yuan casually mentioned his blind date. She couldn't breathe for a moment, the weight of the word settling over her chest. Yet, in the midst of the torment, she had still found the strength to wish him well. She didn't want to feel this way. She didn't want any of this to be true. Now, she wanted nothing more than to slap herself for wishing him luck. But, if she could rewind time, she wasn't sure what she would do differently. She seemed unable to stop herself. Why? Why am I doing this? Was it because Lin Yuan had turned her down again? Why did this overwhelming sadness grip her so tightly? It was as if a frenzy had taken over her body, waves of anguish crashing over her. Her heart was under siege, assaulted by a corrosive storm of emotion. It felt as if the inside of her body was going through a madness of waves. Numerous acids and harsh solutions furiously corroded her heart and her whole body. With a sudden jerk, she stood, her movements sharp and hurried as she moved toward the mirror. 2 distinct trails of tears had formed on her face, and her lips bore the marks of her own bite, tiny streaks of blood staining the pale skin. She tried to wipe away the tears, but they continued to fall, relentless. Each swipe of her hand seemed to only summon more, her head bowing lower, almost to the sink. She wasn't crying because of Lin Yuan's blind date. She cried because she realized her mind and body are out of her control. She was crying because she could feel herself losing control. She despised this helpless feeling, this betrayal of her own heart. She is so sick of this feeling, but she can't seem to control herself. And yet, she couldn't stop. Elsewhere, Lin Yuan sat in his Lamborghini, speaking on the phone with his mother, Meng Yulin. He asked about the details of the blind date, though his interest was minimal. He was going simply to appease her, to ease her concerns about his future. Time Coffee Hill, south of the city, right? He confirmed. And I should hold the Voice Express magazine? Under the seat of the car? Lin Yuan glanced down and indeed found the magazine tucked there. All right, then. He quickly drove to the cafe. Time Coffee Hill, located in a quieter area of the city, was hardly a bustling spot. The cafe itself was nearly empty when Lin Yuan entered, and as soon as he did, every eye in the room turned to him. With his striking appearance and carefully selected attire, he certainly made an impression. His mother had insisted he dress sharply for the occasion, so Lin Yuan had complied, wearing a custom suit tailored to perfection. Today, his watch had also been swapped out of Austrian Constantin Mult series, platinum with diamonds, worth well over 10 million. The luxury of his ensemble was evident. When Lin Yuan entered, the atmosphere shifted. His presence commanded attention, and the room seemed to hold its breath. Men looked on with envy, jealousy, and a sense of inferiority, while the women were drawn to him, captivated by his youthful, handsome face and undeniable charm. He moved lazily across the room, indifferent to the gazes of admiration and awe. His eyes scanned the cafe. No one was holding the magazine. With a sigh, he rolled it up and walked to the counter. A cappuccino, he requested nonchalantly. The barista, briefly stunned by his looks, nodded in agreement. Of course, right away. Lin Yuan found a seat and, once again, placed the magazine on the table, opting to focus on his phone instead of the blind date. He casually spoke to Caillou Wangxi on the line for a few minutes. Just as the conversation was wrapping up, he felt a tap on his shoulder. "Excuse me, is anyone sitting here?" a soft voice asked. Lin Yuan turned, and his gaze locked onto a stunning blonde woman. They both froze for a moment, shocked by the encounter. "So, it's you?" they said simultaneously. Lin Yuan blinked, taken aback. He hadn't expected to see someone he knew here, let alone someone he wasn't on the best terms with. The woman before him was none other than Qiao Xiang, the mixed-race beauty who had studied abroad, the outspoken queen of freedom and equality. She was also the young lady of the Qiao family, renowned for her contempt of the wealthy elite. Qiao Xiang, standing with a copy of the Voice Express, seemed equally stunned to see him. Lin Yuan's mind clicked into place. Meng Yulin had mentioned the blind date being with a woman whose beauty rivaled Yan Ryu's. Now, he understood. It was Qiao Xiang. And she was indeed beautiful. Her mixed heritage had given her a rare, exquisite appearance, and her figure flawlessly proportioned was one of the finest he had ever seen. Yet, Lin Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about her. Despite her beauty and wealth, Qiao Xiang had a certain unpredictability. Qiao's family is also very rich, but Lin Yuan feels that Qiao Xiang has a problem in her head. Although Lin Yuan noticed Qiao Xiang holding the Voice Express magazine, the latter didn't notice his because it was on the table at that time. Qiao Xiang didn't pay attention to Lin Yuan's weird eyes either. As soon as she saw Lin Yuan, she became angry, and immediately grabbed Lin Yuan's suit and said, "Finally, I caught you. Hurry up and return my 500,000 yuan." Chapter 83. Is this the face of a young master? Lin Yuan did not appreciate Qiao Xiang's hand resting on his shoulder, so he immediately removed it, his movements decisive and cold. In public, do you not understand the limits of intimacy between men and women? Such casual touching is inappropriate, Lin Yuan remarked, his tone sharp and unwavering. Although Lin Yuan remained seated, his words carried an authority that made Qiao Xiang feel as though she were being looked down upon despite standing above him. Qiao Xiang was not someone to be dismissed so easily. Glaring at him, she retorted, "You're so rude to me. I don't even like you, you know. Just give back the money you owe me, or I won't let you off." While still voicing her indignation, Qiao Xiang's eyes fell on the table. There, right in front of Lin Yuan, lay a copy of the Voice Express magazine. Her lips curled into an amused smile. She recalled the words her father had spoken earlier that day. "I know the boy you're meeting. He's the best young man in Jiang by kind, cultured, wealthy, and so handsome that women swoon. He's practically perfect in every way." Her father had waxed poetic, painting a picture of a flawless man, the kind of person who sounded more like a mythical hero than a real person. Her father's parting advice had been, "When you meet, take a copy of the Voice Express. His family appreciates such things, and it'll leave a good impression." And now, there it was, the Voice Express, right on Lin Yuan's table. For a moment, Qiao Xiang felt the air leave her lungs. Was this just a coincidence? It had to be. Qiao Xiang shook her head lightly, trying to rid herself of the thought, but her fingers tightened slightly as she clenched her teeth. This man, sitting here with his smug demeanor, was supposed to be the perfect man her father had described? Impossible. Sure, he might have the looks, no one could deny that Lin Yuan was ridiculously handsome, but a good person? A kind soul? Absolutely not. Pointing to the magazine, she asked, her tone dripping with suspicion, "That magazine on your table, did someone else sit here before you and leave it behind? Or did they just step out to use the bathroom?" Lin Yuan didn't reply immediately. Instead, he raised his eyes to hers, a playful smirk tugging at his lips, as though amused by her question. His silence spoke volumes. Qiao Xiang's heart sank. Gritting her teeth again, she finally accepted the truth. She sat down across from him, the chair scraping the floor as she settled in. For today's blind date, Qiao Xiang had dressed with care. Her long, blonde hair cascaded naturally down her back, its soft sheen catching the light. Her mixed-race features, already striking, had been further enhanced by flawless makeup, leaving her face radiant and free of even the slightest imperfection. She wore a pink chiffon dress that flowed elegantly around her, perfectly complementing her alabaster skin and slender figure. Everything about her screamed elegance and beauty. It can be said that for the blind date today, Qiao Xiang's dress looked quite delicate. But Lin Yuan's face remained indifferent. Her beauty was irrelevant to him, all he could see was the fiery expression on her face, a look of disdain and defiance. "I am deeply displeased that my blind date turns out to be you," Lin Yuan said, his voice calm and detached as he took a slow sip of his cappuccino. Hearing this, Qiao Xiang raised an eyebrow. "Displeased? You think I'm happy about this? You're nothing but a rich boy with money and no substance. Do you even know who Rousseau is? Have you read any of his works? What about Kant? Do you even understand the concept of freedom?" Her words came fast, sharp, and scathing. "Can you play any musical instruments? Do you know anything about music, chess, or calligraphy? Have you ever appreciated fine art? Do you even comprehend how rare freedom and democracy are? Tell me, do you have any redeeming qualities?" Lin Yuan listened in silence, her noble preaching washing over him like a dull wave. He shook his head slightly, unimpressed, and decided not to engage with her. "Speak slowly," he said, his voice calm, almost amused. "You don't want to wear yourself out. Once the time is up, you're free to go home." Before the two had arrived for their blind date, both had been instructed by their parents to share their location. It was a way for their elders to confirm that they were together. Lin Yuan had no intention of putting in any effort. He planned to sit, sip his tea, and leave once the agreed time had passed. Despite Qiao Xiang's verbal onslaught, Lin Yuan remained unbothered, his composure unwavering. Qiao Xiang, however, refused to let his apathy get the better of her. "Fine. I'll stop wasting my breath on someone who can't even understand what I'm saying. But let me make this clear, I'll be leaving in half an hour, and before that, you're going to give me back my 500,000 yuan. Lin Yuan ignored her demands and casually picked up his phone, dialing a number. Hey, Mom, he said, his tone light but pointed. I'm on the blind date you set up, but the woman here? She started asking for money the moment she opened her mouth. I don't think I want to see her again. That can't be right, his mother replied. Isn't the Qiao family quite wealthy? Why would she ask for money? Before Lin Yuan could respond, Qiao Xiang's face turned red with anger and panic. She leaned forward, shouting, Andy, don't listen to him. That's not true, I beep. Lin Yuan ended the call, cutting her off mid-sentence. He held up his phone, showing her the darkened screen. Don't waste your energy shouting. I hung up already, he said with a slight smirk. You're mocking me, aren't you? Qiao Xiang snapped, her voice rising with frustration. Lin Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. Let's just eat something. I have a membership here. After that, we'll leave. At least give some face to our elders. Qiao Xiang rolled her eyes but agreed, albeit reluctantly. Fine, she muttered, her mind racing with ideas. I'll play along for now, she thought. But I'll make him regret this later. Determined to teach him a lesson, Qiao Xiang decided to exploit the coffee shop's high prices. I'll have this, and this, she said, pointing to some of the most expensive desserts on the menu. The waiter hesitated. Miss, are you sure? These items are quite heavy, and they may add, I'm sure. Qiao Xiang interrupted. Bring them all. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. You're ordering a lot. Aren't you worried about getting fat? Qiao Xiang glared at him. That's not much. I'm not afraid of gaining weight. What's it to you, anyway? Lin Yuan leaned back, his expression unreadable. Waiter, he said calmly, add one more serving of everything she just ordered. Qiao Xiang's jaw dropped. Was this his way of retaliating? Spending more money to outdo her? Tens of thousands of yuan wasted on desserts they couldn't possibly finish, it was absurd. But the more he spent, the better she felt. What a waste since they cannot finish them all by themselves. But the more waste, the better. This is only 1/5 of what was cheated from her. Qiao Xiang felt comfortable while Lin Yuan's face was expressionless and calm. Chapter 83 Crying Qiao Xiang. There is another one? After half an hour, as Qiao Xiang enjoyed yet another slice of cake, Lin Yuan stood up from his seat. I'm going to the restroom, he announced. Qiao Xiang responded, her mouth full of cake, making her words nearly unintelligible. Seconds passed. 20 seconds. Half a minute slipped by. Yet, Lin Yuan had not returned. Qiao Xiang paused, her spoon hovering midair, a frown creasing her delicate brow. Something felt off. She recalled Lin Yuan's earlier movements, he hadn't even walked in the direction of the restroom. A flicker of suspicion ignited in her mind. Quickly, she pulled out her phone and opened the location-sharing app visible to both her and Lin Yuan, as well as their parents. What she saw made her eyes widen in disbelief. Lin Yuan's location indicated he was now hundreds of meters away from the cafe. He had run away. Qiao Xiang sat frozen for a moment before the realization fully hit her. He had used the classic, almost legendary excuse claiming to go to the restroom to escape just before the bill arrived. Didn't you say you had a membership at the store? Why did you leave without paying? Qiao Xiang angrily texted Lin Yuan, her fingers furiously tapping on the screen. A reply arrived within moments, and she could almost picture Lin Yuan's smirking face on the other side of the screen. I said I had a membership at the store. When did I ever say I was treating you? Reading the message, Qiao Xiang felt her frustration bubble over. She could vividly imagine Lin Yuan's nonchalant tone and infuriatingly smug expression. Her anger surged as she clenched her phone tightly. Then, with a huff, she grabbed her purse, ready to storm out of the cafe. But before she could leave, the store clerk intercepted her. Miss, before you go, please settle the bill. The total is 123,500 yuan. The clerk smiled politely, though his tone carried a subtle firmness. Qiao Xiang's face turned red with frustration as she reluctantly reached into her bag, pulling out her monthly pocket money. Gritting her teeth, she paid the bill before storming out, vowing vengeance. She jumped into her car and drove off, her eyes locked onto Lin Yuan's location displayed on her phone's GPS. After a few hundred meters, she spotted Lin Yuan's Lamborghini parked leisurely by the roadside. Lin Yuan stood outside, his arms casually crossed, clearly waiting for her. I knew you'd catch up, he remarked, his tone annoyingly calm. Qiao Xiang didn't bother responding to his provocations. She marched straight up to him, her hand outstretched, palm open. Pay me back for the bill I just covered. And don't forget the money you owe me from last time," she demanded, her voice dripping with anger. "That's a total of 2 million yuan, including interest and compensation for the psychological damage you've caused me." Her fierce glare burned into Lin Yuan, her voice growing louder with every word. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "What exactly do you want from me?" "Repay the money." "Ah. You are asking for money." "Money. I want you to repay me right now." Lin Yuan let out a soft sigh. "I'll warn you just once, you'd better leave now, or you'll regret it." Qiao Xiang immediately went forward to where Lin Yuan was standing upon hearing this. Speaking, Qiao Xiang stretched out her hand and covered her nose. "It's really unlucky to meet someone like you. It seriously affected my mood and my heart. It is not good for me, even the air smells awful." Lin Yuan sighed and said, "Young lady, pay attention. You'd better move your feet cause you stepped on some shit." Qiao Xiang. Qiao Xiang blinked in confusion before glancing down. Her face instantly twisted in horror as she realized she had stepped into something foul. The sticky, revolting sensation under her designer shoe made her stomach churn. 2 seconds later, she jumped back with a shriek. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" she snapped, glaring at Lin Yuan. "You saw it, didn't you? You could have warned me." Lin Yuan shrugged. "I did tell you to leave before you regretted it. You just didn't listen." His indifferent tone only fueled Qiao Xiang's fury. She clenched her fists, her anger reaching its peak. You really have a problem," she shouted, unable to hold back any longer. Lin Yuan remained unfazed. "You're upset now because you don't understand me yet," he said, his voice calm. Then, after a pause, he added, "But don't worry. Soon, you'll understand me. And hate me even more." Qiao Xiang was momentarily stunned. For a split second, she thought there was a hint of sincerity in his words. But then she caught the smirk on his face, and her anger reignited. As the young lady of the Qiao family, and being beautiful with a mixed race, whether at home or outside or abroad, people treat her kindly and gently. They held me in their hands for the fear of her falling. They held their thoughts in their mouths for the fear of her melting. Today, Lin Yuan made her angry many times. She got angry more than the instances she has been angry in the past year. Under the uncontrollable anger and grievance, Qiao Xiang's eyes became sore. She burst into tears. Her tears began falling, her eyes welled up with tears of frustration. Since Lin Yuan was right there and Qiao Xiang didn't want to lose her face, she wiped her tears with her hands and slightly bit her red lips. Because the more she rubs her eyes, the more she feels wronged. At this moment, she felt someone pulling her dress. Still, Lin Yuan noticed her trembling frame. With a sigh, he reached out and gently pulled her toward the side of his Lamborghini. "Don't cry," he said softly, his hand resting on her shoulder. "I can't stand seeing a woman cry." He had a gentle smile on his face. Seeing Lin Yuan's gentle appearance, Qiao Xiang's heart fluttered. After all, Lin Yuan had a 200 points charm. Qiao Xiang felt that Lin Yuan was finally sensible and finally did something right. "You can't stand seeing a woman crying, but he kept on bullying me." Qiao Xiang wanted to say this to him. But before she could even speak, she was interrupted by Lin Yuan. "I can't stand seeing a woman crying, because if they cry, I laugh so hard." Before Qiao Xiang could process his words, Lin Yuan burst into laughter, stepped into his car, and sped off, leaving her stunned. "You! Lin Yuan!" Her scream echoed in the air as she watched his Lamborghini disappear into the distance. Qiao Xiang shouted Lin Yuan's name that she felt like she badly wanted to slap him on the face. But Lin Yuan has escaped again on board his Lamborghini. At this time, Qiao Xiang could not contain her anger that she could not even cry. Her fury boiled over as she stomped her feet only to accidentally drop her designer bag onto her soiled shoe. Her frustration reached its breaking point. Tears streamed down her face as she climbed back into her car. "Lin Yuan. I hate you. You just wait. I'll remember this day." Back in her car, she furiously searched for Lin Yuan on WeChat to send him a barrage of angry voice messages. But a system prompt popped up instead, "Please add the other party as a friend first." Her jaw dropped. "Ah!" She let out a frustrated scream and threw her phone onto the passenger seat, tears of anger spilling from her eyes. Meanwhile, aboard his Lamborghini, Lin Yuan casually checked his phone. A message from his mother, Meng Yulan, had arrived. "How was the blind date?" Lin Yuan typed a brief reply, "Not great. I wasn't very impressed. Maybe next time." Meng Yulan quickly responded, "How are you so sure there'll be a next time?" Lin Yuan hesitated, staring at the screen, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 85 Ding. Gui King Tong confessed to you. Lin Yuan was left speechless. He had only been joking when he mentioned the whole next time thing, yet his mother, Meng Yulan, had already arranged another blind date for him. "We understand that the reason you've remained single for so long has a lot to do with yourself," Meng Yulan said, her tone carrying both patience and exasperation. "So, even though Miss Kiao comes from a very good family, we cannot settle for just one option." She continued, "We've already arranged another blind date for you. Think of her as a backup option, just in case things don't work out with Miss Kiao. Of course, if you do end up marrying Miss Kiao, that would naturally be the best outcome for everyone. The meeting spot is set at the entrance of the Jinxiu Garden Hotel. Make sure you go." Lin Yuan frowned. "I'm not going." "You're refusing? Do you really want to stay single for the rest of your life? If you refuse to go, we'll have to cut off your pocket money." Lin Yuan scoffed. "Is that so? Well, I still don't want to go." His father sighed and chimed in, "Son, I understand you, but you can't just keep using tissues all the time. It's bad for your health." Meng Yulan clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture. "Your dad and I are begging you. If you refuse, we'll send you a video of us doing kowtow together." Lin Yuan. He was truly at a loss for words. Lin Yuan had no interest in going, but it was clear his parents had already made up their minds. Even if he resisted, they had orchestrated everything in such a way that he wouldn't have much of a choice. Since his route from the cafe back home required him to pass by the Jinxiu Garden Hotel anyway, it seemed like fate, or rather, his overbearing parents had already decided for him. Lin Yuan stepped out of his car upon arriving at the Jinxiu Garden Hotel. The place was undeniably elegant, with its grand architecture and luxurious atmosphere, but he had no interest in appreciating the scenery. His parents had been too preoccupied with their scheming earlier and hadn't even told him how he was supposed to identify his blind date. Lin Yuan's plan was simple: leave as quickly as possible. He'd return home and tell his mother that he hadn't found his blind date, and that would be the end of it. Just as he was about to get back into his car, a cheerful voice called out from behind him. "Brother Lin Yuan." He turned around to see who it was. Standing there was a stunning young girl, around 16 or 17 years old. Her facial features were delicate and charming, exuding an innocent beauty that was enhanced by her bright, lively expression. Despite her youthful appearance, her body had already developed a more mature allure. She wore a high school uniform, the outfit neatly pressed and flattering her figure. The vibrant energy of youth practically radiated from her. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, feeling a vague sense of familiarity. "Do you know me?" he asked. "Of course. I've been dreaming about you every night for the past few days, Brother Lin Yuan." The girl giggled happily, her voice carrying a mix of excitement and shyness. She covered her pretty face with her hands as she continued, "Don't you remember me? I personally handed you a letter the other day." "Ah, I'm so embarrassed just thinking about it." Hearing this, Lin Yuan finally recalled where he had seen her before. This was the beautiful girl who had approached him after the Jiangbai Conservatory of Music exhibition to give him a handwritten letter. However, he had completely forgotten where he had placed it. "What a coincidence," he said casually. "Do you live nearby?" Lin Yuan exchanged a few more polite words with her and was about to turn around and leave when Brother Lin Yuan, "Wait." The girl took a step closer, beaming. "I actually came here for a blind date with you." Lin Yuan froze for a moment, utterly dumbfounded. "You? A blind date?" He gave her a quick once-over, noting that while her figure was slightly more mature for her age, she still had a youthful, developing frame. Gui Qingtong blushed at his scrutiny and quickly covered her chest with her arms. "Brother Lin Yuan. Don't look at me like that. You're making me shy." Lin Yuan was at a complete loss for words. "Little girl, you're way too young. What are you even talking about? How old are you?" Hearing his words, Gui Qingtong puffed out her chest in defiance. Though she wasn't particularly well endowed yet, she still proudly pushed her small 36A cup breast forward. "I'm not a child anymore. I'll be 18 in just a few months." She then looked at him seriously and explained, "I heard that your parents were looking for a blind date for you, so I pestered my mom for days until she finally agreed to let me come here." Gui Qingtong's expression turned sincere as she met Lin Yuan's gaze with unwavering determination. "I really like you. I love you, Brother Lin Yuan." Her words were direct, heartfelt, and full of conviction. Lin Yuan sighed. "You're too young. Do you even understand what love is?" His gaze briefly flickered to her modest chest before he shook his head. However, Gui Qingtong was not one to give up so easily. She took a bold step forward and clung onto his arm, looking up at him with pleading eyes. "The moment I saw you playing the piano that day, I fell in love. I really, really like you. I've been looking at your photos every day, listening to your piano music for hours before I can fall asleep." She clung to him more tightly, as if afraid he might run away. "Your song Sad or Happy is absolutely amazing. I shared it with my mom, and she also thought it was wonderful." "Brother Lin Yuan," she called out sweetly, her tone carrying a slight whine. "I'm not asking you to marry me right away. Just promise me that you'll be my boyfriend. We can take things slowly." Before Lin Yuan could respond, a familiar system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Heroine Gui Qingtong has confessed her love to you. Please make a choice. Choice 1, accept her confession and become her boyfriend. Reward, advanced level painting. Choice 2, reject her confession while maintaining a good impression. Reward, advanced level antique appraisal. Lin Yuan was momentarily surprised. Was Gui Qingtong also a heroine in this world? Why did he have no prior impression of her? Wait. Gui Qingtong? He suddenly remembered she was indeed one of the heroines in the novel. However, she wasn't supposed to have many scenes yet, as she was set to become a heroine a few years later. At this stage, she hadn't fully stepped into that role. Her significance, however, was largely tied to her mother. Lin Yuan recalled that Gui Qingtong's mother was far from ordinary. But setting those thoughts aside for the moment, he made his decision. I choose the second option and reject her confession. Ding. Choice confirmed. You have received the reward, advanced level antique appraisal. With the system prompt out of the way, Lin Yuan turned his attention back to Gui Qingtong. Smiling gently, he spoke in a calm and patient voice. Zhao Qingtong, you're still too young. I really can't be with you. Right now, you should focus on studying, spending time with your friends, and enjoying your youth. Love can come later, when you're physically and emotionally ready. He maintained a neutral expression, pretending to be disinterested. But deep down, he knew this wasn't the end of their story. Not accepting her now was simply a necessary step in his greater plan. Chapter 86 Go to the hotel? But even though Lin Yuan looked at her flat chest with complete disinterest, Gui Qingtong remained unfazed. With bright, enthusiastic eyes, she continued, Qingtong really likes brother Lin Yuan. Qingtong is not a little kid anymore. I really like you. I love brother Lin Yuan. If you dislike Qingtong's small chest, then Qingtong will drink more papaya milk. Besides, I heard that if a girl has a boyfriend, he can help her make them grow bigger. Brother Lin Yuan, can you help Qingtong when you have time? Seeing this naughty high school girl standing in front of him, Lin Yuan had an unforgivable sense of crime. He quickly glanced around. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to them. Letting out a subtle sigh of relief, Lin Yuan said seriously, "You're still young, and you don't truly understand what love is yet. I know I'm handsome, but you're just in your adolescent years. Feelings like this might seem real now, but you could end up regretting them later." Gui Qingtong fiercely shook her head in protest. No. Qingtong really likes brother Lin Yuan. Qingtong won't deny that I was first drawn to you because of your handsomeness. But that's not the only reason I like everything about you. Your voice, your smile, the way you look when you play the piano, the scent of your body. Everything. Even the disgusted look you sometimes give me. Qingtong loves it all. She declared with unwavering sincerity. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples as he felt a headache coming on. Your brother is a scumbag. Do you remember that beautiful woman from the other day? She's just one of my many girlfriends, Lin Yuan confessed, attempting to deter her. Gui Qingtong, however, didn't even blink. Then what's one more? You already have so many anyway. I'm a scumbag. I've done a lot of bad street. I don't care if you're a scumbag, brother Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Oh carrot, he genuinely couldn't comprehend how this little girl liked him so much. Out of curiosity, Lin Yuan silently summoned his favorability panel to check whether she was speaking the truth. And when he saw the numbers, he was utterly stunned. Gui Qingtong wasn't lying. Her favorability had reached a staggering 90 points. Other than Caillou Wangxi's 99 points, she had the highest degree of affection among all the female leads he had encountered. Lin Yuan remembered that if a girl's favorability hit 100 points, it would trigger a complete counterattack. A complete counterattack would not only yield generous rewards but also grant him a divine-level skill instantly. It was just 10 points away. Maybe. Just one home base would be enough to push it to 100. To be honest, it was very tempting. However, Lin Yuan quickly pushed the thought aside. He had other priorities. Besides, Gui Qingtong really was too young. Lin Yuan still preferred mature aesthetics. Yet, there was no denying the fact that Gui Qingtong genuinely liked him. As Lin Yuan contemplated the complete counterattack scenario, he could feel her intense gaze on him. Gui Qingtong, completely unbothered by his hesitation, stood up straight with confidence. Lin Yuan simply shook his head and walked to his car. Sliding into the driver's seat of his Lamborghini, he turned to her and said, "Get in." The moment she heard his words, Gui Qingtong excitedly opened the passenger door and hopped in. "Big brother Lin Yuan, where are we going?" she asked curiously. Then, suddenly, a thought struck her. "Are we going to a hotel?" It's not that Qingtong doesn't like the idea, But isn't it too fast? Ah. But if Brother Lin Yuan really wants to, it's not impossible. Well, King Tong is not young anymore. She nodded vigorously, trying to psych herself up, though her flushed cheeks betrayed her embarrassment. Lin Yuan nearly choked on his own breath. How could he not see through this little brat's thoughts? Go to a hotel? You don't even have an ID card. We can't book a room, Lin Yuan said, shooting her a glance. Then, are you taking me to your house? Yeah. Going to Brother Lin Yuan's house for the first time. What a shame. Gui King Tong covered her face with her small hands, trying to hide her bashfulness. Her ears had turned a deep shade of red. Lin Yuan sighed. I want to take you home, but not to my house. I'm taking you to yours. Huh? Little girl, what exactly do you think about all day? Do you usually look at unhealthy things? Seeing her little ears turn even redder, Lin Yuan couldn't resist reaching out and pinching them. Gui King Tong's body trembled slightly at his touch. Her ears were quite sensitive. Yet, she had no objections to his actions. On the contrary, she actually liked it. After pinching them twice, Lin Yuan let go. He had to focus on driving, after all. Gui King Tong quickly clarified, King Tong rarely looks at unhealthy things. Mom doesn't let me. But I still have a solid foundation in basic physiology. Then, with an innocent smile, she added, Brother Lin Yuan, don't you feel it? I've slept with you so many times in my dreams. In my dream last night, Brother Lin Yuan and King Tong gave birth to so many babies, he. Lin Yuan glanced at the pure, lovely girl sitting beside him, looking completely innocent despite the absurdity of her words. He couldn't help but feel an indescribable emotion rising inside him. If he had to put it into words, it was like a strange, egg pain-like feeling, an acute sense of powerlessness. Since when did he and Gui King Tong home base multiple times? Since when did he agree to give her a bunch of kids? Yet, Gui King Tong continued dreaming with no sign of waking up. Eventually, Lin Yuan pulled up to the entrance of her home. The Gui family had a massive mansion, far grander than even the Yan family's villa. Gui King Tong unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to Lin Yuan with a bright smile. Thank you, Brother Lin Yuan, for taking me home, she said sweetly. But then, her mind started wandering again. Huh? Brother Lin Yuan, how do you know where my house is? Did I ever tell you? A moment later, realization dawned on her, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Wait. Do you like me, Brother Lin Yuan? Did you secretly follow me home before? Wow. Lin Yuan sighed helplessly. This little girl's thought process was truly difficult to keep up with. Gui King Tong went on to think beyond what can be imagined which adolescent girls undergo. He decided to play along. I followed your lovely scent all the way here. Just by tracking your fragrance, I found your home, he said casually. Brother Lin Yuan, you're too much. Talking to you makes me so shy. Flustered, Gui King Tong covered her blushing face and ran straight into her house. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yuan let out another sigh. The thought process of a girl like King Tong is impossible to predict. There was no way to reason with her using normal logic. Instead of trying to argue, it was better to just go along with her fantasies or scare her off with sorrowful words when necessary. Looking at the Grand Gui family estate, a smirk slowly crept across Lin Yuan's lips. Gui King Tong had never mentioned her home address. So how did he know where the Gui family's mansion was? In the original novel, the Gui family was mentioned several times. Soon, he would step into this house again, and this time, many people would be there waiting. Chapter 87 Yan Ryuiu's Concern and Pain. When Lin Yuan got home, he received a message from Yan Ryuiu on WeChat inviting him to dinner that evening. He glanced at the screen and saw the simple yet cautious message, Are you free tonight? Can we have a meal together? I want to tell you something. A slight smile formed on Lin Yuan's lips as he tapped his reply. Okay. At the same time, Yan Ryuiu, who had been staring anxiously at her phone screen for nearly half an hour, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief the moment she saw Lin Yuan's response. Her fingers, which had been gripping the phone tightly, slowly relaxed. She had been worried that he would ignore her again, that he would refuse, that he would brush her aside with his usual indifference. But now that he had agreed, she felt a sense of joy she couldn't suppress, a strange yet exhilarating warmth spreading through her chest. He agreed. He really agreed. Muttering to herself, Yan Ryuiu turned her gaze toward the full-length mirror in front of her, carefully examining her reflection. Her delicate hands instinctively reached for the dresses laid out on the bed, her mind spinning with indecision. This one? Or maybe this one? For the first time in a long while, she felt nervous about how she looked. She had never been the type to obsess over her outfit before. Normally, whether she was going to the company, attending an event, or simply going out, she just ensured she looked neat and presentable. Comfort was always her priority. But today was different. Tonight's dinner felt important, far more significant than she could explain. She wanted to look her best, to be alluring, to captivate Lin Yuan in a way she hadn't before. Yan Ryu bit her lip, her heart pounding as she carefully selected her attire for the evening. That night, Lin Yuan arrived at the restaurant Yan Ryu had chosen. The establishment was one of the most elegantly decorated venues in Jiangbai, renowned for its exquisite ambience and top-tier service. The moment he stepped inside, his sharp eyes quickly scanned the room. Even in a restaurant filled with beautiful and wealthy patrons, it wasn't difficult to locate Yan Ryu because tonight, she stood out more than anyone else. The place was frequented by celebrities, business elites, and socialites, each adorned with designer clothing, dazzling jewelry, and impeccable makeup. Yet, despite all the elegance and charm surrounding her, Yan Ryu outshined them all. She wasn't just beautiful, she was breathtaking. Tonight, she was different. Her presence was overwhelming, exuding a radiance that was difficult to ignore. Even though she simply sat there, quietly waiting, many of the men in the restaurant couldn't help but steal glances at her. Lin Yuan observed her closely as he walked toward her table. Under the soft glow of the restaurant's chandeliers, her flawless, porcelain-like skin seemed even more luminous. Her beautiful, broad eyes sparkled like the stars, framed by long, thick eyelashes that fluttered slightly as if betraying a hint of nervousness. Her well-defined eyebrows, her high-bridged nose, and her soft pink lips, every feature of hers was elegant, almost like a delicate painting. But what caught Lin Yuan's attention the most was the dress she wore. Unlike her usual sophisticated or business-like attire, tonight, Yan Ryu had chosen a stunning rose-red off-shoulder dress. It hugged her figure gracefully, enhancing her curves while giving her an air of sensuality that was both enchanting and refined. It was a bold choice, completely different from her usual style. For a woman known for her cold and distant demeanor, this transformation was striking. Lin Yuan took his seat opposite her, and as he did, he noticed the slight shift in the atmosphere. There was a brief moment of silence as many of the men in the restaurant sighed in disappointment, watching him sit across from her. They had been admiring Yan Ryu from afar, but now, their hopes were crushed. However, upon getting a clear look at Lin Yuan, they knew they couldn't compete. His flawless features, sharp aura, and effortless confidence were leagues beyond what any of them could match. Meanwhile, the jealous women in the restaurant, who had initially been envious of Yan Ryu's beauty, found their attention diverted. Their eyes lingered on Lin Yuan, captivated by his striking looks and presence. Ignoring the onlookers, Lin Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Miss Yan, you came early. Have you been waiting for me for a long time?" Yan Ryu's fingers tensed slightly as she met his gaze. His words were casual, yet his presence made her heart race. "No. I didn't wait too long," she responded, her voice carrying a hint of nervousness. Glancing at her phone, she realized that Lin Yuan had arrived exactly on time. Yet, she had come early. Before, it was always Lin Yuan who arrived first, always the one waiting for her. Now, that had changed. And for some reason, this shift made her feel a little lost. Lin Yuan studied her carefully, noticing subtle details beneath her flawless exterior. Despite her impeccable appearance, there were signs that she hadn't been doing well. Her eyes, though radiant, had a slight redness and swelling, as if she had cried for a long time. Even with makeup covering it, Lin Yuan could see the traces of sadness she had tried to hide. Her lips, soft and delicate as ever, were slightly torn as if she had been biting them out of habit, lost in deep thought. This wasn't just a matter of lack of sleep. She had been emotionally distressed. Even without asking, Lin Yuan understood the reason. It must be because of what happened earlier today. The air between them grew tense, the silence stretching longer than expected. But Lin Yuan wasn't in a rush. He could see the conflict in her eyes, the hesitation. Eventually, Yan Ryu broke the silence. "Ah. When you were singing at Li Fei's concert, I watched the live broadcast. You sang really well." Lin Yuan's response was polite but distant. "Thank you." Yan Ryu bit her lip slightly before continuing, "The song you sang was so powerful. When did you learn to sing like that?" Instead of answering directly, Lin Yuan tilted his head slightly and asked, "Does Miss Yan care about me?" His smile was calm, but his words caught her off guard. I. Yan Ryu hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Seeing her reaction, Lin Yuan smirked. "Miss Yan didn't think I could sing well before. Is this about the time I sang for you?" Yan Ryu froze for a moment before nodding. She recalled how she had once despised Lin Yuan's terrible singing and how he had promised to improve. Even though she knew he didn't do it for her, she still felt that, in some way, it was connected to her. But Lin Yuan's next words shattered that thought. "I improved my singing, but it had nothing to do with you." Yan Ryu's heart tightened. His words cut deeper than she expected, and the look in her eyes dimmed with sadness. Trying to steer the conversation, she forced a smile and said, "Oh, I remember. You play the piano well too, don't you?" Lin Yuan nodded. "Yes, I do. But that also has nothing to do with Miss Yan." His words were light-hearted, but the meaning behind them was heavy. Yan Ryu clenched her hands under the table, feeling an unfamiliar sense of helplessness creeping into her heart. For the first time, she felt what it was like to be on the other side, to be the one chasing, to be the one struggling to close the distance between them. And it was tormenting her. Chapter 88 Miss Yan, why should I treat you? Yan Ryu felt deeply uncomfortable when Lin Yuan outright told her that everything he had achieved now had nothing to do with her. She had always thought that the reason he could now sing so beautifully and play the piano so skillfully was all because of her, because of the past they shared. "So, everything has nothing to do with me?" she asked, her voice laced with disbelief. "Then why did you sing for me and play the piano for me before?" Yan Ryu wasn't questioning his words. She could see from his expression and hear from his tone that he was speaking the truth. But even though she believed him, she didn't want to accept it. Lin Yuan simply smiled. "Maybe because I liked Miss Yan before." The original Lin Yuan, the one before everything changed, had done those foolish things because he was in love with her. "Maybe. You liked me before?" Yan Ryu murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. She remembered now. When Lin Yuan had sung and played the piano recently, there had been a perfect girl by his side. A girl with an ethereal beauty, flawless in every way, a true goddess. Yet, despite that, she had still allowed herself to hope that it had all been for her. Or perhaps, she had just been too arrogant. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. "What is your relationship with that girl?" she asked, unable to stop herself. She hadn't even said the girl's name, but Lin Yuan knew immediately who she was referring to. Kaikion. Instead of answering directly, Lin Yuan simply smiled. "My relationship with her?" He leaned back slightly. "Miss Yan, does that have anything to do with you?" Yan Ryu bit her lip. "I was your fiancé before. And? Didn't you like me before? Does being my former fiancé and someone I used to like mean I owe you an explanation about my personal life?" Lin Yuan asked, his tone light but distant. "Miss Yan, we have nothing to do with each other now, so I don't need to explain anything to you." His next word struck her like a dagger in heart. "In other words, anything that concerns me should no longer matter to you, Miss Yan." Yan Ryu's breath hitched. Flustered, she hurriedly shook her head. I'm sorry, I am so sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I was just curious about you and her." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Just curiosity? Not because you have feelings for me?" Yan Ryu's throat tightened. She wasn't sure. Her emotions had been in turmoil for days now. She kept thinking about Lin Yuan, his image constantly surfacing in her mind. But hadn't she always believed she would hate men for the rest of her life? She didn't understand her own feelings. Lin Yuan continued, his voice calm but piercing. "Didn't we call off the engagement long ago? Didn't both sides agree? We should have nothing to do with each other now." His gaze was unwavering as he looked at her. "Besides," he continued, "Miss Yan, you were so tired of me before. Now, despite all my previous shortcomings, do you suddenly want me again? Have you already forgotten the freedom and dignity you used to pursue?" Yan Ryu felt something tighten painfully in her chest. It was an indescribable sensation, like her heart was being gnawed on by countless tiny ants. "I'm sorry," she said softly. Lin Yuan tilted his head. "Why are you apologizing, Miss Yan?" Yan Ryu hesitated. She lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry for how I treated you before. You were always so kind to me. But I didn't appreciate it. I took your kindness for granted. I was indifferent, cold. And I ignored your feelings." It was a confession of regret, spoken as if she was repenting. Even though the other people in the restaurant couldn't hear their conversation, it was clear from Yan Ryu's posture and expression that she was humbling herself before Lin Yuan, while he remained indifferent. Many of the men watching felt their hearts ache. To see such a stunning beauty looking so vulnerable. And yet, Lin Yuan remained unmoved. They wished they could trade places with him. But none of them dared to interfere. Lin Yuan suddenly asked, "Miss Yan, do you suffer from misandry?" Yan Ryu's head snapped up. She looked at him in shock. Lin Yuan continued, "Have you always felt disgusted by men? Not just emotionally, but physically?" Yan Ryu's eyes widened. How do you know?" "When you were younger," Lin Yuan said slowly, "did your father often abuse your mother? Did those experiences leave a deep scar in your heart?" Yan Ryu's breath caught. Her fingers trembled slightly. How do you know that?" she asked in disbelief. "Did my mother tell you?" But she immediately shook her head. No. That's impossible. My mother would never tell anyone about this. Lin Yuan simply smiled. Have you forgotten my medical skills? I pieced it together from observing your mother while treating her recently. Yan Ryuayu stared at him, still in shock. She had never told anyone about her past. Only she and her mother knew about it. But Lin Yuan had figured it out. He leaned forward slightly. You don't just hate men, do you? Deep down, you also crave the love and security of a father figure, don't you? Yan Ryuayu's lips parted, but no words came out. How could he know? How could he see through her so easily? She had buried those feelings so deeply that she had barely acknowledged them herself. But Lin Yuan's words forced her to face the truth. Her hands clenched into fists on her lap. Lin Yuan continued, his voice gentle but firm. Your condition isn't severe, it's mostly psychological. Yan Ryuayu swallowed hard. Not severe? She echoed bitterly. Then why? Why do I feel like my mind is breaking? Lately, I've been so confused, so easily hurt. And I can't seem to control myself. Lin Yuan smirked inwardly. He was making things up, guiding her thoughts in a certain direction. He suspected that the reason she was struggling was because of him, because of how their relationship had changed. But he didn't let her realize that. Instead, he led her to believe that it was entirely due to her past trauma. And Yan Ryuayu accepted it. She clung to his explanation, desperate for a reason behind the pain she was feeling. She took a shaky breath. If there's a way to treat it. She bit her lip, then lifted her gaze to meet his. Lin Yuan. Can you help me? Her voice was low, almost pleading. Your medical skills are incredible, she continued. If there's a way. Please, help me get better. For the first time in her life, she was asking for someone else's help. Lin Yuan leaned back, watching her with amusement. This condition isn't something that can be completely cured, he said lazily. But it can be managed. Yan Ryuayu's heart clenched. She didn't want to keep feeling like this. She didn't want to keep suffering. She bit her lip and pleaded, then. Can you help me manage it? Her voice trembled. Please. Seeing Yan Ryuayu pleading continuously, Lin Yuan smiled and said lightly, this illness is not curable, but it can be managed. It's just that, why should I treat you? Chapter 89 Miss Yan, if I told you to go east, you can't go west. Why should I treat you? Yan Ryuayu was momentarily stunned by Lin Yuan's response. Yes. Why should he treat her? As Lin Yuan had already stated, she had nothing to do with him anymore. They were no longer engaged, and he was no longer the lovesick fool who once followed her around like a shadow. Why would he go out of his way to help her now? Yan Ryuayu suddenly recalled Lin Yuan's principle of equivalent exchange, a belief he firmly held on to. Gritting her teeth slightly, she hesitated before saying, I can give you a reward. Lin Yuan smirked, his gaze indifferent. A reward? And what kind of reward are we talking about? Money. You should know by now, Miss Yan, that I am not lacking in wealth. Yan Ryuayu's lips parted slightly, but no words came out. Indeed, as the young master of the Lin family, could he possibly care about money? He had everything: status, power, and wealth. No amount of money she could offer would make any difference to him. If money wasn't enough, then what else could she possibly give him? Just as she was struggling to come up with an answer, Lin Yuan spoke again. Let's talk about the treatment first. We can discuss the reward afterward. Your condition isn't easy to cure, and the process. Well, you may not like it very much. Yan Ryuayu was momentarily dazed before quickly asking, what do you mean? How will the treatment work? Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. You have to start overcoming your aversion to men. It's actually quite simple, just gradually getting used to interacting with the opposite sex. However, for you, Miss Yan, that is easier said than done, isn't it? Both psychologically and physically, even standing too close to a man makes you uncomfortable. Yan Ryuayu bit her lip, feeling a tinge of hesitation creeping into her heart. She had always avoided men, keeping her distance as much as possible. Even now, she could only think of one man she had ever been somewhat close to. Her gaze landed on Lin Yuan. There's only one person I feel somewhat familiar with, she said in a soft voice. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, pretending to be surprised. Oh? And that person is me? Yan Ryuayu gave a small nod. Lin Yuan knew that her words were not an exaggeration. As the daughter of the prestigious Yan family, and one of the top 4 beauties in Jiangbai, she was naturally surrounded by admirers. However, despite the many suitors chasing after her, very few had the privilege of truly interacting with her. Moreover, she had always maintained an extreme discomfort toward men. Even if a man stood within 2 or 3 meters of her, she would instinctively feel uneasy and want to escape. The only 2 men she had any prolonged contact with were her father and Lin Yuan. And unfortunately, Both had left her with bitter memories. Her father's violent tendencies and her father's manifestation of domestic violence scarred her childhood. While Lin Yuan's previous foolish obsession with her had once been a source of irritation. Lin Yuan took a step forward, looking at her with a calm expression. Do you truly want me to help you treat this illness? If so, I have my conditions. Yan Ryuayu instinctively clenched her fingers. What? What kind of conditions? Lin Yuan's lips curled slightly. It's simple. You have to obey me completely. The treatment won't be easy, and you'll have to get used to things you've never experienced before. So, my only request is complete obedience. His voice was light, but his words carried undeniable weight. Obedience? Yan Ryuayu repeated, her heart tightening. Yes, Lin Yuan continued smoothly. If I say go east, you cannot go west. If I say walk forward, you cannot step back. You must do exactly as I say. If you agree, then I will help you treat your illness. If you don't, then there will be no other way. When I say obedient, it means completely being submissive. Of course, I will not deliberately make you do something that you don't want to do and anything that is not going to help cure your illness. It's up to you to decide. I will give you 10 seconds to think about it. Yan Ryuayu's breathing grew slightly uneven. Yan Ryuayu's mind got twisted upon hearing Lin Yuan's words. She had always valued her independence and hated being controlled by anyone. She hesitated very much. Be completely obedient? If he says go east, she can't go west? Even when her mother tried to make decisions for her, she had rebelled. Wasn't that why she had insisted on breaking off her engagement to Lin Yuan in the first place? Because she despised the idea of being bound to a man, of losing her freedom? But despite her hesitation, she could not bring herself to refuse. Because she did not want to continue living like this. Didn't she do it because she doesn't like to be manipulated, for freedom? But she couldn't say she disagreed. She doesn't want to suffer like that anymore. Lin Yuan glanced at his watch. Your 10 seconds are up. Since Miss Yan is still hesitating, let's forget about it. After saying that, he casually turned around and began walking away. Yan Ryuayu's heart clenched. She didn't understand why, but she suddenly felt panic. Her body moved before she could think. Her slender hand reached out, grabbing Lin Yuan's arm. I promise. She said firmly, biting her lip. Lin Yuan paused, glancing down at her fingers clutching his sleeve. Her usually composed face was tinged with an unusual shade of red, and her beautiful eyes were filled with something between frustration and determination. Seeing Yan Ryuayu's gnawed lips and her serious eyes, Lin Yuan smiled. His smile had a meaning to it. Ding. Reward, 500 counterattack points. Lin Yuan heard the system notification, but his expression remained unchanged. Meanwhile, the other men in the restaurant who had been secretly watching them were practically seething with jealousy. Why? Why was such a peerless beauty following Lin Yuan so obediently? Why wasn't it them standing in his place? Of course, these men never once stopped to look in the mirror and ask themselves if they even stood a chance against him. As for the women watching, their thoughts were completely different. They envied Yan Ryuayu. They wished they could take her place, standing beside Lin Yuan. Of course, for Yan Ryuayu, this wasn't an act. After what happened, there is no way they can eat this meal. Lin Yuan is not hungry, and Yan Ryuayu inviting to eat is just an excuse. She walked quietly behind Lin Yuan, her gaze lowered, her cheeks still tinged with red. Seeing such a beauty chasing after Lin Yuan's every step, all the other men were heartbroken. During this time, Yan Ryuayu had a low-key behavior, her cheeks are slightly red. As she followed him out of the restaurant, her mind kept replaying a certain moment. The moment she had grabbed his arm. The warmth of his skin had lingered in her palm for a split second before she quickly withdrew her hand. Why had she reacted like that? She had no answer. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan checked her favorability panel. 35 points. It wasn't low, but it wasn't particularly high either. She hadn't agreed to his conditions because she was in love with him. Lin Yuan knew that much. There were multiple reasons why she had made this decision. 1. She genuinely believed in his medical skills. 2. She truly suffered from misandry and wanted to be cured. 3. Her curiosity about the new Lin Yuan played a role. 4. She still felt guilty for taking his past affections for granted. Compared to other men, whose favorability scores were likely negative, 35 points was already a considerable gap. On top of that, she also owed Lin Yuan for saving Song Juan and helping her iris flower bloom, so, under all these influences, she had agreed to his condition. This is a promise that Lin Yuan might take advantage of. Yan Ryuayu believes that Lin Yuan is a genius doctor, so she hopes to be cured by him. Lin Yuan's gaze was casual, but an amused glint flashed in his eyes. Yan Ryuayu still had no idea. She thought Lin Yuan was merely curing her. But Lin Yuan's real goal was to turn this cold and untouchable beauty into his most loyal licking dog. His eyes deliberately drifted downward, lingering on her long, perfectly shaped legs. Yan Ryu, noticing his gaze, felt her heart skip a beat. Why is he looking at me like that? Lin Yuan smirked. For the treatment. Let's start with your legs. His tone was calm, yet inexplicably dangerous. Yan Ryu's heart pounded. Why? Why did it suddenly feel like she was in trouble? Chapter 90 Wear high heels. Starting from the legs? Yan Ryu's heart skipped a beat as she heard Lin Yuan's words. Did he have some ulterior motive? Was he disguising his intentions under the pretense of treating her illness? A wave of unease surged within her, but to her surprise, Lin Yuan merely cast a brief glance at her legs before looking away as if he had lost interest. This unexpected reaction left Yan Ryu feeling a strange sense of relief. Lin Yuan then spoke in an even tone, his words measured and deliberate. There are several key aspects to treating your condition. The first is developing the courage to interact with men, gradually overcoming your aversion and fear of them. Of course, I know this won't be easy for you. Therefore, you should start with me before attempting to interact with other men. Hearing Lin Yuan's suggestion, Yan Ryu unconsciously exhaled a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. She nodded in agreement. For some reason, she didn't feel any revulsion when interacting with Lin Yuan. Unlike with other men, where even the thought of proximity repulsed her, she found herself oddly at ease around him. But beyond him, the idea of interacting with other men still made her stomach churn. Lin Yuan continued, his gaze unwavering. The second key point is learning to embrace your identity and recognize your own beauty. Yan Ryu was momentarily taken aback. Recognize my own beauty? She murmured, puzzled by the statement. Lin Yuan's gaze drifted downward to her legs, a subtle smile forming at the corner of his lips. Miss Yan, have you ever worn high heels? Yan Ryu stiffened. How did he know? She had never worn high heels before, not even once. She was well aware that her legs long, slender, and flawlessly shaped would inevitably draw attention from men. Wearing high heels would only accentuate them further, making them even more eye-catching. And the idea of those disgusting men leering at her was enough to make her feel nauseous. That was the sole reason she had always stuck to flat shoes. However, it isn't surprising that Lin Yuan knew about this, for as long as one pays attention, one could definitely conclude the same. But Lin Yuan had somehow figured it out just by observing her. So, it turns out that Lin Yuan pays attention to her regularly. Had he been paying close attention to her all along? As this realization dawned on her, a strange warmth spread through her chest. Ding! Yan Ryu's favorability +2. Rewards, 200 counterattack points. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow at the sudden system notification. A reward? He hadn't expected to gain favorability from such a simple exchange. Yan Ryu's expression had softened slightly, and there was a trace of happiness flickering in her eyes. Lin Yuan didn't overthink it and simply pressed on. You avoid high heels because of your fear of attracting unwanted attention from men, correct? But you are your own person. You don't have to let other people's gazes dictate what you wear or how you present yourself. Yan Ryu hesitated, then gave a small nod. I suppose that's true. Lin Yuan's tone became firm. Then let's start changing that. Right now, I want you to go to a shoe store and buy a pair of high heels. Yan Ryu's eyes widened. Right now? Yes, now. His tone left no room for argument. She instinctively wanted to refuse, but then she remembered the promise she had made to him. She had vowed to obey whatever he asked of her. Even if she was reluctant, she couldn't go back on her word now. Thus, with a mix of apprehension and resignation, she followed Lin Yuan to the high-end shoe boutique. The store was filled with rows of dazzling high heels, displayed in an array of styles and heights: low heels, mid heels, and towering stilettos. Yan Ryu browsed through the selection cautiously before settling on 2 pairs of low-heeled heels. Though she was following Lin Yuan's directive, she subconsciously gravitated toward the safer option, her self-protection instincts still deeply ingrained. This is a self-protection mechanism. But just as she reached out to try them on, another pair of shoes was placed before her. A pair of tall, black lace-up high heels. Lin Yuan's voice was calm but commanding. Put these on. Yan Ryu's fingers tightened around the low heels she had chosen, her instincts screaming at her to refuse. But when she looked up and met Lin Yuan's indifferent gaze, she hesitated. There was no room for negotiation in his expression. She had already agreed to his methods, hadn't she? She couldn't back out at the very first challenge. Taking a deep breath, she reluctantly placed the low-heeled shoes back on the shelf and reached for the ones Lin Yuan had selected. The black lace-up stilettos were undeniably elegant yet intimidating. Slipping them on, Yan Ryu felt an immediate sense of discomfort. She had never worn anything like this before, and standing up in them was an awkward struggle. Her movements were stiff, her balance unsteady. Her legs trembled slightly as she tried to adjust to the unfamiliar sensation of height. But despite her unease, the effect was undeniable. High heels truly accentuated her already flawless long legs, creating a mesmerizing illusion of even greater length and elegance. The straps of the shoes traced delicately around her ankles, enhancing the graceful curvature of her calves. Even the female clerks in the store couldn't help but stare. Though they themselves were women, their eyes were filled with admiration, even envy. One of the clerks finally spoke up, her tone genuinely appreciative. "Miss, your boyfriend has an excellent eye. These heels were made for you. I have never seen such long, beautiful legs before. They're absolutely stunning in those heels." Yan Ryuayu's cheeks flushed. "He's not my boyfriend," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Was she blushing because of the clerk's words? Or because Lin Yuan had been mistaken for her boyfriend? She wasn't sure herself. But even if he wasn't her boyfriend, her gaze instinctively sought his reaction. "This is just for treatment," she reminded herself firmly. Still, when she saw Lin Yuan give a small nod of approval, her heart skipped a beat. A strange warmth filled her chest, and she quickly turned to the mirror to distract herself. The reflection staring back at her made her breath hitch. She looked beautiful. The slight discomfort from the heels was overshadowed by the undeniable enhancement they gave to her figure. For the first time in years, she felt truly stunning. Unable to suppress a small, satisfied smile, she decided to purchase the heels before leaving the store with Lin Yuan. Although she wanted to conceal her joy as much as possible, Yan Ryuayu couldn't help but smile slightly because she discovered that she is not disgusted by wearing high heels. She carried her old flats in a box, but unlike before, she no longer felt the need to cling to them. A light breeze brushed against her skin as she walked beside Lin Yuan, her posture subtly more confident than before. Despite herself, she felt happy. No girl does not love being beautiful. Most girls during their youth secretly wore their mother's high heels. Perhaps, deep down, she had always wanted to wear high heels. She remembered her childhood, how she had once admired her mother's heels, how she had secretly tried them on in front of the mirror, feeling like a princess. But everything changed the day she saw her father strike her mother. From that moment on, the idea of looking beautiful became something she feared. It left a big shadow in her heart. And after discovering how eye-catching her long legs are, she never wore the same again. She had believed that if she minimized her presence, if she hid herself, she would be safe. But today, as she stood tall in her heels, she realized something. When she wore high heels today, she felt a lot more beautiful when she looked at the mirror and felt more satisfied. Perhaps it was time to stop hiding. Maybe, just maybe, she could also stand on equal footing with her, the woman standing next to Lin Yuan. Maybe the gap between them wasn't as wide as she once thought. Chapter 91. Please hold me up. With this thought, Yan Ryuayu glanced back at Lin Yuan, only to discover that he was already looking at her. Startled, she quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing in embarrassment. Yet, despite her initial reaction, she wasn't angry or displeased. On the contrary, an inexplicable sense of happiness bloomed within her. Lin Yuan was indeed looking at her, but not at her legs. Admittedly, Yan Ryuayu's long legs were flawless. Slender, smooth, and perfectly shaped, they naturally drew attention. With the added elegance of high heels, they appeared even more alluring. However, the charm of wearing high heels extended far beyond mere aesthetics. There was a certain transformation that took place when a woman wore high heels. The subtle sway of the hips, the gentle twisting of the waist, and the natural grace in the movement of her arms, it all combined to create an air of effortless femininity. It was often said that a woman became more alluring the moment she put on a pair of heels. Lin Yuan couldn't help but find amusement in the contrast before him. The typically cold and aloof female president, who always maintained a frosty demeanor, now swayed delicately with every step, her movements unconsciously more enticing. Watching her, Lin Yuan felt the corners of his lips twitch. He had the urge to chuckle but held back. Instead, he simply observed, committing the moment to memory as if secretly recording it in his phone. The road they were walking on was completely deserted. Had there been other people around, Yan Ryuayu would never have walked so freely despite the challenge of wearing heels for the first time. She moved carefully, each step slow and deliberate. In contrast, Lin Yuan walked at a steady pace, unbothered, unhurried. In fact, he even seemed to be gradually increasing his speed. Noticing this, Yan Ryuayu instinctively tried to match his pace, her competitive spirit flaring. She walked faster, determined not to lag behind. But she was still new to high heels. The excitement of keeping up with him made her reckless. She didn't realize it until it was too late. Her balance wavered. The next moment, she twisted her ankle and stumbled sideways. In a stroke of luck, There happened to be a tree beside her. Desperately, she reached out and grabbed hold of it, barely preventing herself from crashing straight to the ground. Still, her misstep left her looking slightly disheveled. The flawlessly dressed, elegant Yan Ryuayu now found herself in an embarrassing predicament. She bit her lip, not wanting Lin Yuan to witness her like this. Struggling to stand, she winced as pain shot through her ankle. It hurt. Badly. Her brows furrowed, and she instinctively clutched her foot. I think I hurt my ankle, she muttered, her voice laced with discomfort. As Lin Yuan approached, she felt her cheeks flush once more. The way he looked at her calm, impassive, completely devoid of sympathy only made her more flustered. At that moment, an internal struggle erupted within her mind. He is coming over. My ankle hurts. He has to help me up, right? Will he support me? Or will he carry me? If he tries to hold me up, should I let him touch me? What if my misandry suddenly flares up? Ugh, what if my ankle swells? Should I call my mother to pick me up? No. That's too troublesome. I should just let him help me instead. But I can't make it look too easy. I should at least struggle a little, right? Stay reserved. Yan Ryuayu was no stranger to overthinking. After a moment of contemplation, she came to a decision. She would resist just a little before finally allowing Lin Yuan to carry her. Before long, Lin Yuan reached her. Looking down at her from above, his expression unreadable, he waited. Yan Ryuayu hesitated only briefly before ultimately deciding not to be reserved. She opened her arm slightly, making it easier for him to lift her. She had already resolved herself Lin Yuan was going to carry her. But just as she was about to close her eyes and prepare for the moment. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds passed. Feeling the stillness, Yan Ryuayu opened her eyes. What she saw made her breath hitch. Lin Yuan stood there with his arms crossed, staring at her blankly. An extremely awkward feeling spread onto her chest. In an instant, her face blushed. She was embarrassed by Lin Yuan's actions. Under this circumstance, shouldn't Lin Yuan hug her up naturally? Why wasn't he helping her up? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't a man instinctively support a woman who had just fallen? She had already opened her arms, practically inviting him to lift her. And yet, he just stood there? Lin Yuan, completely unfazed, tilted his head slightly. His voice was calm, almost indifferent. Oh. So, that little gesture means you're asking me to carry you? Yan Ryuayu was momentarily stunned. Wait. Wasn't this how things were supposed to go? Wasn't this part of his script? He walks fast, a girl falls. She gets hurt. The guy naturally helps her up. Close contact is inevitable. Yet, Lin Yuan was acting like none of that mattered. She didn't quite understand him at this moment. What was she supposed to do? She could barely stand. Her home was still a distance away, even by car. Before she could voice her thoughts, Lin Yuan spoke again. 2 simple words. Beg me. Yan Ryuayu froze. She stared at him in disbelief. Beg. He actually wanted her to beg him to pick her up. She had expected many things, but this was not one of them. Wasn't it natural for a man to help a woman in distress? Besides, she was someone with misandry. For her to actively allow a man to touch her, wasn't that already a big enough step? And now, even knowing that she needed help, Lin Yuan still wanted her to beg. Confusion flickered in her eyes. Why? Is this part of the treatment? She asked hesitantly. No, Lin Yuan replied without hesitation. Yan Ryuayu blinked. Then why? She pressed. Lin Yuan's lips curved into a slight smile. I just want to hear you beg. That's all. For a moment, Yan Ryuayu was at a loss for words. She finally understood what he meant. If she wanted him to help, she had to ask for it. Plain and simple. Was this another extension of his principle of equivalent exchange? She already knew that Lin Yuan never did things for free. But wasn't this taking it too far? Asking her to beg for something as small as helping her up? Her expression darkened slightly. She had begged him before, but those times were different. When she pleaded for his help with her mother and the iris flowering plant, she had been desperate. But now, he wanted her to beg just for a simple lift. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Yet, she had to make a choice. This road was empty and dark. Calling her mother would be too much trouble. The only other option was for Lin Yuan to carry her back. After weighing the pros and cons, Yan Ryuayu finally relented. Well, it was just words. No big deal. Asking for help was natural, right? Madly convincing herself, she took a deep breath. Then, with great difficulty, she stuttered, Please. Please hold me up. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Her cheeks burned with shame. But even so, Lin Yuan simply smiled and said, Can you repeat that, Miss Yin? Chapter 92 Humiliating. Yan Ryuayu's face turned crimson upon hearing Lin Yuan's words. At this moment, he was being truly audacious. But human behavior is unpredictable. Yan Ryuayu had already made up her mind to speak, and before she could stop herself, the word please escaped her lips. If she didn't say it now, she would have to endure the pain and make her way home on her own. That was not an option she wanted to consider. Thus, despite the burning embarrassment, Yan Ryuayu clenched her teeth and, with her face flushed red, softly murmured, "Please. Please hold me up." No sooner had she spoken the final word than she felt herself being lifted. Her entire body was rising into the air in a horizontal position, supported by two strong, warm hands. Lin Yuan had carried her. This was the legendary Princess Carry. One of Lin Yuan's arms extended beneath her back, supporting her under her armpits, while the other cradled the back of her knees. Their posture made it seem as though they were embracing, bringing them extremely close. The warmth of his body radiated against hers, and Lin Yuan could distinctly feel Yan Ryuayu's soft, delicate frame in his arms. While carrying her, there were many places he instinctively avoided touching. But Lin Yuan now was not the same man she once knew. The original Lin Yuan had been very different, reserved, perhaps even gentlemanly. The Lin Yuan of today? He was a complete scoundrel, utterly scum. Yan Ryuayu, despite being young and known for her deep-seated misandry, did not feel the overwhelming sense of resistance she had always assumed she would in a moment like this. Instead, an odd warmth welled up within her. Their closeness was almost suffocating. Yan Ryuayu could distinctly feel the steady rhythm of Lin Yuan's heartbeat against her. She could also catch the faint, intoxicating scent of male hormones exuding from him, something she had never paid attention to in any man before. The distance between their faces was no more than two clenched fists. With such proximity, she could see every detail of his features, the sharp contours of his jawline, the well-defined edges of his nose, his deep, sparkling eyes, the subtle curve of his lips, and the stark contrast between his red lips and white teeth. It struck her at that moment Lin Yuan was truly handsome. Her heartbeat momentarily skipped, and she quickly averted her gaze, focusing instead on the sky, where the stars twinkled faintly beside the crescent moon. Yet, despite turning away, she could still feel the warmth of his embrace. She couldn't deny it. Beyond her ingrained hatred of men, there was something else buried deep within her. As Lin Yuan had once pointed out, Yan Ryuayu longed for fatherly love. The warmth in Lin Yuan's arms gave her a strange sense of security and affection she had not felt in a long time. It seemed as though she had suffered humiliation by having to beg for help, but strangely, she didn't feel like she had lost anything. Until she realized she had. She was a rare beauty, blessed with an alluring, supple body, and Lin Yuan had effortlessly taken advantage of this moment to experience it firsthand. The realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. She had been carried too comfortably. She needed to maintain some sense of dignity. She couldn't just let herself be held so obediently, otherwise, wouldn't that be shameful? With that thought in mind, Yan Ryuayu pretended to struggle in Lin Yuan's embrace, shifting slightly in an attempt to create distance. Feeling her sudden movement, Lin Yuan cast a downward glance at her, his gaze carrying a warning. His sharp eyes were cold. Then, with his left hand, the one supporting her leg, he gently squeezed. A small, sharp pain shot through Yan Ryuayu's leg, and she instinctively let out a soft, startled cry. "Behave, or I'll put you down." Lin Yuan's voice was calm but firm. Yan Ryuayu immediately ceased her movements. She didn't even dare to shift an inch. Although she didn't want to admit it, she actually liked the feeling of being carried. Besides, her feet were aching terribly. If Lin Yuan really put her down, she wouldn't be able to walk properly. And knowing him, he was absolutely capable of leaving her there without a second thought. The night sky stretched above them, the stars few and scattered. The faint glow of the crescent moon illuminated the road before them, casting soft shadows across the pavement. Nestled in Lin Yuan's arms, bathed in the gentle moonlight, Yan Ryuayu couldn't help but admire the sight before her. She felt an inexplicable sense of comfort in his embrace. The distance between the shoe store and the car was quite far, and it took several minutes before they finally arrived. When Lin Yuan set her down, a strange feeling of loss washed over Yan Ryuayu. The moment had felt fleeting, like only a few seconds had passed. She found herself staring at Lin Yuan's chest absent-mindedly. Even though she would never admit it out loud, she missed the feeling of being in his arms. It wasn't just the warmth, it was something else, something unexplainable. The sense of security, perhaps. The vague resemblance to the affection she had longed for in her childhood. These thoughts unsettled her. Coming back to her senses, she saw Lin Yuan already seated in the driver's seat. Only then did she realize something odd. She was sitting in the passenger seat of his Lamborghini. "Huh? Isn't his your car?" she asked, puzzled. Lin Yuan glanced at her casually. "Can you even drive?" Yan Ryuayu hesitated. No. Then I'll drive you home, he stated matter-of-factly. Ah. Really? Yan Ryuu's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't quite understand why, but upon hearing Lin Yuan say those words, an inexplicable excitement surged within her, spreading through her entire body. The pain in her ankle, which had been nagging her just moments ago, suddenly seemed insignificant. Perhaps it was because Lin Yuan had been tormenting her all day, making her feel countless emotions she had never experienced before. But at this moment, upon hearing that he would personally escort her home, she was genuinely happy. A small, uncontrollable smile tugged at the corners of her lips. She, who had always been indifferent, emotionless, and cold to others, was now showing obvious emotions. And all of this, every single change in her, was because of Lin Yuan. But before she could sink too deeply into the moment, Lin Yuan shattered the atmosphere with his next words. I'll take you home. On one condition. Yan Ryuu's heartbeat quickened. She felt a sudden unease creep up. What condition? She asked nervously. Lin Yuan smirked. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Then, without saying anything further, he focused on driving. The car fell into silence. Yet unlike the awkward tension that had hung between them at the restaurant, this silence felt strangely peaceful. Lin Yuan remained quiet, while Yan Ryuu was lost in thought, replaying the moment he had carried her over and over in her mind. Yan Ryuu was mesmerizing that moment when Lin Yuan held her up, that kind of warmth she felt. Before long, they arrived at the Yan family's villa. Because of her feet, Yan Ryuu still couldn't get out of the car by herself. Yan Ryuu, unable to walk properly, still needed assistance. Lin Yuan glanced at Yan Ryuu and Yan Ryuu instantly understood the meaning of Lin Yuan's eyes. Did she want his help getting inside? Yan Ryuu was a little afraid of letting her mother and others see Lin Yuan assisting her. After all, being held is an intimate gesture, knowing that they had a past together. Worrying about what others, especially her mother, would think. But when she recalled the warmth of his embrace, she nodded. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan picked her up once more. The Yan family's maids were stunned. Lin Yuan embraced Yan Ryuu until they reached the gate of Yan's villa. Is this really the usual expressionless, cold Yan Ryuu? Currently, the pink cheeks of Yan Ryuu in Lin Yuan's arms were slightly red. She showed the shy face of the peerless beauty. Yan Ryuu was also very embarrassed. But fortunately, at least her mother didn't see them. But Lin Yuan just walked away, holding her a few steps. As Lin Yuan carried her through the entrance, Yan Ryuu blushed shyly in his arms. But then, she froze. A figure stood in the hallway. It was her mother, Song Juan. Chapter 93. Yan Ryuu's bedroom. Seeing her mother appear, Yan Ryuu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She instinctively averted her gaze after a quick glance at her mother, her heartbeat quickening. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, remained composed, his expression calm and unreadable. Song Juan, upon seeing Lin Yuan carrying her daughter in a prince's hold, was momentarily stunned. However, the initial surprise quickly faded, and the corners of her lips curled into a knowing smile. She chose to remain silent, deliberately turning a blind eye to the situation. Mom. I sprained my ankle, Yan Ryuu explained awkwardly, feeling a little flustered. She wasn't sure what her mother would think upon witnessing this scene. It's all right. A sprained ankle is no small matter. You naturally wouldn't be able to walk properly, Song Juan responded with a light chuckle. Then, glancing at Lin Yuan, she added, Jia Yuan is very kind to have brought you home like this. I appreciate it. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she continued, by the way, yours bedroom is upstairs. Jia Yuan, could I trouble you to carry her up? Mom. Yan Ryuu's blush deepened upon hearing her mother's suggestion. You're not a child anymore, Song Juan said matter-of-factly. I can't carry you myself, and I can't just let you sleep on the couch. Since Jia Yuan is already holding you, it shouldn't be a problem for him to take you upstairs, right? She then turned to Lin Yuan and gave him a gentle smile, her tone full of gratitude. Lin Yuan remained unfazed. I don't mind. What does Miss Yan think? He lowered his gaze to look at Yan Ryuu. Being so close to his face again, Yan Ryuu felt her heart race uncontrollably, as if a startled deer were leaping wildly inside her chest. With a soft and almost inaudible voice, she murmured, Taking that as consent, Lin Yuan carried her upstairs. Song Juan stood at the bottom of the staircase, watching Lin Yuan's figure disappear with her daughter in his arms. With a sigh, she murmured, Oh, yower. Although she shook her head, her eyes betrayed a hint of envy. There was a wistful look in them, perhaps wanting to be held like Yan Ryuu. Fortunately for Lin Yuan, Yan Ryuu's room was only on the second floor, so carrying her up wasn't particularly strenuous. As they arrived, Lin Yuan gently pushed open her bedroom door. Yan Ryuayu had never imagined that a man would one day step into her bedroom. Despite her usually cold and indifferent personality, she was still a girl at heart. At this moment, countless thoughts flooded her mind, and her heartbeat grew even more erratic. Lin Yuan, however, remained indifferent to the situation. He took a brief glance around the room. It was neat and minimalistic. Aside from a bed and a dressing table, there wasn't much else. After placing Yan Ryuayu down on the bed, Lin Yuan turned to leave. But before he could take a step, a soft voice called out from behind him. Wait. Lin Yuan paused, then turned his head slightly to glance at her, his expression calm yet questioning. What now? Is she still in pain? Or does she need to use the bathroom but can't walk there herself? Does she expect me to carry her again just to help her to the restroom? Lin Yuan's gaze silently conveyed these thoughts, and Yan Ryuayu instantly picked up on them. Realizing what he was thinking, her blush deepened. Quickly moving her ankle to show that it had improved, she said shyly, It's feeling a lot better now. I think I can manage a few steps on my own. She hesitated for a brief moment before gathering the courage to speak again. I wanted to ask you something. Lin Yuan waited for her to continue. Can you stop calling me Miss Yan? She asked, lowering her gaze. Just call me Ryuayu. Like you used to. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's mind momentarily flashed back. The Lin Yuan in the novel had indeed always addressed her as Ryuayu in an intimate manner. Back then, she had been indifferent to how he addressed her. In fact, she had even found it irritating and unwanted familiarity that made her uncomfortable. But now, she was the one bringing it up voluntarily. She was the one wanting that intimacy again. Although it was just a name, the meaning behind it had shifted. The dynamics between them were no longer the same as before. Lin Yuan's gaze was unreadable as he responded indifferently, I don't feel like we have that kind of relationship anymore, Miss Yan. Let's keep things as they are. We'll see how you behave. With that, he turned around and left. Yan Ryuayu clenched her fists. What does he mean by that? Depends on how I behave? Shouldn't I have the right to choose how I want to be called? Why should it be based on my behavior? If someone prefers to be called a certain name, why can't she just be called such? It will be dependent on the person's behavior towards the other so she can be called as she prefers to be called. She felt an unfamiliar sense of frustration. But no matter how much she argued with herself, there was no denying the truth. She enjoyed being by Lin Yuan's side. Still flustered, she grabbed the stuffed toy beside her and punched it a few times, venting her frustration before finally pulling the blanket over herself. Half an hour later, unable to let go of the situation, Yan Ryuayu opened her phone and tapped on WeChat. After scrolling through a few messages, she hesitated for a moment before composing one for Lin Yuan. Yan Ryuayu, although you are often rude whenever we're together, I still want to thank you for bringing me home today. I also apologize for troubling you. The moment she hit send, her heart began pounding. What would Lin Yuan say? She anxiously stared at the screen, anticipating his reply. She imagined countless possible responses. It's fine, it's what I should do. You're very light, so carrying you wasn't difficult. Be careful next time so you don't get hurt again. Thinking about these possible replies, the corners of her lips lifted ever so slightly. However, when Lin Yuan's reply finally came, it wasn't a text. It was a video. Huh? Did he record a message for me? Could it be that he recorded his message to me? That's a little better, right? But why is the background so dark? Yan Ryuayu was momentarily puzzled. But as she clicked on the video and it began playing, her face instantly turned crimson. On the screen, a girl in high heels was walking awkwardly down the street, her steps unsteady. After a few seconds, she finally found a rhythm, her hips and waist swaying slightly. And then, suddenly she tripped and fell to the ground. It was her. Lin Yuan had recorded her walking in high heels for the first time and falling spectacularly. Yan Ryuayu was mortified. Clutching her phone tightly, she immediately sent another message. Yan Ryuayu, delete the video. Lin Yuan, I'll keep it as a souvenir. After a brief exchange of messages, Lin Yuan still did not agree to delete the video. Yan Ryuayu was a little ashamed, but she was helpless. Yan Ryuayu, flustered beyond belief, could only bury herself under the covers. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion in Xiling district, a table was filled with bottles of expensive liquor. On the plush sofa, two men sat opposite each other. One was a handsome man with a cunning glint in his eyes. The other was a muscular man with a rough demeanor. Yi Fei and his older brother, Gu Qingshan, clinked glasses. My dear brother, it's been too long since we last met. We must drink until we drop today. Gu Qingshan declared, taking a hearty sip of his wine. Yi Fei laughed and nodded. Absolutely. No one is leaving sober. After wiping the corner of his mouth, Yi Feng's expression darkened. Wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth, Yifeng said, I was planning to come over and meet you once I got off the plane, Brother Shan, but that kid surnamed Lin framed me. I have been suffering in the detention center these days and so I can only see you today. He dared to frame me. I must take my revenge on him. Gu Qingshan said, the kid named Lin Yuan, I have sent someone to check on him. He is the young master of the Lin Group of companies. The Lin Group has a net worth of hundreds of billions. The family background and influence can't be underestimated. Chapter 94 Anyone who dares to bully my son must die. Yifeng's expression darkened as he spoke fiercely, I don't care who he is or what background he comes from. If he dares to mess with me, then I'll make sure to return the favor tenfold. Gu Qingshan nodded in agreement, his tone just as resolute. Don't worry, brother. I've already begun taking action against him. The Qingshan gang is targeting his businesses as we speak. He dared to plot against my brother? Then he will bear the full consequences of his actions. Yifeng furrowed his brows. Brother, are you directly going after his businesses? Isn't that too aggressive? After all, the Lin family's market value as his concern was evident. Compared to the sheer power and resources of the Lin group, the Qingshan gang was insignificant in terms of financial strength. He couldn't help but wonder if they were biting off more than they could chew. Gu Qingshan, however, waved his hand dismissively and spoke with unwavering confidence. Brother, do you take me for a fool? I didn't touch any of the Lin family's core industries. That would be reckless. Instead, I focused only on the businesses owned by that rich second-generation punk, Lin Yuan, in the Xiling district. A sly grin spread across his face as he continued, the clubs, the hotels, the luxury stores, all those places under his name? I've already sent people to stir up trouble. They've been ordered to smash things up and take whatever they want. By tomorrow morning, Lin Yuan will wake up to a disaster. He'll learn firsthand that the title of Underground Emperor of Xiling District isn't just for show. There's no denying that there's a gap between the Qingshan gang and the Lin family's overall strength, Gu Qingshan admitted, his tone serious. However, when it comes to a spoiled second generation like him, things are different. A guy like Lin Yuan thrives on face and reputation. There's no way he'll run crying to his family for help. He'll want to handle this on his own, to prove he's capable. That's just how these rich brats operate. And when he does, I'll be waiting to tear him apart. Gu Qingshan's confidence was unwavering, his tone carrying an air of absolute certainty. Yifeng nodded, slowly digesting the plan. Then, raising his glass, he smiled. Then allow me to offer you a toast, Brother Qingshan. Thank you for standing by me and helping me through this mess. Gu Qingshan lifted his own glass with a grin. What are brothers for? What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. No matter what happens, if you're angry, then I'm angry. And when it comes to these entitled rich kids, you have to put them in their place. Otherwise, they'll keep thinking they're the heavenly king. Yifeng smirked. Actually, I know a few people with strong connections in Jiangbai. Gu Qingshan raised a curious brow. Not only will Brother Qingshan help me, but we can get help from the Yan and the Chen family. The Chen family is not very helpful right now, so I will go see the Yan family tomorrow morning. Yifeng obviously had plans for revenge. Okay. Brother, you really have the capability, I believe you. Sooner or later, the whole of Jiangbai will be under your foot and all its beauty in your bed. Gu Qingshan is obviously very confident in Yifeng. Yifeng chuckled, the confidence in his voice matching Gu Qingshan's. Ha ha ha. Then I'll have to thank my brother for the kind words. He clicked his glass against Gu Qingshan's. Ergu. Bring me another 10 boxes of wine. Gu Qingshan suddenly shouted, waving his hand. Yes, yes. Wang Ergu, who had been standing quietly to the side, quickly nodded and scurried off to fulfill the request. But before delivering the wine, he pulled out his phone and sent a message along with a recorded snippet of the conversation between Yifeng and Gu Qingshan. When Wang Ergu returned with the alcohol, he wore an expression of forced obedience, but inwardly, he was sneering. Haha. Ever since Yifeng came back, I haven't even been worthy of serving him anymore. Now I'm nothing more than a wine fetcher. Gu Qingshan, you really are a great brother. Trying to take revenge on young Master Lin Yuan? Dreaming of controlling Jiangbai and getting its beauty on your beds? You're both just waiting to be played like fools. The message was sent directly to Lin Yuan. Wang Ergu's resentment ran deep. Originally, Gu Qingshan had promised that when he stepped down, he would pass his position to Wang Ergu. But now, Gu Qingshan hadn't even retired yet, and the real power had already been handed over to Yifeng. As for Wang Ergu, he was reduced to a mere errand boy, a liquor runner. Even if Lin Yuan hadn't approached him first, Wang Ergu would have gladly turned on both Yifeng and Gu Qingshan himself. That night, at the Lin family estate, Lin Yuan had just finished chatting with Yanryu when his phone pinged with a new message. His sharp gaze narrowed as he opened it, playing the recorded conversation between Yifeng and Gu Qingshan. Over the past few days, he had received reports from his managers indicating that there had been disturbances in his Xiling district businesses. It had been nothing major, just small incidents here and there. He had dealt with it swiftly by breaking the legs of a few troublemakers. But now, it was clear. Gu Qingshan had been planning something much bigger, intending to surprise Yifeng with a grand gesture of destruction. Well then, Lin Yuan thought coldly, I should return the favor and give Gu Qingshan a surprise of my own. If this had been the old Lin Yuan, he might not have known what was coming. He would have tried to handle everything on his own, to save his face, unaware of the storm brewing against him. But this was not the old Lin Yuan. He had no intention of foolishly fighting alone when he had an entire family empire at his disposal. Sure, he had his own means, his knowledge of the original plot, his abilities, and the advantage of foresight. But why waste time and effort when he could crush Gu Qingshan effortlessly with the full force of the Lin family? Smirking, Lin Yuan went downstairs and called out to his parents. After explaining the situation in detail, he concluded, in short, I need our people mobilized tonight. I'll personally handle the final arrangements in Xiling district. His mother, Meng Yulin, immediately agreed without hesitation. Her expression turned cold as she scoffed, how dare they come after my son? Do they have a death wish? Lin Jianjun, on the other hand, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yuaner, are you sure you need our help? I trust in your abilities. I think you can handle this on your own. He wanted his son to sharpen his skills, to learn how to manage power through personal experience. However, before Lin Yuan could respond, Meng Yulin interjected, her voice sharp. What are you saying? If anyone dares to lay a finger on my son, they must be crushed. I didn't marry you to sit by and watch my son suffer. If you won't help him, then I will. Lin Jianjun sighed. I didn't mean, but Meng Yulin cut him off with a wave of her hand. No more arguments. I've already contacted our people in Xiling district. Every available resource is now under Yuaner's command. Her declaration was final. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and returned upstairs, already finalizing his counterattack. Lin Jianjun, watching his son's retreating figure, let out a small chuckle, shaking his head. He wasn't worried about Lin Yuan losing. Far from it. He had only wanted his son to handle matters more independently. But now that Meng Yulin had spoken, he might as well go all in and ensure that Lin Yuan's enemies never had a chance to rise. Chapter 95 Yuaner, be more restrained. Meng Yulin had officially given Lin Yuan the authority to mobilize resources in Xiling district, organizing the necessary manpower and delegating tasks efficiently. Once everything was set in motion, he allowed his subordinates to handle the details on their own, confident in their ability to execute his orders properly. Now that things were settled, Lin Yuan lay comfortably on his bed and opened his attribute panel. Host, Lin Yuan, counterattack points, 3,000, wealth value, 7 billion, attributes, strength, 150, speed, 110, reaction, 110, charisma, 200, physique, 150, skills, medical skills, divine level, piano, divine level, singing, divine level, stocks, advanced level, antique appraisal, advanced level, car skills, intermediate level, violin, intermediate level, calligraphy, intermediate level, English, elementary level, favorability panel, Yanryu, 42, slowly falling for your charm, Caillou Wangxi, 99, one step from eternal devotion, Kiao Sai-ing, apostrophe 20, the grudge is real. For now, Kai Qian, 6, on the radar, just needs a push, Gui King Tong, 90, deeply loyal and affectionate. 3 of Lin Yuan's skills had already reached the divine level, medical skills, piano, and singing, placing him at a level beyond ordinary experts. Meanwhile, Yanryu's favorability toward him had significantly improved, but in contrast, Kiao Sai-ing's opinion of him had dropped even further, now sitting at -20. On the other hand, Gui King Tong's favorability score had skyrocketed to an impressive 90 points. However, despite the drastic increase, Lin Yuan only received 30 counterattack points from her. Overall, he had gained 2,000 counterattack points from various interactions with the girls, bringing his total to 3,000. It seemed that even in seemingly minor situations, the system still granted him rewards. Additionally, Wang Ergu's loyalty had risen to 95 points. Lin Yuan had a rough idea of why this had happened, though he didn't dwell on it too much. Now that he had accumulated 3,000 counterattack points, Lin Yuan pondered how best to allocate them. He quickly decided that his charisma was already high enough and didn't need further improvement for the time being. His strength and physique had both reached 150, leaving speed and reaction as his weakest attributes. If he wanted to maintain a well-rounded skill set, Those were the best options to upgrade. With that in mind, he allocated 1,500 counterattack points to speed and another 1,500 to reaction, bringing both attributes up to 125 points. 100 counterattack points equals 1 attribute point. Now that his stats had increased, Lin Yuan was eager to see if he could notice the difference in real time. Since he had nothing urgent to test his physical abilities on, he decided to try something simple. Opening his phone, he launched a few games like Piano Tiles and Fruit Ninja. As he played, he quickly noticed the changes in his reflexes and hand speed. His reaction time was noticeably sharper, and his fingers moved faster than before. Reaching the top of the leaderboard was effortless. The game was hosted on WeChat, where countless players had already set high records, yet Lin Yuan surpassed them all with ease. Downstairs, Meng Yulin was also playing the same game when she suddenly noticed Lin Yuan's name dominating the top ranking. Startled, she quickly called Lin Jianjun over. "Come and look at this. His score is ridiculous." Lin Jianjun peered at the screen, noticing that the game required exceptional hand speed. Seeing Lin Yuan at the top with a near impossible score, he couldn't help but sigh. "Ha! I think he has done it a lot of times that his hand speed has become so fast. It is really painful. His hands are ridiculously fast." Meng Yulin nodded in agreement before letting out a deep sigh. "The blind dates I arranged for him today didn't go well. I thought introducing them one at a time might help, but unfortunately, both attempts ended in failure." Lin Jianjun shook his head, sharing his wife's concern. "I just hope Yuan learns to be a bit more restrained, don't you think?" The two elders exchanged glances before hugging each other, yet there was no real sense of worry between them. Later that night, Xiling District was usually a dull and quiet place after dark, with few people lingering on the streets. But tonight was different. A sudden commotion broke the silence as a group of men moved swiftly under the cover of darkness. These individuals showed no hesitation or mercy, their presence alone bringing an air of menace. "This operation comes directly from the boss." One of the squad leaders, Ah Wei, barked. His sharp eyes scanned the faces of his subordinates. "Get the job done, no mistakes. Especially you, Wang Wu." "Relax, Captain." Wang Wu scoffed, full of confidence. "It's just smashing up a shop, right? That's child's play for me." His gaze swept over the nearby jewelry store, a devious grin forming beneath his black mask. "Jewelry, huh? This is gonna be fun to watch. We're about to make a huge profit tonight, boys. Take everything. Yeah. Grab it all." The other gangsters cheered in agreement, their eyes gleaming with greed. Ah Wei shot them a glare. "Listen up. You're not just robbing the place, you're burning it down." Wang Wu's grin widened. "Damn. That's brutal. I like it." Ah Wei smirked. "This is payback. Some rich young master pissed off the boss brother Feng. Now, we're here to teach him a lesson. These rich brats are all fat and stupid. Let's make sure he knows not to mess with us. Hell yeah. This little rich punk's done for. I'll personally make sure he never dares step foot in Xiling District again." Wang Wu chuckled darkly. With practiced efficiency, they reached the jewelry store. As expected, there were no security guards in sight. Ah Wei scanned the area for potential threats while Wang Wu approached the entrance. Within seconds, the lock clicked open. "Damn, Wang Wu. You just set a new record. 3 seconds flat." Ah Wei laughed as the doors swung open. "Ha. It's too easy." Wang Wu strutted inside confidently. Without hesitation, he and Ah Wei smashed the glass displays, hastily stuffing sacks with expensive jewels. "Ha ha ha. We're hitting the jackpot tonight. After this, I'm gonna go find young Zhao Hong and enjoy her sexy young body for 3 days and 3 nights." Wang Wu cackled. The other gangsters eagerly grabbed whatever they could, knowing that more loot meant more money. At this time, the other gangsters all rushed in. All of them are frantically fishing for jewels. After all, more work means more money. Wang Wu, who was the first to come in after opening the door, was the one who packed the most and the best jewels. He had already pocketed the best and most valuable pieces. Thinking of young Zhao Hong's perfectly shaped young flat chest, his body became hot. Just as a sinister smile curled on his lips, spam. A brutal kick sent Wang Wu flying across the store. Fuck. His body crashed onto the cold floor, pain shooting through him. At first, he thought one of his own men had struck him in a fight over loot. It was his companion who hit him because he maybe wanted to grab something. But then the lights flickered on, flooding the store with a blinding white glow. Wang Wu's breath hitched. Dozens, no, hundreds of figures surrounded them. Wang Wu and the gangsters didn't know when such a number of people, hundreds, sneaked into the shop without their knowledge. All of these people are holding different sharp weapons and some of them are holding metal objects, like iron barrels. They surrounded them so no one could escape. Team C Captain. Wang Wu's voice trembled. He turned, expecting Ah Wei to fight back. But when he turned his head to take a look, he saw that Captain Ah Wei, who was usually arrogant and domineering, fell directly to his knees at this time. He knelt with his head tightly facing the ground. One of Lin Yuan's former bodyguards, Long Wu, who was dressed in black, looked at Wang Wu and others coldly. Take them all. Those who resisted deadly pause. Kill them. Wang Wu and the others didn't even think about resisting. Their previous arrogance had completely vanished. Now, they could only kneel and tremble. Chapter 96 Yan Ryu Ayu, your mother is dying, boss. Grandpa. I beg of you. Please, have mercy on us. We were not in our right minds when we did those things. Please, boss, spare our lives. Wang Wu, quick to read the situation, immediately recognized Long Wu as the leader of the group. Despite being kicked harshly by Long Wu moments earlier, he knelt at the feet of the imposing figure, desperation coloring his voice as he pleaded. However, Long Wu was unsympathetic to Wang Wu's begging. Instead, with a cold, almost indifferent gaze, he delivered another crushing kick to Wang Wu's side, knocking out several of his teeth in the process. The master ordered us to break their legs. Hurry up. Long Wu barked at his subordinates. As for the leader, well, he dared to insult the young master. Leave him to me personally. The violence that followed was swift and brutal. In mere moments, every member of the gang lay writhing on the ground, their legs shattered beyond recognition. The pain was so intense that it seemed to echo through the entire district. Wang Wu and Ah Wei, however, received a punishment far more severe than the others. Their suffering far surpassed the average gangster's fate, ensuring that they would remember the consequences of their actions for the rest of their lives. This chaotic scene played out similarly across the other shops owned by Lin Yuan in Xiling district. Some of the attacks were planned, others seemed more impulsive, but the outcome was the same: an overwhelming victory for Lin Yuan and his crew. The events of that night were so well contained that not even a whisper of them reached the outside world. As the dust settled, the Qingshan gang's first defeat was officially recorded in history. The next morning at Gu Qingshan's house, Yi Feng slowly got up from the sofa, stretching his limbs and rubbing his eyes as he glanced at the still-drunk Gu Qingshan, who was slouched against the armrest. Brother Qingshan, I'll head over to Yan's house now, he announced, his voice laden with intent. Gu Qingshan, still partially under the haze of alcohol, waved a lazy hand. Go on. That rich second-generation Lin Yuan's shops must have been destroyed by now. You can wait for the good news. Yi Feng gave a knowing smile, nodding in acknowledgement, then quickly straightened himself up and headed out the door. Though Song Juan had been reluctant to help him out of the detention center the last time, Yi Feng believed that his connection to his former master would help him gain favor with the Yan family. After all, Song Juan's long-standing illness had not been fully treated by his master, who had deliberately left that opportunity open for him to step in. This time, Yi Feng was determined to heal Song Juan's ailment and use it to secure a solid relationship with the Yan family. In the back of his mind, Yi Feng also recalled the stories about Yan Ryu Ayu, the Yan family's youngest daughter. Known as one of the four beauties of Jiangbai, she had caught his eye during his earlier encounters. Yi Feng, who prided himself on collecting the most beautiful women to show off, saw this as a perfect opportunity. If he could gain her favor, it would be another feather in his lap, a trophy to flaunt in front of others. If possible, he must win the beauties of this level. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had also risen from bed. Checking the time, he quickly composed a message to Yan Ryu Ayu. See you at your door in half an hour. Wear long pants today, I have a few places to show you. Upon reading the message, Yan Ryu Ayu, who had been preparing to head to her office in her usual attire, froze. She glanced at her outfit and neatly pressed suit and skirt, then hesitated. With a sigh, she gave in and replied to Lin Yuan's request. Okay. After a few moments of contemplation, she tried on several dresses, eventually settling on a pair of loose trousers and a simple work shirt. Despite her casual choice, she still exuded an undeniable charm. The loose fit of the trousers did nothing to hide the long, graceful lines of her legs as she moved to the door. Just as she was about to leave, she heard raised voices outside. Frowning, she approached the source of the disturbance. I'm Yi Feng. I know An Song Juan. I'm a close friend of the Yan family. Let me in. A man's voice shouted, his tone demanding. Yan Ryu Ayu's brow furrowed at the mention of the name Yi Feng. She didn't recognize the voice, but the name rang a bell. When she reached the door, she found Yi Feng, slightly intoxicated, standing before the security guard, arguing vehemently. The security guard, clearly not convinced by Yi Feng's claims, snapped back, You're drunk. Stay away. Don't cause trouble. Who do you think you are, introducing yourself as a friend of the Yan family? I'll break your legs if you don't leave. Yi Feng's face tightened with frustration. He had attempted to contact Song Juan but was met with silence. He'd come here hoping that by showing his concern for her condition, he could earn her favor. He believed that as long as he tells Song Juan of her condition and that he helps her get healed, Song Juan will treat him as a guest. But unexpectedly, the King Hades is easy to see but the little ghost is making it difficult. He found himself stopped at the gates, thwarted by a simple security guards. Though Yi Feng could easily eliminate the guard, doing so would only bring trouble. Not only would he risk tarnishing his relationship with the Yan family, but the police station was not far from here, making such an action even more dangerous. As he racked his brain for a solution, he suddenly heard the security guard call out. "Young miss. Good morning." A glimmer of hope appeared in Yi Feng's eyes at the mention of the young miss of the Yan family. This could be his chance. The young miss of the Yan family can only mean the only daughter of Song Juan. As long as someone close to Song Juan comes, it will be easy for him to persuade and enter the house since she must know the condition of her mother. His heart racing, Yi Feng shouted eagerly, "Is this the young miss of the Yan family? I'm Yi Feng. My master is a close friend of your mother. He has treated her before. Your mother has been ill for a long time. Please, I must see her." As he spoke, Yi Feng finally laid eyes on Yan Ryu. Halfway through, Yi Feng saw Yan Ryu. But when he saw Yan Ryu's beautiful face, Yi Feng was stunned because the face awfully looked familiar. It was a face he had seen before. He will never forget about the appearance of Yan Ryu that night at the club. His breath caught in his throat as he recognized her. She was the same woman he had seen at the club with Lin Yu on the night he was framed. He hadn't forgotten her beauty, nor the disdain in her eyes when she had seen him then. And from the look in her eyes now, that same disdain was evident. And there seems to be news that they were engaged to each other. Oh crap. Yi Feng remembered that Yan Ryu hated him that day. True enough, that same disgust was in her eyes and her face as cold as frost at this time. Yan Ryu's gaze turned icy, her voice cold and unwelcoming. "My mother is not sick. You're the one who's sick. Stay away from here." After hearing Yan Ryu's short and cold words, Yi Feng's heart turned cold. Yi Feng's heart sank at her response. He could feel the anger welling up inside him. This was not how things were supposed to go. He couldn't afford to lose the Yan family's support. Not only that, he had his sights set on Yan Ryu herself. He also coveted Yan Ryu's pretty face, and such a connection he felt cannot be broken. With a clenched jaw, Yi Feng's voice grew more insistent. "Yan Ryu, I was invited by your mother. You may not understand the gravity of her condition, but I know she's dying. You're making a mistake by turning me away." Seeing Yi Feng's fierce appearance, Yan Ryu was stunned. Yan Ryu paused for a moment, recalling the time when her mother had mentioned Yi Feng's name, asking her to pick him up from the airport. Could it be that he really had been sent by her mother? Could there be some truth to his claims? Chapter 97. Yi Feng trembling in anger, Yan Ryu couldn't help but wonder if Yi Feng had made an appointment with her mother, Song Juan. But after a brief moment of thought, she realized that her mother wasn't home at this time. She had already left for work. Despite her hesitation, Yan Ryu decided to call her mother to confirm. As soon as the call connected, she got straight to the point. "Mom, did you invite someone over to our house this morning?" Yan Ryu asked directly. On the other end of the line, Song Juan was briefly taken aback. After a moment of silence, she responded with a puzzled tone. "I didn't schedule any appointments this morning." "What's wrong? Did someone come to our house? Who is it?" Yan Ryu's gaze turned cold as she replied, "It's Yi Feng." Upon hearing the name, Song Juan frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before speaking. "Oh, that kid? No, I didn't ask him to come over," she said firmly. Yan Ryu's tone turned even colder. "He claims that you invited him. He also said that you're sick, seriously ill." "What?" Song Juan was stunned for a second. "He said I was sick? And seriously ill at that?" She was momentarily at a loss, but as a sharp-minded woman, it didn't take her long to analyze the situation. Yi Feng wouldn't just say something like that out of nowhere. She recalled that she had once sought the help of Yi Feng's master, a so-called genius doctor, to diagnose her condition. At that time, his master had told her that she was indeed ill but claimed he couldn't cure her. And now, out of nowhere, Yi Feng, the apprentice of that same so-called genius doctor, suddenly appeared at her house, declaring that she was sick and that he could treat her? She had never even met Yi Feng in person before. Could he really be more skilled than his master? A sharp realization dawned on Song Juan. It all made sense now. Yi Feng's master had likely been lying from the beginning. The truth was, he could cure her, but he had deliberately claimed he couldn't so that Yi Feng could come in later and take the credit. It was nothing more than a staged performance. They were just paving the way for Yi Feng to gain her trust and gratitude. If Yifeng had actually been able to treat her, she might not have cared about their deception. She would have simply remembered his kindness. However, there was just one problem: she had already been cured. Lin Yuan had treated her, and her health was better than ever. There was absolutely no reason for Yifeng to be bringing up her so-called illness now. Realizing this, Song Juan felt an overwhelming sense of anger toward Yifeng and his master. In contrast, her gratitude toward Lin Yuan deepened. He had cured her without making any unnecessary claims, nor had he ever asked for compensation. The difference between the two was night and day. Song Juan's voice turned ice cold as she spoke into the phone. "Yower, tell Yifeng that I am in perfect health. I have no illness, none whatsoever. And as for his master, I have never had any dealings with him. Get him out of here. The farther he stays from our house, the better. I never want to see him again." Before saying these words, Song Juan had instructed Yan Ryuayu to turn on the loudspeaker. So not only did Yan Ryuayu and the security guard hear her loud and clear, but Yifeng did as well. Yifeng's face immediately turned deathly pale. His expression twisted as if he had just suffered a humiliating defeat. Just moments ago, he had confidently stated that Song Juan knew him, but now, not only was she denying any association, but she was also outright rejecting him. It was like being publicly slapped across the face. Yan Ryuayu, however, didn't even spare him a glance. She turned away and stood at the gate, waiting for Lin Yuan instead. Her mind began to wander. Where was Lin Yuan taking her today? Would it be a date? Or was this just part of her treatment? Would they go to an amusement park? A movie theater? Or perhaps somewhere even more exciting? A faint smile formed on Yan Ryuayu's lips as she let herself indulge in these thoughts. Meanwhile, Yifeng stood on the side, his face still clouded with gloom. After being publicly humiliated by Song Juan, he instinctively wanted to turn around and leave. But he couldn't bring himself to walk away so easily. His eyes flickered with reluctance as he looked toward the Yan family's grand estate. More than that, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward Yan Ryuayu. Her nearly perfect figure, those long, straight legs. Yifeng's mind raced. If he couldn't get Song Juan to support him, maybe he could win over Yan Ryuayu instead. A sly smirk formed on his lips. Yifeng had always been extremely confident in his looks. He knew he was handsome. As a former mercenary king, was he really incapable of charming a mere young girl? Brushing his fingers through his hair, he quickly composed himself, shaking off the humiliation. His expression turned into what he believed was a charming smile, and he took confident strides toward Yan Ryuayu. But before he could even get within 3 meters of her, Yan Ryuayu noticed him and immediately stepped aside, putting distance between them. Yifeng's face stiffened. "Miss Yan, I'd like to have a word with you," he said, his voice deliberately smooth. "Get lost. Don't cling to me like a parasite. The more you hover around me, the more disgusted I feel," Yan Ryuayu snapped coldly. She had never been interested in Yifeng. And now that he had lied about her mother's condition, her distaste for him had only deepened. Her already poor impression of him had plummeted even further. It wasn't just because she generally disliked men. Yifeng, in particular, repulsed her. And today, he had the nerve to approach her smelling of alcohol, something she hated more than anything. To her, he was nothing but filth. Yifeng hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. "The reason I had a drink earlier was because I was stationed as a soldier in Syria." Before he could even finish, Yan Ryuayu turned away in disgust and walked back inside. She left him with a single word. "Scram." Without even sparing him another glance, she pulled out her phone and focused on the screen, completely dismissing his existence. Yifeng clenched his fists, his expression darkening even further. First Song Juan, now Yan Ryuayu. He had been utterly humiliated twice in a row. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden, powerful roar filled the air. A sleek, high-end sports car pulled up in front of the Yan family's residence. Yifeng's eyes widened. A brand new, stunning Bugatti Veyron, worth at least 20 to 30 million, had appeared before him. Seeing the extravagant vehicle, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a deep sense of envy. Despite years as a mercenary, he had never managed to earn enough money to afford such a luxury. And whatever money he did make, he had squandered. Now that he was back in the country, the best he could drive was the Mercedes-Benz that Gu Qingshan had lent him. But this was a whole different level. The car door opened. A tall, handsome man stepped out with an air of effortless confidence. The moment Yifeng saw his face, his expression twisted in fury. Because this man wasn't just anyone. It was the person he hated most, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's gaze briefly swept over Yifeng, then shifted toward Yan Ryuayu, who stood at the gate. With a small, knowing smile, he casually waved. Yan Ryuayu's face lit up as she saw him. Without hesitation, she ran toward Lin Yuan. Watching this unfold, Yifeng, who was already seething, trembled with rage. Chapter 98. Wang Ergu leaked the plan? Yan Ryuayu didn't spare a single glance at Yifeng and quickly ran to Lin Yuan's side, her focus entirely on him. Are your feet feeling better? Lin Yuan asked, his gaze dropping to her shoes with a hint of concern. The masseur at home helped me with a massage last night, and it didn't hurt as much when I woke up this morning, Yan Ryuayu replied softly. Speaking of her feet, Yan Ryuayu suddenly recalled what had happened last night. Her mind replayed the intimate moment, causing her fair, delicate face to flush a light shade of pink.